What's up, my Deuterinos? Everybody, eat your oatmeals. Wait, did the power reset? I can't hear anything. Oh.
Okay. Okay. Forsen. What? No! Okay.
Been tweeted after Justice Brett Kavanaugh left a Washington restaurant due to protesters. The tweet reads, sounds like he just wanted some privacy to make his own dining decisions. Is that appropriate, sir?
Look, when public officials go into public life, we should expect two things. One, you should always be free from violence, harassment, and intimidation. And two, you're never going to be free from criticism or peaceful protest, people exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay. And that's what happened in this case. Remember, the justice never even came into contact with these protesters, reportedly didn't see or hear them. And these protesters are upset because a right, an important right, that the majority of Americans support was taken away. Understood. Not only the right to choose, by the way, but this justice was part of the process of stripping away the right to privacy. As long as I've been alive, settled case law in the United States has been that the Constitution protected a right to privacy, and that has now been thrown out the window.
Wait, what does this sentence mean? Is it okay for the KKK to pay $50 every sighting of AOC? What does that mean?
By justices, including Justice Kavanaugh, who, as I recall, swore up and down in front of God and everyone, including the United States Congress, that they were going to leave settled case law alone. So yes, people are upset. They're going to exercise their First Amendment rights. And as long as that's peaceful, that's protected. Compare that, for example, to the reality that as a country, right now, we're reckoning with the fact that a mob...
Oh. The group is paying $250 for justice sightings. Gotcha.
Summoned by the former president.
All right, well, let me follow up, Mr. Secretary.
The United States Capitol for the purpose of overthrowing the election and very nearly succeeded in preventing the peaceful transfer of power. But I think common sense can tell the difference.
But as a high-profile public figure, sir, are you comfortable with protesters protesting when you and your husband go to dinner at a restaurant?
Protesting peacefully outside in a public space? Sure. Look, I can't even tell you the number of spaces, venues, and scenarios where I've been protested. And the bottom line is this. Any public figure should always, always be free from violence, intimidation, and harassment, but should never be free from criticism or people exercising their First Amendment rights.
Dude, we're playing against Pokimane right now. Who's Pokimane? Sage? What the fuck? My homie just messaged me.
Wait, really?
Yeah, my homie messaged me.
I'm not gonna lie, because I played with Sage one time, or Sage Pokemon one time. She's
Definitely
really
my homie just messaged me like, I'm gonna shaft this Sage now.
You guys show what's up on the stream. I'll flash you then.
Yeah, they're again.
I gotta go egg.
Oh.
Construct chamber.
One enemy. Oh my god, you're different, baby. You're different, Soba.
Come to prove that I am a strong, independent woman who don't need man to carry heavy stuff. Okay? This is the time. 3, 2, 1.
Makes money. And this gets sinister not just for the fact that it erodes free speech on the internet, but also because of the way that Twitch is hiding sexual assault and harassment allegations against much of Twitch's biggest partners, all in the name of protecting profits. The worst offenders in these allegations were given—
Hey! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Dude, okay.
I don't think so.
Ultimate accelerant here.
That's you. David, where's the audio on that? Holy shit.
I'm ready to go.
Let's go.
I'm still way behind you guys. Have to get this loot. Or should wait for me.
Wait, I hear somebody. I thought this guy crashed. Don't shoot him. Don't shoot him, bro. He crashed. Don't shoot him. Do not shoot him. Do not shoot him.
Where's his teammate?
I don't know.
Hit the fucking beacon.
I don't know. He 100% tapped out or crashed something. I don't know where his teammates are.
They're flying in right now.
Don't shoot him. It's scars. Don't shoot.
What if he's actually just standing there to bait?
Prove that I am strong. Strong, independent woman. Huh? Yeah. Thank you. Come to prove that I...
Hey!
Yo, I used to farm with Pico, and I know the tree limits. You can actually go really close to trees without taking damage.
Oh wow, yeah, you're really close. Yeah.
You guys crash?
No, we didn't. We're almost at the airfield.
Portland Normandale Park shooter charged with murder. Why do I care about this? What is even happening?
We will also keep men out of women's.
Obama.
You have the exact time and place.
This is stupid. Finish finish it, you fuck.
Come to prove
We already
that
finished it, you dumb fuck. What am I reading this for? Your ADHD is ruining every clip. I just don't like to sit through like 30 seconds of silence for like a 5 out of 10 at best joke at the end. There's just... President Sunday. I'm not watching President Sunday reviewing any of my shit. Okay, that dude is actually mentally ill. You going over the XanderHal thing? Hell yeah, we're gonna watch that shit today. You better fucking believe it, boy.
What? What? Why? What's wrong?
My color's coming off. I'm turning
What
white.
the fuck?
What? Zan talked on Chud's stream today about the drama. Wait, is he not doing his own stream about it? People are actually saying XanderHal is wrong to report her to the cops for cooking. Yeah, people say you're wrong to always go to the cops. He's gonna pre-record something. Oh, why not just do a live stream? Stream it. Come on, XanderHal. Mel? No fucking Swedish in here.
Hey.
Hey, I'm live. Don't say anything crazy, okay? We speak English in this house.
Can I not speak Swedish here?
No, go out in the hallway if you want to do this shit.
Why can't you speak Swedish?
This is an English household.
Let me ask you something.
What?
When have I ever said anything crazy when we've been online?
Not American? You say English?
American. No, American. Also, it's not about you saying something crazy. It's about you accidentally like saying something you wouldn't want on stream. It's a polite way of reminding. Okay.
Really?
Okay.
That's what it is?
Okay, bye. I'm in the middle. Love you.
But I'm also live streaming too, though. So
oh, wow.
I thought you knew this. It was like, in order for me to edit the video, I have to live stream it. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I just like to say it so that the other, because I've had a lot of people like, oh my god, I didn't know we were live.
They're amateurs. I'm a streamer, unless you're dealing with crazy streamers, which, okay, I'm not gonna say that, but all right. Hold on a second. You got the questions out ready? Okay, because I'm gonna go ahead and start in a minute, okay?
Okay, babe.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's up, taters? This is Tree from treeoflogic.com, and of course, I got my favorite guest back for the 3rd time. And this time, we don't have any hostile questions towards him this time. So we're going to do a Q&A, and let's go ahead and begin. But before I do, what's up, Steven? How you doing?
Nothing much, you know, just hanging out, doing my thing, doing what I do, you know.
Okay. All right. So you ready? Let's go ahead and get started with the first one. Question: And it go. And by the way, I mixed it up. And the reason I mixed it up is because we had more questions from men than women this time. So since we have more questions from men than women, I decided to mix them between each other instead of splitting them up with women first and men first. So I just mixed them all together. So the first question is, if you meet a guy in person, exchange numbers, have a good first conversation, but he asks for your social media info, when is it a good time to give it to him? I think the first conversation is too early.
Who is this? Is this supposed to be advice to who? What kind of people?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a female.
Or no, I just mean in general, like what, like.
Oh, that's to you.
Or okay, so here's my approach to relationships is that I like to get all the bullshit out of the way as early as possible. I like to live together as early as possible. I like to get all of that out of it because everything up till then is just a test, and you could fail at any point. So why not just move to the most extreme stage? So like, if I have like a social media where I'm posting a bunch of like crazy fucking shit, and I'm like, oh god, I don't want to show this person all the like insane stuff I post. I'll wait until the third date. Why would I get my hopes up and then on the third date I show them my Twitter and they're like, you're actually batshit insane. I'm never talking to you. And I'm like, well, fuck me. I shouldn't have wasted all this time, right? It probably depends a little bit on what you post to your social media too. But to be more broad, this is kind of a sad thing I notice. Men especially will do this. You get a lot of guys that'll say like, oh yeah, like when I go on dates, like I hide that I am like really into video games or anime or whatever. And it's like, why the fuck would you hide like a major hobby from a potential dating partner? You're setting yourself up for failure because you're not going to be able to hide that throughout the entire relationship, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I actually don't disagree with that. So, okay. Number 2, how do I protect myself from the games women play on men while on dating apps?
Games kind of has like a negative connotation. In some ways we all kind of play these like social games. It's just like part of existence. So I mean, like, I don't know, you just like approach everybody in good faith, message people, talk to people, whatever. If there's like really dumb, annoying games that people play, which people do sometimes, I mean, obviously you can blow those people off or ignore those people, but I mean, otherwise it's all kind of like part of dating and getting to know somebody, right? It's like,
so you're saying that there's no really way to protect yourself because experience is going to be the best teacher? Because if you're new to the dating apps, you're not going to know about the, what do they call that, the thirst trap pictures, Steven? Or the thing about, well, I need my rent. I don't know what the dating app thing is all about. So I'm just trying to.
Well, I mean, depending. Okay, hold on. Well, there's some games you should never play. If a girl is like asking you to send her money or some shit on Tinder, you never do that, right?
Okay.
Or if somebody only has like one picture posted as a group of like friends, and obviously don't fall for that shit. I mean, those types of games are like, that's a different.
Yeah,
type
well,
of game.
because I never used the dating app. So if you could, you know how these games are played. Can you at least name the 3 most popular type of quote unquote games that people would play on dating apps?
Damn, I don't know the 3 most popular types of games. When I think of games,
well, hold on, go over the one with the group picture. I never heard that one before.
Oh yeah,
so
okay, sorry, hold on. So some of these
one.
are a little different. When somebody says games, I'm usually thinking they're talking about like different types of ways of approaching conversation. So like somebody might call it a game where like a woman gives you kind of short responses to see, because she's messaging like 100 guys to see who's the most interesting one. That might be like a kind of like a game maybe.
Okay.
Those other things I would call like tricks or traps. So like somebody that's posting like from the selfie angle, the picture from above, so you can't tell how much they weigh, or people that only post pictures with like friends so that you don't know exactly which one is in the picture, and they have like this weird plausible deniability, like stuff like that. Those would be like tricks or traps, not just like little social games, I would say.
Okay. All right. So I thought games was something playing around, not being serious. So, okay. So, okay, I guess it's like game if you got swagger or if you got a good, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Here's a third one. This is a question for you and me. Been dating my man for a year. I moved into his house 2 months ago when he asked me to marry him last month. His daughter's mother dropped off their only child and disappeared. I hate this little girl with a passion. I want out, but am I wrong?
You're never wrong with the way that you feel. your feelings are never wrong. Generally, that's always like a good guide. But yeah, you should probably leave. Yeah, you should leave. I'm of the opinion that if you're dating somebody that already has a child, that you having an antagonistic or negative view towards that child is like one of the most disgusting things you could do to a person as a human being. So I think you should get the fuck out. And it's a red flag if the dad is like willing to have you around while you like hate his child. But, I mean, that's my feeling. But yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna say absolutely get out, because here's the deal: like, the mother is doing this to punish you. That's fine. Do you have to? First of all, daughters love their fathers, sons love their mothers. You are actually an enemy to her, and even though there's a strong chance that she's never gonna she's never gonna get her parents back together, still, with you there, she's gonna do everything to sabotage that relationship, and she's going to make sure that she used the daddy little girl thing up on you. Also,
wait. Who's gonna try to sabotage the relationship? The child or the mother?
Both.
Damn. Okay.
You never heard of that, where if the daughter hates the stepmother, that she just...
I think it's going to depend a lot on like ages. If we're talking about like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, maybe, but if the child's like 3 or 4 or 5, I don't think they're going to be.
That's true, and we don't know.
Yeah, the age is pretty important here.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. But
there's a lot of dynamics we don't know here either. Like if the husband is like 45 and the wife is like 23, then that would be weird, or not weird. I shouldn't say weird. It's okay, but it would like it would add a different dynamic. If the mother's never seen that other child before, another child seeing him, that would like so. Actually, yeah, there's a lot more information here that we don't know. But
yeah,
I don't think you should ever like punish children for like their parents being weird. I think that's kind of mean. But
absolutely, don't like just get out, because she never asked to be in that position. And if you have resentment towards her, I personally don't want this to happen where you start doing something vindictive towards her. Just get out of the situation. And I know the fact that she's engaged, that's going to be a little hard for her, but this is one of these things you're just going to have to just cut your losses at this early stage.
Yeah, actually, this advice is totally worthless because she's not going to do any of that. Because if she's already been dating the guy for a year, they've moved in for 2 months, and now they're gay. The real question is, why the fuck are you with the guy if his kids bother you so much and you knew he had kids the whole time?
True. I guess she didn't think that the mother would do something like drop the child off and just go, bye, I'm about to live my single life, I guess most women would never think that. Like, when they get into a relationship with a man with kids and they move in with them, the woman doesn't think that the mother would do something so horrid as just to abandon. This is abandonment, she's abandoned her child with the father and just gone off.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what else is what other dynamics are going on. Yeah.
Okay. Number 4, let's see. When clean shaved, this is a very interesting thought-provoking question. When clean shaven men were the norm in the past, the clean shaven men were more masculine than the men today with beards, which is now the social norm. Men wearing male buns, skinny jeans, and manga t-shirts with beards are far from masculine. Make men masculine again, but how?
Something that everybody fucked up on, including and especially conservatives, was giving us like good representations of what masculinity means. I don't know why, but nobody seems to understand this. Like, as much as I might hate like the ranting and raving feminists or whatever, I think that there is a really good point to be made about toxic masculinity. And I think that the people that know this best are conservative women that try to date conservative men that are all giant fucking man babies. They think that either because they're loud or they try to act alpha for some reason that makes them alpha or that makes them a manly man, but they can't take care of their lives. They can't take care of their houses. They can't fucking hold down stable jobs. They have no respect for their partners. They think that like being the head of the household means that the woman is your slave. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, like in terms of like where do you find like positive representations of masculinity or like bringing back masculinity? I don't know what the answer to that is. If I knew, I'd fix society and like make $1 trillion. But don't be tricked by people that like run around with this like insane bravado, screaming at everybody, pretending that like, oh wow, this is what we all need in our lives.
Yeah. What do you think is masculine to you? I think it's subjective, correct? Like it's.
I mean, like, I think that a lot of the like traditionally masculine traits are pretty good. I mean, like, I don't know if I would necessarily say they have to only be masculine. Like, women could theoretically have them too. But I mean, like, having like some level of like honor and integrity, being able to keep your word, being able to hold a schedule, representing some type of like emotional stability in your life, being able to take care of another person. I think all of these things should be like positive hallmarks of, you know, masculinity.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Number 5, why are the rules on crying keep changing? Are men allowed to cry without being shamed? I thought it was okay for men to cry. I keep seeing mixed messages on this.
Okay, so there's like this weird thing that happened where women's for some period of time people kept saying that women wanted men that cried a lot or whatever.
I never said that.
Yeah, you never said that.
No!
I don't think that's true, but I think what people wanted was people wanted men that were more emotionally in tune, because a lot of the traditional like masculine types were emotionally autistic. Like these people that could like never have an intimate conversation with their children or even their romantic partners. These people that like bottled all their emotions in until they either took it out by beating the shit out of their wives or just being a schizoid loser their entire life who could never have like anything, right? I think that those types of like traditionally like toxically masculine people are very bad. That's bad. You don't want that.
Right.
But then I think people kind of ran off too far in the other direction where they're like, oh yeah, like I think the cool thing would actually have men that are like pussies that cry all the time about everything, and I don't think anybody wants that either. I think like the goal is you want a guy that is like pretty emotionally stable, that can create space in a relationship for both you and his emotions, and is able to have like an emotional back and forth that you feel like you can communicate some thought to him, and he's not just going to stare at you slack-jawed because you're using words that he doesn't understand, like I feel.
Yeah, I never and it's just me. I just want to say this is just me. I never wanted, I think I never wanted a crying man. And I do lose respect. And I learned this in college. If a man cries for what I would consider stupid reasons, like when I was in college and I broke up with this guy, he was literally crying, begging me, it was so humiliating for him because I lost more respect for him, just bawling like that and crying like that for that reason.
Wait, what was he crying like that for? What?
Because I broke up with him and he wanted me to
well,
not
who the fuck
do that.
cares if you broke up with him? Why the fuck would he care about your opinion at that point? I lost respect for him. You already fucking broke up with him. Who the fuck cares if you respect him or not?
Yeah, but I mean, come on now. We could be I didn't even want to be his friend.
You can't be
after
a
that.
friend. Yeah, no shit. You can't be friends with someone if you fucking dump them. What are you thinking?
Yes, you can. You could be friends with somebody if you dump them.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you saying you never been friends with someone you dumped?
You're not. You can be friendly, but being friends is very hard if you're the person. You don't have a friend. You have a dick in reserve at that point. Okay, that guy's just waiting. That guy is waiting for you. That guy is waiting for you to come back to him. Okay, when you dump your next boyfriend, that's what's going on.
Okay, point proven. But like when a man cries when his dog dies or his family dies or he sees a child suffering. When I was on a police force, I saw that a lot, and nobody thought less of these men because everybody hates to see a child suffer. But I don't to go to the movies and cry at some heart-wrenching scenes. I don't know. I guess I'm a little hard like that because I was like the last part of my childhood, I was raised by a male. I tend to have a little bit. We already know I tend to have more of a masculine type of personality. So if I don't do a lot of crying, I don't expect my man to do that as well. So okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can, and I don't think anybody really wants that, regardless of what some people might say. Nobody wants somebody that's like crying all the time, but you just want somebody that can have the ability to have that like emotional space. I think is probably
right. Destiny, what are the benefits of being in a poly relationship and what are the downfalls?
I mean, the benefits are you get to fuck multiple people, and the downfalls are you got that much more drama. Isn't that kind of the point?
Is the drama worth the multiple partners, the different partners?
I mean, I would say it is, but I mean, I would say that all relationships have a lot of fucking drama. That's what it seems to be.
Do they though?
Yeah. I don't know. It's very rare that like how many people in your life, or
Define
maybe you
drama.
know, how many people in your life do you know? They're like, oh yeah, like I'm in a relationship with this guy, and it's been going great for like years, and everything's like super cool. It feels like everybody's life today is fucked. So
Every relationship has challenges.
no, I'm not talking challenges. I'm talking about insane motherfuckers everywhere. Tree, they're lurking everywhere.
Oh, okay.
They're all over the place. Okay, motherfuckers are crazy out here.
I would like to ask this question personally. Yeah. How do you deal with the women that you pick in a poly that knows you're a poly, but they want to replace your wife?
I mean, those people end up getting kicked to the curb. You can't do that shit, right?
Absolutely, you kick them to the curb. Do you see their intentions immediately, or do you see it later on? Like,
some people are really good at hiding their intentions. Other people you figure out pretty early. It just depends.
All right. Okay. All right. Number 7. When is it okay to keep secrets from your wife or girlfriend?
That's a hard one. I mean, ideally you never would, but I think that that question I think is too vague. I think it's going to vary from relationship to relationship. And I don't even know what the right answer is. It's going to come down a lot to individual values too. So like, for instance, like a common one that a girl might face is like, if your partner asks you like, how many guys have you been with? Like, do you give the right answer? I don't know if there's any
We haven't gotten to that part yet.
Oh, is that going to be a
yeah.
question? Oh shit, sorry. I didn't know that was. But that would be an example of like a question like, do you answer it honestly? Because it seems like only bad can come from it. The guy isn't like learning anything or gaining anything valuable by you telling him. Like, I don't know, just it's a hard one, yeah. Ideally, you would have partners that you could be like honest and open with about literally everything. That's the ideal, but I don't know how realistic.
Can't think of one thing that you would keep a secret from. I mean, would that get you in trouble?
Well, I mean, I'm literally in an open relationship, so no. But no, I mean, yeah, I mean, the hope would be that you like could be open about everything. That'd be ideally, right?
That's a good question. I should have thought about. Well, this was directed to you, so I never had to ponder about it. So, I think I think there would be maybe something like not a secret, but something you just don't voluntarily offer as information unless it's asked.
Yeah, sure, but does that count as a lie at that point?
Lie by omission, right?
Well, are you omitting it if they never ask about it?
No. Okay.
Here,
right.
you know, here's a general rule of thumb that's sad, but it's true. Here's something that I would say is a general rule of thumb. If you've ever done something sexually that you tried once and you didn't really like it, you don't want to do it again, don't ever tell your partner that. Because 99% of the time, you're going to end up like breaking up over it. So if your partner like really wants a threesome and you've tried like a threesome before in the past, you're like, you know, I tried it, didn't like it that much. All that guy is hearing when you say that was, I love this partner enough to do this with it, but I'm not doing it again. Don't ever do shit like that. You'll fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Why are men eager when it comes to sex? Because if you know, there's some couple of questions in here, and it's just like, wow, men, and when it comes to the sexual experience of women or what they have done, their egos is really fragile. It's like a double standard. Like, but hold on, I guess we'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that part in a minute. Number 8, in the manosphere, how do you separate the DL gay men, red pillars, who hate women, from the jaded men who hate women, from the men who don't hate women, but want to sincerely help men learn the game? Here's that word game again.
How do you separate them all? I don't know. It's probably going to come down to like how they talk about people's motivations. So like, like, I don't know. That's it. I don't know if I could give like a 2-minute crash course on how to tell the difference. You kind of have to be familiar with like all of the different types of rhetoric and all the different things that people say, and then you can start to pick out like who likes women versus who doesn't like women. So like if somebody is like, oh, like women tend to prefer men that are more financially stable, like you could say that multiple ways. You could be like, oh, you know, women tend to prefer men who are financially stable because it's obviously bodes well for them. They can have kids and all that, and they'll feel like they'll have more stability. Or you can be like, you know, women are like lazy fucks who need like high value men that make a ton of fucking money because they're never going to work or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, it's, yeah. So
yeah, that's BS actually.
You can tell, like, so I guess, like, once you've heard enough, you can start to tell that, like, some of the advice comes from a place of, like, understanding and compassion, and sometimes it just comes from a place of, like, jaded hatred. But you kind of have to listen to a lot to start to tell the difference, I think.
When men get into a relationship, especially if they're new with dating, and they get, quote unquote, they just get played by women. They get hurt, and then they probably don't even have a friend that can relate. And so they go to these channels and it makes them, it turns that hatred, it turns that incident into a hatred. Like, you know, these women ain't shit, you know, I don't want to deal with them. And then it's now like, what was the famous thing, like pump and dump instead of seeking out a meaningful relationship. And when these men are inexperienced, which is, we have a very good question that's going to get to that part too. They just don't know how to deal with that the emotions of being rejected or even if they found out that the girl that they were dating for the first time has another boyfriend. How do they like heal from that in a healthy way instead of in a dysfunctional way to where they start hating women and just want revenge on women because of what some stupid girl did to them?
There's like a lot of this doesn't really have much to do with like women in general. I think this is like a broader life thing.
Okay.
Where when bad things happen, you have to learn to like separate out like, okay, well, this was a bad thing, but it doesn't mean I have to hate all of this type of person or all of this type of thing. I think there's going to be like broader coping mechanisms that are going to be at play there rather than just like like it's easy to get jaded by something and then hate all of that. So like, for instance, like not to get political, but like a lot of racism or sexism or whatever isms can come from this, right? I have a bad experience with a black person. I hate all black people. I have a bad experience with, you know, a teacher. I think teachers are horrible. I've got, you know, if you ask people about airlines, everybody will instantly tell you like, oh my God, XYZ is the worst airline. Well, why is that? Because they had one bad experience with that airline. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like everybody has an airline that they think is like the worst airline. But it's not because of like this collection of data and studies and all these experiences, because they had one bad experience, you know? So, I mean, like, I think there's like a broader general life question of like, how do you get over a bad experience without letting that one singular bad experience define that entire like classification of experiences for you? And that skill that you pick up is independent even of relationships. Relationships is one area where that could fuck you, but yeah. Also, and then I guess kind of broadly on that same stroke, getting more experience is really important. If you have like one bad experience, you have to keep going out and getting more. Otherwise, that one bad experience will destroy you. And I've seen a lot of people who do that, and I can usually pick them out instantly because you can tell how they respond to a bad experience. The most common thing actually in my world is with streaming. When somebody streams and they get like their first big negative drama or something, my advice to that person is always listen. No matter what you do, no matter how you cope, no matter what the fuck you do, like within a week, you need to keep streaming. You have to keep going. You have to keep pushing.
Don't stop. Yep. Don't make a video like, guys, I'm sorry.
Taking a break and blah, blah, blah.
I gotta take a break.
No.
And don't do
because
that.
If you do that, and I've seen this happen time and time and time again, if you do that, you won't come back and you'll be destroyed. You'll be done. You'll be over. You'll be like Maverick and Top Gun 1, except he goes back. But you have to keep pushing forward and keep getting new experiences.
It's gonna have if you're going to be a decent streamer, or even if you aim to be big, people are going to come after you. It's just you just have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? The earlier you deal with it, the better. Okay. Destiny, this one is very interesting. I did not know this about you. Destiny, why do you have a thing for super skinny girls? And I also have something in quotations just in case you deny this.
Is it Bad Bunny?
It's Bad Bunny, Anna, and that's it.
Okay, first of all, so only one of those people is super skinny, and Bad Bunny was not super skinny when I first met her, and I don't have a thing. I like all sorts of shapes and sizes. I've been with all sorts of different types of women, not just super skinny women, but.
Oh, dude, I saw a picture of your wife. She looks great. She's lifting and she's getting her bicep development. I'm like, whoa, she's looking good. So that's why I was surprised. I'm like, he doesn't like super skinny girls, because I saw I can't pronounce her name.
Melena.
Because yeah, I'm so used to saying Melania that when I try to say your wife's name, it just comes out. I just say Mel. You know.
That works too.
Okay. All right. 10. But tell her she looks great. Tell her to keep it up. And
I'll let her know.
Okay. Number 10. Would you really move to Sweden? Oh, speaking of that, number 10. Would you really move to Sweden with your wife if she asked you to? If so, for how long? If not, why?
Probably not, because I like moving to Europe would mean I don't play games with any of my friends anymore. It'd be really hard to visit Nathan on like trips. I don't think so. More likely to move back to Nebraska than Sweden, probably.
Really?
Yeah, what the fuck? It's my kid. Why would I leave the country instead of just moving back home?
Okay. Yeah, I forgot about your son. Sorry. I was thinking, when you said Nebraska, I'm thinking about Nebraska itself, you know.
Oh, no. Fuck no. Jesus fucking Christ.
I didn't think about your son.
Yeah, no. I would only... Sorry. I guess I forgot this one. Yeah, no. Fuck no. I would never just live in Nebraska willingly, but...
Okay. All right. What do you think about men who laugh at their girlfriend? Oh, I'm definitely going to chime in on this one. What do you think about men who laugh at their girlfriend crying in pain, especially on camera?
What is the... I need context.
Like,
if your girlfriend gets like hit by a car and you're like laughing at her, you're probably a piece of shit.
This guy is referring to the Mr. Girl guy.
Okay, Mr. Girl's in a box in and of itself. I don't know if I would like... I can't tell about those interactions. I don't know. That's a hard one. Seems like it's probably not a good thing, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I don't think it's a good thing. Men are, and I know this is your crowd, but I have to say it I know some people in your crowd don't believe this, but this is what I believe, and science backed me up. On average, men are physically stronger.
You don't think my crowd believes that?
Well, I keep hearing that gender is a social construct and that men can participate in women's sports and, trans women can participate in women's sports if they are on. So I don't want to get into that conversation, but that's what
I think most of my audience and me broadly agrees that men are on average stronger than women, of course.
So since men are physically stronger, women have to use emotions to express their pain. And I will admit that women will use crying as manipulative. For example, and I'm going to use you as an example, Stephen, when you was going through that entire Anna drama, I was here for that, baby. I was like, this is some good juicy tea, right? One day I tuned into your stream and there was another woman, I don't know her name, but you and her were dating, and she was upset that you were not close to her or keep giving her attention like you used to. And you said, listen, and it was such a great response from you. You was like, listen, I can't be there for you like I used to anymore. I got a lot of things going on. I'm sorry, but if that's what you expect from me, you could just not be my friend anymore. You could just get rid of me. And she didn't want to let go. And then she resorted to crying, and you just sat there and continued playing League. And you didn't feed into it. You didn't laugh at her. You just let her cry, because in my opinion, her crying was she's losing a friend, but it was also a way to get you to be sympathetic to her, to cave to her demands. And so when I saw that I was like, that is how a man is supposed to react when a woman is hurting, but also could be manipulative. I'm not saying that's the case with Shaylin. I'm just saying that this is when I saw somebody react with a woman crying, but not beating her, because she's now in that woman was in the loser seat. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but she was in a loser seat, okay? And so why bully her? Why beat down someone that's already on the ground by laughing at them? So I agree, when a woman, if you're the bigger man, if you're emotionally stable, if you're emotionally mature, you don't laugh at a woman when she's crying. That makes you look like a piece of shit. And so that's my opinion in reference to the whole laughing. When men laugh at women crying, you know what I'm saying? If the woman crying is not affecting you, you just act like you're not affected. But to me, when you try to show that you're the bigger person by laughing at that pain, because women, we have to, it's like a child. When a child is crying, you immediately go to that child and they go, I lost my mommy, and you want to help. Women do the same thing. It's not always manipulative. Women can cry because they feel helpless. And I think men who just, you talking about toxic masculinity, for a man to laugh at a woman while she's crying, it just makes him, it just makes him a bastard, in my opinion.
Okay. That's it, yeah.
So let's move on to 12. Do you think you are good at following the advice you give others?
Fuck no. I make a lot of mistakes continuously. But I think that's probably the case with everybody. Like, most of the good advice, I think I have a lot of good advice and stuff, but most of my good advice is going to come from, like, the mistakes I've made. Like, I think I could do, like, PR or media for most companies better than most PR people could do. Like, I can usually see in advance, like, if I don't know why they tweeted or said this, because the response is so predictable. But the reason why I know that is because I've usually done all of it before, right? Like, I know that if you do this thing, like, you're gonna be fucked. Or I know that if you respond this way, you're gonna be, because I do this all the time. Now the difference is I'm usually not representing like a major brand or something, so I don't care as much. But like, yeah, most of my advice will come from like, have you ever heard of the saying that OSHA, like every OSHA regulation is like built in blood or something? Like anytime you see a sign that says like don't do this or be careful for that, it's because somebody probably died doing it. Like that would be like the advice that I would give. Yeah.
Okay.
If somebody's like, you know what, should I do this? Or whatever, like absolutely not. And like, really? Because I've seen you do that before. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm telling you not to do it. Like.
So, would you say you're more of the do as I say, not as I do type of person?
No, I don't like that saying, because I think that saying implies that there is some person that like is perfect out there. I don't think anybody's perfect. I think everybody like makes mistakes. Like I have like ideals that I aspire to, but I mean like there's a reason why they're called ideals, right? It's an idealized version, and like nobody's gonna be an idealized person. So like everybody makes mistakes. It's fine. You just do your best.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to number 13. Destiny, how would you navigate through today's dating world if you were 18 through 20 again?
I don't know. You're always best like meeting people in places where you guys like naturally are like cohabitating, kind of like or cohabitating might just mean living together, but like so like meeting people at work or school is probably still like your best bet. Outside of that, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no idea. I don't go to bars or anything like that, so I'd be a bad person to ask for advice on that shit.
Okay, and that's okay. 14, what should one do if your partner wants to get married, but you've stated, and I'm gonna answer on this one too. Sorry, let me repeat that. What should one do if your partner wants to get married, but you've stated that you don't want to get married?
That's a pretty easy one. Then you break up.
Right.
That's fundamental incompatibility.
Maybe it's my experience, this could be anecdotal, but I've noticed that when women get with men and they say they want to get married, you know what I'm saying, and the man said, I don't want to get married, women tend to think, oh, if I give him some good sex, if I cook him some right food, if I show him I'm a good, loyal wife, I
change
make
his
a
mind.
good. He'll change his mind, and I think that's why they don't break up immediately. And I believe that a woman will try to manipulate a guy or do an ultimatum, and sometimes I don't know. Have you seen a man? I've never seen in my personal experience where a man eventually just get broken down and agree to marry a woman. I've seen stupid women do this and stay in a relationship with a guy for 8 years, and then all of a sudden the guy has a heart attack or he gets in a car accident, and then she's by his bedside and he was like, well, shit, I can't take care of myself that well, I'm gonna need somebody help. Okay, I'll marry you. And it's like, and I'm thinking like, whoa, girl, this is silly. And then they get married, come to find out that he finds another woman who can do a better job than her, and then the marriage was just, it never worked out anyway.
Yeah, I'm like a big fan of like, especially like when you're past like age 25, I think you're done. I think past 25, you're pretty done, like changing as a person. You should know what you want. People that are, people that think that they can like find somebody and change them or turn them into something else. I mean, like when you're 18 or 19, like you're still both growing and changing. So like maybe,
yeah.
But once you've hit like a certain age, like when you're into your 20s, like I think you look for people that you're compatible with, and you don't have this pretty naive idea that like you can change them into being something totally different. I don't think that's going to happen most of the time.
They say 28 is when your foundation is rock solid. Like it's really hard to change. I don't know why that age is. I was reading a study on it, and I don't know why they picked that age, but that was the age where people are like set in their ways for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't want to get married or they don't believe in marriage, they just morally don't. Have you ever been that way? Have you ever been to the point where you never believed in marriage when you were young?
Yeah, I've just never, well, since I was not religious, so 16, 17, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's
just because some people in chat are saying this, I would even disagree with Tree's age, and I see someone saying 32 seems to be the upper bound. If you meet somebody who is like 26 years old and they're like a slob, they don't know how to do laundry, that whatever, like this person is not changing. I'm sorry, I don't think so. Unless you're willing to like
keep hating your life, like, then working class Andy,
basic training or some shit, like go to the military, do like some major life change. I don't think that. I think that those people are kind of
hey,
like
Destiny.
set, but
I've been banned from your Discord in 2020 for defending the Azov Battalion. I don't want to get banned. I just want.
What age would I'd say around 25. Maybe even a little younger is going to be where I personally think that like your major personality traits, I think are all pegged in at around like, I'd say 16, 17, maybe even as young as 15. Like you're going to see kind of like where like this is the blueprint of what the person's going to become. That's like one thing. But once a person is like in their 20s, like 25, I think that you have like, I think that person is who they are, basically. I think it's very, very rare that you meet somebody at 25 and then you see them again at 30 and they're like, oh my God, I totally changed my life. It happens. It's just very, very, very rare. And you're going to be throwing your life away if you try to get into a relationship with somebody like that to change them. I just think it's you're setting yourself up for failure.
Okay. 15, describe what you think a healthy relationship with porn would look like.
I mean, one, it has to be one that your partner is accepting of. So that's like the most important part.
Oh, would that be a secret you keep?
I mean, that depends on the type of relationship, because some people would consider that cheating. So I mean, like, depending on how severe the other person looks at it. So would you cheat on your partner, I guess, and keep that a secret?
Well, men, I'm not being sexist here, but for the most part, porn is consumed mostly by men, right?
Yeah.
So if men were into, I'm not saying they should do this, but if men were into some really crazy categories, if they told their significant other, it would probably make that woman say, peace, dude, you too crazy for me.
That might be true. We might have totally different lived experiences, but I've gathered this data like so much anecdotally, and I understand it could be wrong, but it really does feel like the overwhelming amount of time, it's starting to feel more and more like women are more sexual than men are. They're just more selective with their partners. But like when I read like dead bedroom stuff, or I read people that have problems with sexual relationships, and I've heard so many times from women over and over and over and over and over again, like, oh, like my partner, the guy that I'm dating never wants sex as much as I do. I hear that a million times.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So I mean, like if you
But
are
they
into
don't have to
some
go to. But what about so when men are going to porn because they're not getting enough sex, or is it because they want to look at a certain type of quote unquote category sex that they know they can't participate in real life?
It could be porn addiction. It could be that. It could. I mean, it could be a large variety of things. I don't know. It's hard to say. That's going to vary from person to person, probably, right?
So, what would a healthy relationship with it be like for this question?
I mean, I would say one that your partner is okay with. Whatever they're okay. If your partner's like, yeah, fucking go for it 5 times a day, then fucking go. If they're single, I mean, as long as you're not like missing work or something because you're masturbating too much. So knock yourself out.
No, that answer is not good. So you mean tell me if they're single and they're watching it because you're working from 9 to 5. So you mean to say if they are watching it from 7 to 4 a.m., that's good?
Probably a little excessive, I'd say. I don't know what the hour timeline I could give you though is. Jeez.
Okay. Number 16. Are men really that stupid to think? Oh, this is a good one.
Everybody's that stupid.
Are men really that stupid to think that mileage on men is more acceptable than sexual mileage on women? Do men not know that women can lie about the number of sexual partners she had unless they are a size queen? These guys will never know.
Yeah, true. They could lie. I mean, like without getting too much into the dynamics of this, I mean, the reason why people view it a little bit differently is because it's a I don't know how much I want to get into this conversation. I hate to use I hate to use this saying. Have you ever heard that like a master key is a key that can open all locks? Is good. Yes. But yeah. So, I mean, like if you're a guy and you've like had sex with a lot of women, for men. And a lot of men, so here's something like red pillars and all these people, they'll never acknowledge this, okay? But for men, especially the men that hate women, the most important form of validation you can get in your life is from a woman. That's always the case. Yeah. A guy with multiple women around him, or a guy that can fuck multiple women, it's like the ultimate form of validation to that man and to the men around him. You're like, yeah, I'm so cool, I fucked 10 women. And every other guy's like, oh my God, 10 women have let you fuck her, that's amazing. For women, it's not like that same dynamic doesn't exist, because any woman could theoretically fuck hundreds of men in even a month. She could do 3 a day on Tinder, and it would be like whatever. So, I mean, that's one of the reasons why people look at it a little bit differently. For the second thing, I don't know why this is the case, but I'm not going to say that women never get insecure, but it seems like a woman is okay being with a guy that's been with other women, but when men think about their partner being with other men, they like lose it. They have like a huge problem.
Lose it.
Yeah, they have a huge problem. They start running into all sorts of like weird comparisons and shit in their mind.
Is that insecurity? Because why would you care unless you think that the other men that she had prior to you were better at satisfying her? Like, I don't understand the purpose. I'm trying to understand, like, why do you care? Okay, now don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I totally get it if you don't. No, I still can't get it, because the thing about it is that like, unless she's been blown out and like, you know, you having sex with her is like entering the Grand Canyon.
Okay, also hold on real quick, that's not how that works. Not how vaginas work, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm just being hyperbolic here. I'm just saying, like, unless something about her shows that she has. No, I can't even say that, because I know some courtesans, and we have had that talk. And
then how do you explain your mom being so popular, Destiny?
Know. And also they have, let's say, even when they have a baby, they're able to have surgery. I forgot what it's called.
You don't need surgery to have a baby. The vagina will go back to how it was.
Well, they still get the surgery. Then why did they get the surgery then?
The only surgery you'll get is if you have any tears or whatever during like delivery. Sometimes that happens.
No, these are women, and there have been celebrities, and I can give you some articles about it, who will brag for example, I hate to put this woman on blast because I really don't like her. Jada Pinkett Smith, right? When she had her, I forgot what she called it, entanglement with the other younger guy. She even said that she had to go because he was so big that she had to go and get, I think it's called vaginoplasty. I could be mispronouncing that.
Okay, no.
So she's lying?
Yeah. Your vagina
what?
Produces
How
children.
do you know she's lying?
Because that's just not how vaginas work. It doesn't make any sense. That means that every guy that has sex with a woman for like a year, like here, like this is like the man brain when it comes to vaginas. And I guess some women's brain. A guy would be like, if you fuck 10 different guys, your vagina is going to be loose and nasty. But if I fuck you 100 times, it's going to go back to being tight this way. Like, it doesn't even make sense, right? Like, it does it like scan a key card every time a new dick comes in and it stretches. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's
so
not how
you
vaginas
don't
work.
believe in this size queen thing that this person is saying?
I think there are some women that are size queens. Some women are very much like, yeah, I want like a 9-inch dick or whatever. But I mean, those women are pretty rare. Like, that's not the average woman, I think.
No, it's not. And it's not 9, it's 10 inches. No,
you're different. You're like 10 feet tall, so okay, of course you need it.
No, I'm not a size
yeah,
queen.
Okay.
I'm not a size queen. I have a friend who's a size, and she's shorter than me. So yeah, so there. How you? And I know this, and I'll say this with confidence. I know there's a lot of short women who are size queens.
Okay.
Okay, number 17. Do you think hookup culture will start to slow down with Roe versus Wade being overturned?
No. That's like saying
that?
like, do you think that like if we increase punishments for certain crimes, will the crimes go away? No, like when people are doing things that they're not supposed to, they're not thinking of the negative consequences. Nobody's fucking a woman thinking like, all right, well, I could get this bitch pregnant, but we can just go get an abortion. People are thinking she's not going to get pregnant. Same thing when somebody's robbing a gas station, they're like, okay, well, I've got 2 priors. If I get a conviction here, I might be looking at 5 to 10. Maybe not, maybe, you know, like nobody's thinking of it that way, right? Like they're thinking of like, they're not going to get caught. So no, I don't think people are making decisions based on the punishments or what opportunities are available to them for like abortions or whatever. I don't think that's the case.
Okay. Number 18, describe what a normal friendship with girls is, because I can't tell if I am friends with girls because I like their attention or because I like being with them.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really hard one. I think about that one all the time. I'll let you know when I find an answer.
Okay. Well, most of these came from your crew anyway. So when you do find an answer, make sure you tell it. 19. Would you consider the solution to the incel problem is to legalize prostitution? Have these quote unquote ladies teach you some game as well?
Hold on, wait, real quick, because I got a lot of dumb fucks that are messaging me now and shit about like, well, what about in these countries where in Brazil and in Egypt there is a death penalty and in China they blah blah blah. The reason isn't because the punishment's there, it's because it's enforced, you get caught there. I think that's the difference. Nobody, like, you can look at states across the United States and look at like differences for like how harshly things are punished. Like look at like people talking about the death penalty in Texas all the time. You guys execute like 500 motherfuckers a year in that state. It doesn't seem like it's helping at all. I think that in general, people don't connect the action that they're doing with the potential outcome of the punishment. But if there's some place that like punishes something harshly, it usually means they're enforcing or trying to catch people there more harshly as well. And then usually that's going to be why that people get, like, it just makes everything a little bit more difficult. But it's not going to be because a person is like, oh, well, you know, I could, like, this is a guess, okay? This is going to be a guess I have. Could be wrong, okay? I've never been to China before. I've been to South Korea, but I've never looked for drugs there. My guess is going to be that, like, if I want to find weed in California, I can probably find weed in California. Finding weed in another one of these countries, though, especially these Asian countries where it's like ultra illegal, it's probably a lot more difficult. So when people are like, oh yeah, well, of course you don't smoke weed in South Korea, you're gonna go to jail. Well, no, that's not really the reason why I wouldn't smoke weed there. It's gonna be because it's really hard to find, right? People aren't connecting it with like the punishment. It's just that like the overall like attitude of enforcement towards something is gonna make those things probably harder to find, I would guess. Yeah.
So you're saying punishment is not going to deter them?
I don't think so, because I don't think people
because nobody goes to Singapore and think that they're going to do, from my understanding, Singapore is very strict, and you know that before going in there, that they don't play. And I don't know if this is a rumor or not, but you can't even chew gum there or something like that.
That sounds like a rumor. Yeah.
Okay.
But my guess is going to be that if you were in Singapore and you're at a party with friends and somebody offers you weed, I don't know if people are going to be like, oh no, I can't smoke weed. It's illegal here. It's probably going to be more like, because it's so illegal and enforced, like it's just not going to be around as much. So the temptation isn't even there to do it, you know?
Okay. Oh, okay. So we was on the okay, 19. Okay. Would you
Wait, you said
consider-
you used to be a cop, right?
Yeah.
The rhetoric, because my aunt used to be a cop, and I hear this from my aunt and my mom all the time. This is why people will say shit like, you are who you hang around, or choose your friends carefully, because they know that if you are surrounded by a lot of bad people, you're going to do bad things. You just are. The opportunity's there and you're going to do it. Like, and I know my aunt would do this as a cop. I don't know if you do this, but like people will like judge you very quickly. Cops especially will judge you very quickly based on like the crowd that you run with, right? Like if you're friends with this or that, you know, you're going to be up to no good. Or did you ever listen to the, not a good figure to point to anymore, but do you remember Bill Cosby's pound cake speech?
Yes, and I forgot it.
It's been a long time, so I don't remember as well.
It's
but
so long. Because it pissed black people off. So
well,
that's
it
the reason
pissed
why
some
I
off,
remember
but there's huge splits in the black community over like how do you deal with like because some black people will say things like systemic injustices exist, criminal justice system is bullshit, cops are always trying to fuck over black people, blah blah. Maybe most black people believe this, but there are other black people that'll say like, yeah, that's true, but why the fuck are you hanging out with those people? And I think that's what the pound cake speech was for Bill Cosby. It was like, I think a kid got shot by a cop, I think, because he stole pound cakes. And Bill Cosby was like, he basically was like, why was he even there? Which is a strong statement, but like it kind of, I think
I agree
it goes
with him though.
Sure, but well, some people get upset because, well, you shouldn't get shot for it, etc., which is true. But like you can look at figures like George Floyd and everything too, where you know some people are like, you don't deserve to die for whatever George Floyd did, counterfeit money, whatever. That's not a death penalty thing, and that'll be like people will be like true, but then other people point to be like, well, why the fuck was he there doing that in the first place, So I think it's just broadly saying like be careful who you surround yourself with, the environments you put yourself in, because it's going to make you more prone to bad behavior and everything. And I think that's going to be a way more important determining factor of bad behavior than like what is the punishment in an area for a certain crime.
I do believe you can tell a lot about a person by the people they hang around with.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I rarely talk to you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Asshole. Anyway, when I was a police officer, we could not hang around anybody who was a felon, and if we did, we would get suspended.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and they don't have that now.
Oh, okay, okay.
Things have changed since I was a police officer, and in my opinion, for the worse. We had to have a physical fitness test, and if we were, there was a certain amount of weight that a police officer, especially if you was a street cop, you could not gain this amount of weight, and if you did, and they will always find out if you did by when you go to your lieutenant and ask for upgrade, a bigger size in your uniform, then that's when the lieutenant will measure your body parts to, and then if he'll report you. But there was a lot of, there's a lot of things that they made strict about us, and plus we were never ever allowed to have friends, even family members. If our family members, which was never my case, was felons, we could not associate with them, because that's just how they wanted us. They want us to live by that. You are what you hang around. So this is the reason why when I was a police officer, most of the people we hung around with was people in the military and other police officers, as well as people in the fire department.
I guess the only reason why I don't like that mentality is because it feels like you can be a felon for a lot of bullshit reasons. Or like there are probably a lot of people that are like felons, but they're not like horrible people, right? Like felon doesn't always mean like wife beater or something, like.
In Georgia, it was because they don't have gun. I'm not saying this is the only reason, but when I asked why, just to my captain, he was like, well, they can't carry guns. So, but that wasn't the only, he's like, but that's not the only reason. He was like, their gun rights have been taken. So.
Can you really get rid of a person's right to own a firearm? I thought it was just voting, but maybe it's a firearm thing too.
No, in Georgia, if you have a felony, you cannot have a firearm.
Damn. Crazy. My Second Amendment rights. That's wild.
Well, that's unfortunate. Would you consider the solution to the incel problem is to legalize prostitution? Have these ladies teach you some game as well. But if you're hopeless at game, then pay to play is an option. What are your thoughts on this?
No, I don't think that. Like prostitutes or like pay for sex. That's not a substitution for like real human connection. Yeah.
Okay. Number 20. Destiny, are you ready to admit that you would not be interested in working out now if it wasn't for your wife convincing you to join her at the gym?
I don't think she ever did convince me. I don't think she ever cared much. Being able to do so, here's something that I feel very strongly about. Having people around you to reinforce good habits is probably one of the most important parts of having a good habit. So like, I've always wanted to get into working out, and I kind of like started stop a lot in the past, but having somebody that's actively working out makes it easier to do it. The easiest like counterexample to this is if you've ever tried, there's two big ones. If you've ever tried to quit drugs and you still hang around with friends that do drugs, you'll never quit.
It's going to be hard to do it.
No,
yeah.
no, it won't be hard. It will be impossible. You will always fail. Don't even waste your time. Just go back to meth. Okay, pick up the pipe because you're fucked. Same thing with like if you're trying to lose weight and you have like a partner that like bakes and stuff all the time, you're fucked. You're never gonna do it. Don't even bother wasting time. Just like learn how to live as a fat person. Pick out your wheelchair right now because you're fucked. You're never gonna make it. So yeah, I think that like like Melina being like a gym going person is like somebody that very easily like reinforces that habit. So it's a lot easier with her to do that. Yeah.
Okay. What does it take to date an e-girl?
I don't know. Be a fuck boy. I don't know. It probably depends on what kind of e-girl you're trying to date. I mean, if you're like me and you're like an e-boy, then I mean it's pretty easy because your lives kind of line up and everything. If you're just like a stranger on the outside, you're probably never gonna get in there. It's almost impossible to do it at that point. It's difficult because our lives are so much different from the norm that a lot of people just can't relate. Like I find that like when I'm talking to people who have very online lives, especially women, usually the thing that we relate over the most is that I have a really good understanding of how crazy their lives are, and that's something that's very rare. Like most men just won't have any fucking idea like the level of bullshit they put up with. So if you're a normal person, it's just, and also this kind of sucks. I used to think that like celebrities were really big elitists and shit. I used to, oh yeah, you'll never blah 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 date a normal person. You think you're better than everyone, but it's not that. It's just that like normal people have no insight into like the crazy things that happen in this world, and then you always kind of look at people a little weird because you don't know who's trying to like use you or fuck with you.
True. Yeah. Okay. For men isolated in today's climate, what would be the next best way to meet women other than work or school?
For men isolated in today's climate, I don't know. I truly don't know. That's it's such a hard one.
He told me to press you on this one because I guess he asked you this in the chat. And
well, it's not like I'm going to invent an answer because you pressure me. I truly don't know where I would meet people. Like pick a hobby, I guess, and see people that do your hobbies. So like if you play like Magic, you go to Magic tournaments. If you do models, go to model conventions or something, maybe something like that. But I mean, I've been a very online person since I was like 12 years old. So, or start learning how to play the dating app game. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's a long one. I'm a virgin and I'm 28 years old. It's a long story how I got this way, but I'll spare you the details. I'm currently dating a girl I really like for 2 weeks. We make out a lot. He put a lot in capital letters. But I always stop it before it goes any further. I do this because I'm scared that I will disappoint her sexually due to my inexperience, and I lie to her about my sexual past. On our first date, I told her that I'm single because my last girlfriend went psycho on me after I broke up with her because the sex was so good.
This guy
Didn't say Simon Says.
Like depending on what state you live in, go to the closest gun store, buy a handgun, and just end it all because you just fucked yourself so hard, and you're actually so fucking stupid.
I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm so sorry.
You should be laughing at that guy.
I can't live up to this fiction. Not yet, anyway. My brother wants me to go to a brothel. My best friend wants me to come clean to her. Help me fix this without losing face. What should I do?
I don't like once you've told that many lies, like you fucked yourself.
Yeah, you did actually. I can't.
I don't like your best bet at this point would be to like sit her down and have an honest talk with her, and then like get all your cards out on the table. Chances are she won't care that much. Well, she might care that you lied to her. But
Yeah, you lied to her.
yeah, I don't know how.
But I don't think this is breakup information. I don't think so.
Yeah, but the lying might be the big part. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, you're just a dumb fuck. So I don't know.
That's so mean. He can't help but being a
dumb fuck.
Yeah, I think he's just, I don't know. Men brag sexually, but I don't think you should have bragged to her about a lie. You know, when men lie to each other, you know what I'm saying, and in male spaces, you know, they talk about the women they didn't get and the sex they didn't have, you know what I'm saying, and how much they made her, like, what they say, blew her back out and all this other stuff. But to lie to a woman about that, that's just silly.
Well, especially one that you're fucking dating. Like, why would you be
right.
That's like a guy with a 4-inch dick saying he's got like a 12-inch dick to a girl over and over and over
again.
Right.
Oh yeah, good analogy. Yeah, good comparison. I agree with that. Yeah. All right.
Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry. I have a virgin in chat. Here, honesty is the worst idea. How can Destiny be consistently wrong on this? If you are a virgin at 28, you're not going to pick up the prerequisite experience needed to blow the back out of whatever girl you're dating. So you can't. So you have to be honest. You're not going to be able to live up to that lie. So you're dead wrong. Okay.
Okay. All right. Is it ever possible for a guy who doesn't stream to date a cam girl without dropping huge donos?
It's going to be really, 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 really hard because of everything that I said prior to this. You're in a totally different world. It's like streamers tend to be with streamers. Famous people tend to hook up with famous. Like, it's just that it is what it is because there's so much shared overlapping interest there.
Okay. Remember when I said, hey, should I clear this with you? And you're like, you don't care. And this is the question I wanted to clear with you. Because I didn't know this. So I'm assuming this is true. So here's the question. Would women still date you, Destiny, if you didn't put your social media links in your dating bio? Do you do that? You put all your...
Yeah, so this is like, people ask this question a lot. It's a really stupid question. So people will say things like, do you think that women would date you if you weren't a famous streamer or something like that? Or do you think people would hit you up if you weren't a famous streamer? Like, here's the reality. I've spent the past 12 years of my life building out this career. So, like, why would I present myself to somebody absent that? Because I've spent so much time on this, you know? Like, let's say instead I could have been like a lawyer or probably not a doctor, but some other, like an engineer or something. I would obviously say like, oh yeah, this is my profession. Like, I work at a mechanical engineer at like fucking Boeing or some shit. Or I do this or that or whatever. Like, of course I'm going to talk about my job. When people try to do this thing, it's like, well, if you don't talk about the thing that you spent the past 12 years of your life building that you're incredibly successful at, I don't think anybody would like you. Yeah, no shit they wouldn't like me because I'd just be a random 33-year-old fucking loser that can't talk about his job. Like, what am I supposed to say? So yeah, I'm sure that like my job or whatever is something that draws people to me. But I mean, it should, right? Like, I'm pretty successful in a pretty cutthroat industry and I've been doing it for 12 years, you know? That's like saying like, that's like talking to like a doctor or a lawyer and be like, I don't think a girl would fuck you if you weren't a doctor. It's like, dude, this guy like busted his ass for 15 years through fucking pre-med, med school, residency, and now works at a hospital. Like, yeah, of course, you know, that's going to be attractive to some people. And I think it should be. I think that's fine.
But you don't care. And I think this is what I heard. You don't care if women only pursue you because of your status online.
I mean, it's probably not gonna last very long. I mean, if it's just a fuck, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, it's just sex, right? But I mean, like, if somebody's trying to like use you for fame, yeah, actually, even that I don't care. If you want to use me for a host and you want to fuck me for it, I'm okay.
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
what I thought. That's what I heard you say that, and I was like, I don't understand that. Why don't you care about being used?
Yeah, well, because we're both getting something out of it, right? Like, if some girl is like, listen, I'm gonna fuck you so that you like host my streamer,
I don't
like,
even
okay,
know
fine,
why
that's cool.
I asked you that question. You still would have sex with Bad Bunny. I'm sorry, I take that back. You know what I'm saying? Forget it.
Hold on. This is before she was a communist, okay? It was different, okay?
Right. Okay.
Not that I wouldn't fuck a communist if you were thinking about messing with us. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Where was that? Oh, okay. So this is the last question.
Yeah, what's up?
So you still would have sex with her though, right?
Today?
Yes, today. Because the last time I asked you, you said yes, and I was
It would
so
depend
shocked by
on.
that.
It would depend on. It would depend on. I like crazy girls. Okay, I like sex. What do you want me to say? Okay.
Gosh, dude.
I think that this might be a difference between. It might be me because I'm fucking Coomer brained, or it might be a difference between men and women. I've noticed that I think that there is emotionally, spiritually, or functionally, there's something different between taking something into your body versus putting something into somebody else's body. And I feel that women have a general feeling that when somebody fucks you, you're letting somebody do something to you. And that feeling emotionally is probably a bit different than a guy who's doing something to somebody else. So for women, when you ask me that question, would you still fuck this person? I think in your mind, this is just a guess. I don't know what's in your mind, right? You can tell me, right? But I feel like in your mind, women tend to view sex as a thing that they let other people do to them. So there's a buy-in there. I trust you enough, or I like you enough to do this. But for guys, it's something that you do to somebody else. So it the feeling is a little bit more emotionally externalized.
Okay.
Yeah, and you don't have that same feeling yeah, of course I'd fuck a random person, who cares? And when a woman hears it, it's wait, you would trust a random person enough to let them inside of you doing that? But for the guys, it's well, no, it's something I'm doing to another person. It'd be like punching a random person, who cares? Does that make sense?
Yes, it
Okay.
makes sense.
Gotcha.
Yes. All right. I think we're on our last question. It has two parts. If you were to design a Tinder profile in a conservative area, what would it say? And then the second one is, if you were to design a Tinder profile in a liberal area, what would it say?
Putting the political shit in your profile is fucking cringe. If I was designing a good Tinder profile, I'd probably ask a friend girl that's on Tinder a lot, what do you look for? And then I would just go by their recommendations. If you've got friends that are girls, asking them how to design the profile is probably going to be your best bet. But the idea that because no offense, I've been on Tinder a lot, and I haven't done Miami yet, but in LA and shit, every motherfucker had Marxist, socialist, anarchist. There were a ton of girls with this shit in their profile. I seriously doubt that's going to be the differentiator between if a girl chooses you or not. Oh my God, this guy has Marxist in his profile. I'm totally going with that dude. That's never happening, Chief.
Wouldn't men who, and I'm just guessing because I don't know, men who are right wing or conservative would be thankful that those women would put, or are they like you? They don't care. She could be a daggone.
I don't think people.
She could be a Stalinist and still he'll be well, it's a hit. So
yeah, this is something I've learned quite a bit about over the past while. Is that I think that people. I used to believe this more, that people's political beliefs were really important. But I think that's because I identify strongly with my political beliefs, and I think that they come out in different ways in different people. I think that. Let me back up. I think it's more important to find out how a person treats you interpersonally or treats other people interpersonally than what their political beliefs are. I've met a lot of dog shit fucking human beings that are progressive and tolerant and love everybody and blah, blah, blah. But no, they're not. They're fucking assholes in their personal life. These are subhuman, filthy, cretin fucks, okay? So at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what your political views are. What I care about is how do you treat me? How do you treat the people around you? I think that's going to be way more important. So I think it's possible you can get along with people that have way, way, way different political views of you, just depending on how they treat people. And just because somebody has some political view that lines up with yours doesn't mean fuck all. There's a lot of progressives that are fucking loser pieces of shit, and there's a lot of conservatives that put about how much they like family values and they respect blah blah blah, who treat women like fucking garbage as well, schizoid men that have no fucking idea how to treat other human beings or have an emotional connection with somebody, or not just be this caricature of a sigma alpha male and act like an ass all the time. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's important to meet somebody, figure out how they act, and then go from there. Don't try to filter people based on their political views. That's not going to tell you anything about the person.
Okay. All right, I agree with that. So that covers both of those questions, actually. Okay. All right. That concludes the question. What did you think about it so far? So it was way more questions this time than, but there were more from men than women. And I get in all honesty, that's because I kept going into your chat, which was wild.
Nice job.
All right, hold on a second before we finish signing off. All right, guys. So that concludes today's Q&A, relationship-wise, with Stephen Bunnell II.
That's right.
Okay. So we'll see you guys again on the next round. I don't know when that will be, but I'll let you know ahead of time. All right. Later, Tater. Say bye, Stephen.
Bye, Stephen.
You do that every time.
It's my dad jokes coming out, you know.
Okay. I want to clear something up, guys.
Yeah, clear it up.
When it comes to me and Steven, I do shit behind the scenes because I am not hey, look at me. Oh, let me get on. I'm not, hold on. Before I say this, I am not saying that people who do this are
you
bad
did just
or
kind
whatever.
of say it. You kind of did say
No,
it.
I didn't. No, I'm saying that because I'm private, and the way he and I talk to each other behind the scenes, I don't want that filtered because I'm in front of a camera. All right.
True.
So
I could never use that many N-words on stream. You know what I mean?
True, actually.
No,
And
not
so
true. Actually, stop. Slow down.
So it's like the thing about it is I'm not that type of person. I'm very, very private. When it comes to my friendships, my relationships, a lot of that, I don't feel that if I may every now and then, if somebody comes around and say, hey, I haven't seen Trey in a while, I'll every now and then say, Steven, I want to come and talk to you online. And that's probably once a year I'll do that. Like when he's streaming, I want to come in there. That's when I left, when he said, I didn't leave because of that, but I was like, when he was saying that he would still do Bad Bunny. But now that he explained the difference between how women view sex versus men view sex, I totally get it now. So, I don't think that you are, a hoe who has no morals
I am a hoe with no
whatsoever.
morals whatsoever. I'm literally an atheist, okay? That is me. But I'm just saying it's probably a little easier for men to be hoes because of the different actual physiological approaches to sex. It feels a little bit different, you know?
Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's the only reason. So I'm just the kind of person who's pretty private. I just don't like to be in front of camera, and I like to say whatever I want to say without being, without worrying about, oh my God, am I going to get him in trouble for saying this, or am I going to get him in, that's that. So there. All right. So okay, I will. I guess I'll talk to you behind the scenes next time.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
Okay.
hey, be careful. Stay safe, buddy.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. So let's see.
Wow. Got it on Shinjo Abe's. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Assassination yet? No, I haven't. It seems pretty crazy though. The dude made a The dude made a homemade pipe shotgun. Abe. It was wild. Holy shit. How is filtering your matches through political opinions cringe? Seems like a good way to avoid toxicity. Absolutely not. There is no filtering of toxicity because of political opinion differences. What do you think you're filtering there? Absolutely not. I'm telling you, you're not. You know how many, most of the dog shit human beings I've met, like bad people that I've met in my life, have been progressive so far. Now that's not because conservatives aren't bad people, but just because if you look at like the amount of people that I've met that are progressives, like most of the progressive men are bad people. They're just like, they're not good people. They're not. They're bad friends. They're bad people. They don't live their values. They don't like, yeah. He had a 9-barrel and a 5-barrel electrically activated pipe shotgun at home. Jesus. Isn't it possible for arguments to be more common if you have differing political opinions? I guess, and like maybe some people view it differently. I don't know. I kind of like that. I like being able to argue with my partner about things. I think it's better than just circle jerking all the time. I feel like that's not that uncommon either. I'll hear about a lot of people who have parents where like one parent is like super political and the other one like isn't as much. Have you seen all the people celebrating and defending his assassination? No, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It's probably like all political leaders are bad. Everybody's imperialist. Japan's an ally of the United States. I'm sure he's probably said something like either transphobic or racist or something. You know, what are you going to do? Wait, wasn't he the first? Am I wrong? Was he the first like Japanese like PM or something or whatever to actually formally apologize for Japanese war crimes? Am I wrong on that, or? It was kind of racist a while ago, or not, I'm sorry, not racist. It was kind of a big deal a while ago, within the past 10 years or something, that, that like the Japanese like PM or for the first time apologized for some shit or something, I don't know. I completely disagree. It's one thing to disagree on tax policy, another thing to disagree about whether minorities or women don't deserve human rights. I don't know. Honest to God, I feel like, I might just be on some wild shit. I don't know anymore about anything. I feel like most people actually agree on most things. I actually do. I feel like most people at the end of the day agree on most things. But I think that the way that our disagreements come out make it seem like we have like wildly different views on things, when I don't know if that's the case all the time. But who knows? I've thought about this a lot more as I like as I try to steelman conservative positions about like family values, and I always forget that like I know more about this than 99% of like the red pill traditional value people. For some reason I forget this. I don't know why, but I've been reminded more as I've like listened to these dipshits talk and listen to how they view relationships. So like, actually, you have no idea what traditional relationships are supposed to look like. And the thing that I can think of the most, and I only like relearned this about myself while trying to like steelman like weird red pillar positions. Like when it comes to the difference between men and women, tradcon people, or at least the ones online, are like very, very quick to point out that like men are better than women at these things, and men are better than women for this, and like men are better than women at this, and this is why women should do that, and blah 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 blah. That, and some people might try to be like, well, no, they don't mean that, blah blah blah. That is the way that it feels sometimes. It feels incredibly vitriolic, the way that it's presented. But like in like traditional relationships, it's not supposed to be. It's not that somebody's better or worse than somebody else. It's that different people are suited to different tasks, but there's like an equal level of respect between both partners. And I don't see that. I feel like I don't see that in a lot of like people that advocate for tradcon shit. Like there seems to be some level of vitriol or aggressiveness towards women when there's supposed to be an incredibly big level of respect, and it's not there. Even if the woman is like the caretaker, she's still like the master of the household, makes decisions related to that, and like things that don't fall within like what the man is normally dealing with. But yeah, but I feel like when you view things that way, and then you look at like how progressives want to do, like there's the difference is not as big as some people think there is. But I don't know. This is my feeling. Who the fuck knows? Do you think you have to disclose how many people you have had sexual experience with? I mean, you probably should. The The thing is, my answer is going to be I don't care. So therefore, I'm going to say like I don't think it matters that much. But obviously, if you do care a lot, then it probably does matter a lot. So I don't know. I don't know. What about those of us who avoid any political discourse altogether? So a lot of people do that. Like I've met a lot of like.
Oh shit. Does this count as masturbation?
Nice. I don't know if this is the case everywhere or people have different like Tinder experiences than I do or whatever. But I met a lot of girls on like Tinder and shit when I was in California who would say things like very staunchly like I am I'm a Marxist or I'm a whatever and this is important to me and blah blah blah, and they'll say shit like this, but then like when you actually start talking to them and shit, they don't actually feel anywhere near as strongly about these things as they say they do. You know, like they'll have their like you know, what they say is their like super big political opinions on these things, but at the end of the day, it's just like it's an aesthetic. Or even look at like Lumiru, right? Who's like the archetypal like fucking SJW. Like she tries to like laugh it off on stream and shit, or they try to like laugh it off on stream and shit, but they'll match with like the alpha chads on fucking Tinder, you know, to see if they can hook up or not, you know. So it's like, yeah, I don't think people care about that political shit anywhere near as much as they say they do. Some do, but I think that's the exception, not the norm. How far over? Is it really only that far over? Shouldn't you take people at their word, though? Even if you're Mr. Girl that thinks they know better themselves. I don't know. There are some things that I've just learned to ignore on Tinder. Girls that say they don't fuck on the first date are almost usually lying, but they put it because they don't want to seem like they sleep around a lot. And then political beliefs are usually like people don't feel anywhere near as strongly as they pretend they do about them. Those are like just trends. But I mean, like if I meet somebody in real life and they tell me like, no, this is really important, I'm not gonna like sit there and be like, I don't think it is important actually. I'm gonna tell you, like I'm not gonna do that. But I mean, like I think that people but I can go the opposite way and say guys do it too. I've heard of this a lot. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard a lot that guys will lie about political beliefs to try to fuck girls. That guys will put shit like, oh yeah, like super left leaning, loved Bernie Sanders, supported him hardcore, but they don't give a fuck about that. They're just saying what they think they need to say to fuck a girl. So I mean, like that's probably true too on the other end. Obama did that? Oh, he might have said he did that, yeah. Wait, what am I supposed to get here? Is the left like, is this like no makeup or just like foundation and this is like heavier makeup? She looks super good in both of these pictures. Wait, what was this linked with? Absolutely and utterly bogged. Wait, I don't get it. What are we? It's plastic surgery. They're two different people. Oh, I have no idea. They look the same to me. Her nose, her cheekbones. I think it's a little hard to tell with the lighting, no? Maybe, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Like, these two pictures are lit totally differently. Wait, are they really different people? The nose. Look at the outline of the cheekbones. Can you tell the outlines that much? Because like a big part of like the like makeup shit, like your foundation and your bronzer and all that shit are like contouring and stuff too, right? I have no idea. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be able to pick out the difference. My horny ass could not live next to the man with the yellow hat. What does that mean? Man, wears a raincoat. The owner of George the Monkey. Curious George. Okay. What does Merrick mean here? Comment section. Him picking that Dumbledore quote when the reason we aren't friends is because I challenged not even him, but his fans and people responding to him. He was horrible to me in response multiple times is hilarious. Are you serious? The reason why I don't like Merrick is because she's a backstabbing, snaky fucking piece of shit that will run around and spread the most vile, horrible fucking rumors about my fan base and give me the least charitable interpretation possibly on every single fucking thing I tweet. Are you serious? What a dumb fucking quote. It's also extra stupid because, like, I can't have this. I hate this. This is like, it's the one thing that I can't have. I would love nothing more than people that want to come on our stream that are friends that will argue or fight with me. These are like the most fun. This is why I like Lauren so much. Or even Fuentes, although we haven't fought as much. Having somebody that can come on stream. Or Richard Lewis was a really good one until he tried to get me banned from Twitch. Or Haas was kind of fun. Vosh was a lot of fun for this. Having like friends in my circle that I can bring on and like argue with is actually super fun for me. I really enjoy that. Pisco is a really good example of that too. Yeah, wait, I have so many people that I'll do this with. I super enjoy these conversations. They're a lot of fun for me. I don't mind like I'm not gonna say I don't mind. I super
Keep
enjoy
hating
it
your life, then.
when I
Working
have
class Andy.
friends. X Skills Me was another one is too. People that will come on my stream and argue with me or fight with things. It's like super fun.
Start up with the Xanderhal drama, Nomi. I only have limited time
I'm waiting
today.
for him to do a live stream. Richard Lewis is cool now. He's cool now, and I'm cooler towards him as well. To be fair, we were both pretty not cool towards each other, but you want to come on stream and talk about it? I'm sure you'll definitely have more information, access to DMs than I do. What does she think is in our DMs that would like expose me? What did we talk about last? She usually is like friendly-ish in DMs, and I'm friendly-ish in DMs. But I just feel like when she tweets about me, it's like some unhinged shit all the time. Why does she think our relationship, quote unquote, went south? Does she think I would nuke? Like, I think she's reasonably attractive. We had some kind of thing, and it's fun to argue with people. Like, why would I nuke that connection? Like, why would I be the one to do it? Like, it doesn't make sense. Because you disagreed with her? But I don't ever nuke friendships or relationships with people that I disagree with. What is this? As I understand it, Vosh saw Destiny as a content creator he wanted to follow, and whom he later teamed up with for some debates and argued against in other debates, and maybe even had a meal or two with when they'd be in the same conventions or whatever. But Vosh never fell for the parasocial illusion that he and Destiny were friends. What do you think parasocial means? I wish that that word, whoever introduced the word parasocial to the discourse, like, did a disservice. Like, that's not parasocial. That's social. We knew each other in real life, and we actually talked to each other on stream for over a decade. That's not parasocial. That's just a thing. That's a real thing. What the fuck? Jesus. I'm trying to imagine some girl like dumping her boyfriend, and the guy's like, but our time together was so important to me and I loved you. And it's like, you didn't love me. We only knew each other in high school. I'm not gonna fall for that parasocial bullshit. Like, what do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Dad, where'd you go? Not your real dad. You've been my stepdad since I was 3. That's a parasocial relationship. You're not gonna trap me with that bullshit.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I do.
The greatest trick Destiny ever played was convincing the world he didn't invent the word parasocial.
Why are people saying I'm removing the water, putting slabs? Shut up! If you're a Minecraft noob, don't try to correct me on anything ever, okay? Get out of here. Don't talk to me. I don't really understand the argument from Cedar. Like, obviously, if you don't need to answer the constitutional question, you should answer the statutory one, but that's not why people are mad at since United and Destiny's running. No, everything Cedar brought up. Cedar was a 9-year-old in that conversation who desperately wanted to show off. He probably went and he read a whole bunch of shit right before talking to me, and he's like, what about this and that 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 and that? Because if I were to ask someone in chat, what do me and Sam Cedar disagree about on Citizens United? No one could answer that because we didn't actually argue or even talk about it at all. It was just Sam was like really hyped up and excited to show me every factoid that he'd looked up or had ever learned in his life about Citizens United. Like, it was God, I wish I would have went harder on the Rittenhouse part of that conversation, but whatever. Maybe I shouldn't have called him a 9-year-old. Fuck. Okay, polished. And then from polished to brick. Wait. Tile slab. And then from brick to tiles. I don't like this building sequence in Minecraft. The making one thing into the next thing and the next thing, the next thing, and then doing that. It seems kind of lazy or weird. I don't like it. Or maybe they just gave up. Use a stone cutter. Oh shit. How often do you think people still message like Notch for like, why don't you do this on Minecraft? I still get the occasional email, maybe once every few months, of somebody asking me to fix or do something with their Destiny account.
Chad, don't leave me.
I am sorry. Sorry, Bob. It is just not working out between us.
But I love you.
No, you don't love me, you parasocial soy sponge.
God, this sucks. I need something to cure my depression.
Oh, but I'm not.
Good job. Watching the movie Waiting yesterday, I didn't miss wrote the dialogue for this movie.
Hey there, Natasha. How's my favorite miner doing today?
Hungover. I got so shitty last night.
On a school night? Kids today. I must say there is nothing more attractive than tainted youth. Yes, I am indeed a pervert. Does that offend you?
Nope. I think that most tainted youths end up being perverts.
Good answer.
Oh, and Monty, just so you know, I'm only a minor for another week. I turn 18 on Wednesday.
Well, then I guess I better hurry up then. I don't have much time.
What is this movie? What?
Hey, Dan. Hey, Monty. How you doing? Good. So, what do you think of Natasha? I think she's illegal. Yeah, I've made peace with that. Seriously, look at her. You know that she has that Scooby-Doo tongue.
Actually, rape.
On the other hand, maybe she is too young.
Oh, like that's ever stopped you before?
You know what? That is a very, very good point.
Jesus
And I'm
Christ.
convinced Natasha will be mine. Thanks for the advice, buddy.
Hey, anytime.
You see, I don't work within the exact boundaries of the law because I wasn't consulted when the goddamn laws were made. No, instead, nameless, faceless politicians, the so-called protectors of the moral majority, decide what is right and what is wrong. I mean, come on! I govern my life around my own personal code of ethics, and I suggest that you do the same. That way, if, within the constructs of my own morality, I were to do something that was considered illegal, so be it. I feel no guilt whatsoever, and furthermore, if I were to buckle under the social weight of the system by adhering to laws that I do not truly believe in, then I would be extinguishing the very fire of patriotism and individuality. So, whew, in a sense, by having sex with Natasha, I'd be preserving the rights our forefathers fought and died for. Right? Well, I guess, it was a rhetorical question. Okay, so,
I just sat you. You're gonna love them.
Hey there, ladies. My name is Monty.
Okay. I just did my manifesto. I don't need clips of me watching this shit right now, okay? Jesus. What are your thoughts on Dune again? Watched it last night. It sucked ass. It did suck ass.
Keep hating your life then, working class
Boring,
Andy.
boring, shit, boring movie.
Wait a minute. Is this a school zone?
Whoa, banned meme alert. Nevicar, you better hope you got your tier 4 sub one for that one, where the bear is gonna get you. Oh, dude, I hurt. Let me get a Red Bull 1 sec. Have you watched Shutter Island? Yeah, it's a decent movie.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You have the exact time and place.
My impression of Destiny during a debate.
Hey, buddy, how are you doing? Oh man, this food is good. Asterisk, mutes Mike asterisk. This guy, the schizo asterisk, unmutes Mike asterisk. Asterisk, insert rape analogy, asterisk, neck S. V.
Okay, guys, listen. I love trans women, okay? But trans women do not have periods. Please stop saying this shit on Twitter. It is so stupid. Please stop. Don't do this.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
True. Okay.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not there is a war on men, and we are starting right now.
3 hours and 40 minutes. Is there a war on, man? This sounds like not a...
So fucking fine. You know I'll be all up in that shit. Give her the bowling ball grip. 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
Nick, T-Dog, you guys are so one-dimensional.
No, fuck you, Whitey.
Hey, Floyd, make sure there's no bacon on the chef's salad. It's against the religion, all right?
Gift master, right away, master.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
No bacon. Oh, no, no, oh, no, no. Please. Oh, no.
Does this look good, Steven?
Yeah, I'm really good. Hold still. You're my good little tracer.
Ah! Ow! Ow! Ag! Ow! 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 Ag! Ow! 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 Ag! Ow! Ow!
Nice. It's more funny when you add the same thing 50 million times. How can you miss the point so hard? I knew this would be one of the responses. The cringiest part is when he starts listing off all the things he's done for people. I don't know what he expects for people to praise him for not being completely selfish. It says a lot about you as a person when you keep a list of what you've done for people, at the same time not acknowledging why those same people don't like you anymore. What did I ever do to, like, any of these people? Besides, like, blow them up online over, like, political shit. Like, but I guess for some people that's enough to, like... And I didn't even blow up some of these people either. I don't think I ever attacked Lumi. I never attacked Bad Bunny. I never attacked a lot of these people either. They just... What's so amazing... I can't read these comments. I'm going to lose faith in mankind. What's so amazing about Steven's not at all worrying manifesto is how he consistently pits himself as this poor, put upon underdog victim.
What is this sound effect spam tryhard bullshit? We must reject modernity, return to tradition.
These poor put upon underdog victim to people with platforms and fractions of his. I didn't say I was an underdog. I literally end my thing saying I'm incredibly blessed to do what I do. I literally put it in there. Was there no point in even adding this shit? These dastardly left people just continue being oh so mean to him. I like how you say, oh so mean. People will say that I play the victim. Like, okay, Destiny, somebody fucking sends you a DM about how they want to blow the asshole up of your 8-year-old son. Wow, people are so mean to you. Meanwhile, I'll quote a trans person and they'll be like, you're actually stage 1 of the trans genocide, Destiny. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, come on, dude. Get fucking real. The most harassment these people ever get are a few more fucking DMs on Twitter. Steven's too narcissistic to consider the fact that he's just not a very good friend to the people he actually tries to connect with. If he didn't command any army of malicious trolls, I'd be more sympathetic. Yeah, okay, dude. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone listening to you call this dope person it.
Keep hating your
Oh,
life then,
jeez.
working class Andy.
Hold on, more donos.
Computer, tell me how many sexual partners I've had.
Certainly. Calculating now. Critical error. Number is too large.
Nice, well, yeah.
Yeah, because I fucked all your moms. Good one. The panel is falling for ontological evil, punching up a frame of analysis, especially the defensive death threats you guys are literally making his point. Unfortunately, Desi has outmodeled you people with his manifesto. Nice try, though. Edit. Sorry, guys, it was a bit harsh my initial assessment. I was only halfway through. The discussion at the end is pretty insightful, and Sonny has positioned himself uniquely in the space. Okay. The poll guy wants to talk to me. Yeah, so I want to talk to him, but I'm trying to be really prepared for every conversation I have now. Every conversation I have, I want to be prepared for it. That's with the Cedar thing. That's why I had written out notes and everything too. I want to have some notes for all of my conversations so that I can keep track of broader macro convos better. What is the narrative that I'm kind of looking to push? I got a really good email from a trans woman in her 30s. It was super interesting, and she sent me a lot of stuff to read. Not a lot, but a decent amount. And I kind of want to read through this before I talk with him. I'm not going to be able to read all of this first. But one of the, I guess I can read just her email. I won't read all the things she's attached, but. Hi, I'm a trans woman in her 30s. I've gone back and forth on how I feel about your trans takes with a lot of general agreement and shared frustration with current trans spaces online, but there's an angle that I think would help you give more context to the fact that queer theory understandings of gender have not been uncritically welcomed by transgender people who are left-leaning, and this goes back to the origins of queer theory. I don't expect you to read even the very short writings, although any one of these short ones can give you a wealth of context on this history, although paired with tons of annoying academic leftist writing. But it's important to know that queer theory understandings of gender are not the exclusive position in academic spaces amongst even LGBTQ+ leftist scholars. The immediate example is Judith Butler's use of a real trans woman from a documentary to make her point about how gender is performative, criticizing this woman for wanting things like a suburban home and normal family because she reinforces traditional gender notions, or traditional notions of gender rather than challenging it, which Butler thinks she must be doing. Note that the same documentary reveals that she was murdered by a John. She was a survival sex worker, possibly for being trans. Butler was regularly criticized for using a trans woman's hopes, which came from a highly marginalized position, a Hispanic, Latina, trans street sex worker in the 80s, to claim that being trans is about transgressive. To claim being trans is about being transgressive in a fundamental way. Two major critiques of her perspective came in the 1990s by a trans man and a woman working with trans sex workers. Both challenged queer understandings of gender, particularly on the grounds that for trans people, there is something real about their gender, something beyond construction, something essential to their desire, not to be read as performing womanhood like all women do, which is to say, reflecting contemporary understandings of a woman is anyone who we call a woman, but an actual woman. I've included a key excerpt from Prosser's book. A telling description of Prosser's book from an article written within the past few years. In fact, she's laying the groundwork for the long-standing intellectual, this is a quote, in fact, she's laying the groundwork for the long-standing intellectual move in which the trans person, just through the act of existing, becomes a kind of living incubator for other people's theories of gender. J. Prosser, 1998, warned us about this in the late 90s. No one listened. And then she attaches a source for another paper to read, but I've attached several resources here besides the two mentioned, and they're all short in these spaces, in some cases explicitly by trans women of color, and noting a decades-long rejection of trans people's self-knowledge of gender as a real thing, and not just a construct of performance, by queer theorists in a way that trans people have challenged. This is all to say the contemporary discourse that queer understandings of gender as purely constructed / arbitrary are the only queer understandings is itself a lie. Not only are there tons of ways to understand gender besides as raw constructs, there is not even academic consensus among people generally called gender or queer theorists, not even among trans queer theorists of color. Wait, why did a creeper appear here?
You have the exact time and place.
There is a fundamental lie, I think, in how leftists depict conversations about gender and sex in humanist academic spaces, and that lie has been part of a longer process of denying transgender people's self-understandings while using our stories and identities to uphold their theories of gender, even when transgender people continually reject them. I thought this might be useful to your historical understanding of how queer theory understandings of gender, in part, became normalized as the only leftist / queer way to understand the topic. Mind you, I'm not even a transmedicalist per se, yet I get called transphobic or told I don't understand queer understandings of gender in chats if I challenge the contemporary conversations around gender. I hate people claiming I'm coming from a place of ignorance when, in truth, I'm aware of some essential piece of literature that challenge it. I thought that was interesting. But the frustrating thing is, I'm pretty sure what that Pearl Brain guy is going to argue, because I think you need some dysphoria to be trans. I'm pretty sure that what he's going to do is he's going to say, well, look at what the APA says. They say it's not important. And he's just going to throw that one sentence on the APA at me for like a however many minute conversation is what it's going to be. I could appeal to the ridiculousness of relying on only the APA's opinion here, given that the APA in the last version of the DSM literally said that being trans is a mental illness, full stop, I think. But what do the buttons on the ice here do? Don't you think a trans person without dysphoria would just detransition anyway? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what. No. It prevents the spawning of mobs. Okay. Does that mean you are a true scum? I think so. True scum or a transmedicalist or something. How do you feel about the overwhelming majority of the field of psychology being cis women? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Probably not a good thing. Because you're probably going to get, like, just how we need women in some male-dominated space. You probably need more men in women-dominated spaces. It reminds me of, I think I've brought this up a few times on stream, but like, people will tell you that like psychology is incredibly valuable because it lets us study the mind of like the 18 to 24-year-old white affluent college student because of like how much psych research starts and sometimes ends with massive surveys of college students at college campuses because that's where it's easiest to like survey people. Yeah, it's an interesting point. Oh, yeah, it's the weird demographics. Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. Destiny, can you replant below? Why? I didn't unplant these. You're gonna continue with your OSRS Iron Man? No, I'm a Malvor player now. Destiny, stop saying this dumb shit that you're a transmedicalist. I don't know if you need me to write you a long email where I pretend to be a trans person or something, but you're falling into a trap label by what crazy trans people call you and the ambiguity of the word dysphoria. I'm taking it back. Just like Porch. No. Maybe, I don't know. A few of the trans people that emailed me said that they considered themselves like trans medicalists or true scum. I don't know if those labels are escapable because like if I go into a conversation with like the activist trans person, I say no, I wouldn't say I'm like a trans medicalist, and they're like, oh, well, do you think that not everybody can be trans? Do you think that it's like, yeah, probably. Okay, you are a trans medicalist. You're just lying and hiding it. So I feel like I'd rather just own the label. Yeah, fuck it, I'm a trans medicalist. Sure, call me that, and then we can talk from there. I don't think I could ever do. I don't even know if I could say the joke. If I can't, I really want to get into a fight with a black person online, and we just go back and forth on Twitter, and it's pretty clear we're never going to agree. And then at some point I tweet out, you know what? Actually, hold on. And then my next tweet is like, fuck you, N-word. But it's a code tweet with like 2 mad. So technically it's okay. But I'm pretty sure that would just be way too fucking edgy. I don't think I could ever do that. I think it'd be too much. But it would be a talked about tweet. It would be a talked about tweet. Jesus. It would be too close. There were also like, I had like 2 or 3 like really good tweets yesterday. Did I ever say any of these? What I wanted to tweet yesterday? One was gonna be because my shotgun finally came in. I think the first one was going to be, what was it? It was like, noticed a lot of you guys making fun of my manifesto yesterday. And then a picture of my new shotgun. And then the second one that I considered was going to be, everybody saying my manifesto sucked, but they haven't seen chapter 6 yet. And then a picture of my shotgun. But I'm pretty sure either of those would have gotten me instantly permabanned. So I don't think it would have been worth it. Because of the mass shootings, everything that's happened recently. Damn. How's this guy's shit fucking glowing? Oh, this motherfucker's selling mending. Do we have a lot of emeralds somewhere? Why did I have a lot of emeralds in my other Minecraft server? Oh, because you can sell things to villagers for emeralds. Wait, why are you supposed to close the door when you're done? Baby zombies. Gotcha. God, what was the last server I played on with... Was it Mr. Mooten or with Jade? Where you, I had every villager with every good enchant, but it was a nightmare getting them all. Oh my god.
Obama.
Have there been any mass shootings with shotguns? I don't think so. Oh, I will say...
it's because of the implication.
True. I don't know if this is soy or what, but I really do feel like one of the coolest parts of like firearms is reloading. I don't know why. I always said that's why I like that the Mosin Nagant so much. There's just something real cool about cranking back the bolt, and like having the fucking shit flat is like awesome. This shotgun that I just got is the first. I believe I think it's called a break action, where you break it in half basically. And you put shells in. Fuck, it looks so cool.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Philosophy is astrology for boys.
True. Not reloading your shotgun like the Terminator? I think it might be technically possible, but kind of dangerous and not a good idea. The fuck? You can do flips? Is there any influence from video games for your love of guns? Yeah, I mean, I bought the Mosin gun because of DayZ. I bought the Glock just because I think everybody says like Glocks are just like the most ruthlessly reliable good guns, and I wanted to buy like a carry, although it prints like crazy because I'm small and it's fucking huge. But I was gonna buy a Jericho. Is it a Jericho 941? Am I making that up? Because I think this is what Spike uses this firearm in Cowboy Bebop. But I think it's not a good. I think it's not that great of a handgun. but I almost bought one because why not? Have you ever wanted to buy a rifle? I kind of wanted to do like a sick AR-15 build, but shooting, it's disappointing, but shooting AR-15s is not that fun. I don't know how to explain it. They're very easy to fire, and when one is decked out enough, they're like not very challenging firearms to shoot. They're just like, if you've ever fired, like most 5.56 rifles, they feel like pea shooters, like pew, 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 pew. Because the gun, it's a good firearm. If you wanted to kill a lot of people, I would get an AR-15 because they're very reliable. They are very accurate. When you throw like a red dot or a hollow sight on that shit, like you can get like somebody with no firearm experience, whatever, will just be like nailing targets at like 50 yards. Like, oh, cool, you literally just get the red dot to line up everything and pull, and there's no recoil whatsoever on the fire. Like it's a good firearm, but it's not fun to fire. It's not fun to shoot. Like that bolt action Nagant is a lot of fun. Big kickback. You knock the shell out is awesome. Shotguns are a lot of fun. The sound that the bullets make, the 12 gauge, when you put them in, the boop, 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 it's a lot of fun. Pumping a shotgun is a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't feel like AR-15s are that fun to shoot. They're cool guns. They're very effective, obviously. Somebody here is about to post something about like, Destiny thinks that the military should be carrying fucking Winston fucking double barrels instead of fucking M4. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of like fun things to fire, I feel like AR-15s aren't that fun to fire. Have you ever done long range? I haven't done any long range shooting before, with like a really big scope or like shooting at like past, like, because I think all indoor ranges are like what, like isn't it like 50 yards to the wall usually? I always forget which way to go. I don't think it's that way.
It didn't say Simon Says.
Shut a lever action with
Even
a
your
suppressor,
manifesto is going to simmer like my mom's favorite chili. It just gets better and better.
Placing the M4 with a SIG spear. Really?
Market. This is a rifle that has tremendous capability and potential. It's soft shooting, it's accurate, and the optic has all sorts of capabilities that are very exciting.
What does soft shooting mean? Does that mean low recoil? That's got to be like the best feeling in the world is if you work as a firearm manufacturer and you get a fucking contract with the US government to like be their new standard issue firearm or whatever. It's got to be amazing. Holy shit, you've got it like made. It's low felt recoil, gotcha. Have you ever tried live game hunting? I haven't. I don't know if I ever would. I've done, the reason why I bought the shotgun is because what I got into recently is like clay shooting and trap shooting, which is a ton of fun. Shooting a moving target is actually so much more fun than shooting still target. I don't think going to a range and shooting a non-moving target I don't think it's ever going to be fun again. After doing like trap shooting or like shooting at stands or whatever, it's super fun. But I haven't tried hunting before. I don't know if I would ever get into it. I super don't give a fuck about like the whole process of like skinning and making your own jerky and meat. I don't care about that. I also, and I'm not shit talking anybody who does, okay? I don't care about the sport at all. Like, I'm a human being. I have intelligence and I've got like firearms. Like, I just don't find it very sporting that I'm just gonna sit and wait for a while to come visit your home and then find you when you're standing still somewhere and shoot you. If I were to ever hunt for sport, it would be like with a knife and bow. That would be fun. That's the, I don't know if I would do it unless I like feel like I've saved up enough money that if I died, like Nathan would probably be okay right now. But I feel like knife and bow hunting against like bears would be actually so much fucking fun. That would be some you'd be like it'd be like Predator. If you've ever seen Predator 1, I think. Damn, that would be some wild shit. That would be some wild shit. Would you hunt if someone did that skinning process for you? Most hunters go with a buddy. I don't know, maybe. Hunting?
Keep hating your life then.
Isn't
Working
hunting
class
like a
Andy.
lot like basically fishing? Aren't you just like waiting in a stand for like 6 hours hoping that something comes by and then you shoot it? It's like, whoa.
You like the manifesto how? Let's see you like this. Just gotta place the electrodes. There we go.
Got him at Steven, is this why your car battery is always flat?
Like, oh bro, I just bought like a box of like 20 shells. Like, oh my god, awesome. That's enough to go hunting for 6 months because that's all the amount of times you're gonna fire. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. So I know somebody's getting really triggered right now by this, but I don't have as much an interest.
Obama.
But hunting with like a bow and knife, now there's a
Destiny.
risk. Okay, the
Get
bear can
full
win.
auto. Fun as fucking. You're rich, who cares? We'll also do a rain stream, open the Euro cuck, Euro cuck, Euro cuck.
Any interest in 3-gun or USPSA shooting? 3-gun looks maybe interesting, but after I want to get like a bunch of like trap and skeet and everything shooting under my belt with this gun. And after like a few thousand shells, maybe I'll look into doing something different. I haven't gone out shooting with this gun yet. I really want to. Feels sick as fuck.
Obama.
I am not a simp.
Into the king, baby.
Obama.
Obama. Oh, sleeping. I'm convinced that hookup culture is just 5% of the population hooking up with each other. That might be true, who knows? Mount Gox creditors inch closer to repayment as Bitcoin dump looms. Oh boy, it's my money is coming. Wait, how are we doing on our... How's Bitcoin doing? Not good. No, wait, this is the wrong one. Oops, hold on. Oh, Coinbase. Did you buy Bitcoin? I cashed out on my poker winnings in Bitcoin, I think like a month ago. I think I cashed out around 12,000 and it's worth about 8,000 right now. Nice. It's coming back. Hold on. Who came in with me on Meta? That's our real, this is our real long play. We're waiting 1 year on this. We're going to come out bigly. We're going to come out bigly. I don't remember if I said this when I bought $80,000 or $70,000 in stock in Facebook. It's going up. I can feel this trade. I got a good history with trades. I don't know why, I just do. I just have a good history with them, and I feel this one. I feel this one. What price did I buy in at? It's probably close to what it is now. I bought in at 166. I feel like this is my bullshit financial analysis, okay? This is I'm basing this off of two numbers, okay? And the two numbers I'm basing them are 7 months and like 50%.
Even.
That's it. That's all I'm basing it off of. How could this company lose 50% of its value in 6 or 7 months? I don't believe it. No way, dude. No shot. This stock is undervalued, okay? It must be. It must be. It's Facebook. It's Facebook, okay? It's Facebook. We're going to be up bigly. Come back in 11 months, okay? We're going to be up bigly on that, all right? Have you heard about Zuck talking about the metaverse shit? I've been DMing Zuck, and I told him to drop that metaverse bullshit, okay? Don't worry. He's going to get off that. He's going to get off that trash shit soon, guys. Want to listen to XanderHal talk to Chuck? Like, I wanted to wait for the XanderHal stream, but...
Well, holy shit, it feels like
I'm so glad I told this Laney motherfucker that I fucking hated her to her face. I did. I said, I hate you. But I didn't hate XanderHal, but I told her I'm so happy that she ended up being crazy. Feels good, man. Do you ever mess with options? Fuck no. I know that I'm gambling. I'm not going to gamble that hard, dude.
Just yesterday, you were getting accused of grooming a 30-year-old, and I was getting accused of having a sex cult, and here we are.
Yep, another round of... Well, I hesitate to call them allegations, because it just seems like, I don't know, someone saying a bunch of shit that's nothing to do with you, but try and...
Guys in the lobby chatting your server just waiting to debate. Fuck, should I argue with this guy before I've read all that other trans stuff? I don't know if I should or not. Don't you have any vision for a better world when you invest, like investing in green? No, fuck no. Fuck it.
Hello?
Hello, Pro Brain.
What's going on, my man?
Nothing much. What's up, my man?
Not too much. I saw that you took issue with the tweet that I made.
Yeah, probably. What was the tweet again?
I think it was saying... So there were two tweets. One of them was directly referencing you. The other was a meme that was more directed at your community, but I guess you could say that it applies to you, so... the tweet was basically saying that during your... what was it? Manifesto. I found it kind of funny that you were trying to say that, like, oh, we shouldn't conflate racism with systemic racism, when it seemed like you were doing the exact same thing with the definition of transgender.
So racism and systemic racism, I think, are pretty two well-defined, non-controversial terms that have existed for a long time, and it feels like there's literally no reason to conflate the two other than to, like, get people upset. Like, if somebody says, like, you can't be racist towards white people, everybody knows what you mean when you say that. So when somebody's like, well, actually, technically you can't because systemic, it's like, why do that? Like, you're not furthering any of the conversation. You're just, like, making everybody confused. Whereas for trans people, like, what is a trans person? The very concept that's not a semantic game. That's still, like, a hotly contested thing, right? When probably 20%...
Well, I disagree with that.
I mean, how? What do you mean?
Well, so the APA, the DSM, I mean, this definition that they use, it's pretty set in stone. and it has been pretty much since the term was invented.
Okay, literally the DSM-4 had trans people period as being like a mental delusion. No. So
yeah.
why would we? So
do you
wait.
know
So
why they changed that?
I'm just saying that regardless of why they changed it, for you to say this is set in stone because the fifth edition of this DSM that disagreed with the fourth edition said this. Like,
yeah, so they didn't redefine the definition of transgender in the DSM-5. It's still the same. They just reclassified it as not being a mental illness because they didn't see any evidence that simply being or identifying as the gender separate from the one you were assigned at birth doesn't necessarily cause dysphoria. That was the reason why they changed that.
Gotcha. So do you think that all trans research and like what trans people, you think that that's just an area of settled science? You don't think that could change in the DSM-6?
Well, it could, but
so then it's not set in stone, right?
I'm going based on the science that I've seen currently.
Okay, there is no science that we've seen currently though that says that like self-ID is what it means to be a gender. This isn't even like a scientific conversation. This is almost like a philosophical one.
Well, so the conversation is whether you need to have dysphoria in order to be transgender, and this is pretty settled science that you don't.
I mean, I guess I disagree. It seems like there's a lot of trans people that disagree as well.
Okay, well, I don't particularly care about that. I mean, I'm going based off of studies of like the Fa'afafine population of Samoa.
This isn't like a study thing, right? This is like a definition.
Well, it is.
It's not. What do you mean?
Well, so
what I choose to call transgender, what I choose to call transgender, what somebody chooses to call transgender, that's not an answer that comes from science. That's an ontological question. It's a question of like, how do we categorize something?
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is that the definition of transgender that the original person who created the term, that the APA uses, that is defined in the DSM-5, does not include gender dysphoria. And they're rather explicit about this. And I think the reasoning is pretty sound based on the studies that led to this change.
What is the reasoning?
So have you ever heard of the Fa'afafine population of American Samoa?
Nope.
So the Fa'afafine is basically what we would consider here to be male to female transgender. Someone who identifies as a woman, presents as a woman, acts like a woman, has female interests. In American Samoa, they are quite accepting of Fa'afafine people. They're viewed positively by the overwhelming majority of the population. And they have been pretty much since like the 16th century at the very, very latest. And so what makes this an interesting population to study is that because of this, we can then take a look and see, okay, does society's view on transgender people and their issues, does that influence feelings of gender dysphoria? And what they found is that the Fa'afafine people of American Samoa overwhelmingly do not feel gender dysphoria or need to chop their dick off, despite the fact that they identify as this gender, they present as this gender, and they are accepted by pretty much all of the society as this gender. So this was the reason, one of the reasons, primary reason, why the DSM-5 recategorized gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria. Because gender dysphoria is far more specific.
If you just,
and
I don't know.
far
Okay,
more applicable.
can you explain this to me? If you don't have any desire to do, so do these people like seek to like transition medically at all, or do they just wear like different clothes?
No, well, they don't just wear different clothes, but no, they don't have any desire to chop their dick off or take hormones. I don't even think that.
I don't know why we're saying chop your dick off, but like doing any type of like gender confirmation surgery or anything like that. So then, why can't these people? What's the difference between doing that and just being like an effeminate man, if you're not trying to transition in any way?
Well, so Gender is different from gender expression. Now, we can argue whether this distinction is meaningful. I personally don't.
Wait, hold on.
And that's why I am a gender abolitionist, I guess you could say.
So you don't feel like there's a difference?
My personal opinions are irrelevant in discussing this topic.
Okay, so just in your mind, so gender identity and gender expression there's no difference there. It's the same thing, or one doesn't exist, or?
Well, so I think that it is redundant, and I think that gender as a category is sort of pointless.
So you don't think there's any?
Other people apparently find value in this category. So that's just a statement about the facts of it.
Sure. Do you think there's any internal experience of gender at all, or not at all?
Probably.
How can you abolish genders if there's an internal experience of gender?
Can you explain what you mean by internal experience of gender?
Yeah, when I say internal experience, I mean not something that's just like socially constructed. Like I see Barbies on TV and I want to wear like certain dresses, or I see this and I want to do that. But that we seem to have some innate, deep feeling of like a gender, like being a man or being a woman, or being a boy or being a girl.
Well, so research on animal populations seems to indicate that gender roles like do exist in animal populations. This is why like female birds are more likely to like raise or what is it called, nest their children than males are. They're more likely to go out and hunt for food. So researchers since like the 90s, I can't remember the exact book this was, have pretty much described this as being gender role. And so in that regard, it might not be purely social. There might be sort of this aspect relating to sex, but I'm not familiar enough with the intricacies of that research to say either way.
Sure, okay. If there were an internal experience of sex, if that was like an internal sex, if that was a thing that existed, then do you agree that the people that have a different internal experience than what their body is, do you think that those people are having like a fundamentally different experience than just what is it? Well, actually, I'm sorry, let me back up. So what does transgender mean to you? What does that mean to you?
Transgender is just a person whose gender identity differs from the sex they had or were identified as at birth.
Why? How do they know that?
What do you mean, how do they know that?
Like, if they don't have any dysphoria, what does that feel like to them?
Gender euphoria is the common explanation, so you don't need dysphoria.
Wait, you believe in
to
gender
feel
euphoria, but not euphoria.
Wait, what?
You believe in gender euphoria, but not gender dysphoria.
I believe in gender dysphoria.
Okay,
I just don't think that it's a prerequisite to necessarily be trans.
Okay, so a transgender person to you could just experience gender euphoria, but when they're not experiencing gender euphoria, they never experience gender dysphoria?
Yeah, they can just be neutral about that.
Okay, if they're neutral, would they ever make any attempts to switch, or?
Sure.
Because they would want gender euphoria.
Yep.
If somebody identifies as transgender, but they make no attempt to ever switch or do anything because it doesn't bother them, they don't care, do you think that it's worth having this person categorized differently than somebody that does feel dysphoria, or?
Well, they are categorized differently, but both are transgender. It's just that one feels gender dysphoria.
Gotcha. If you think in the if in the DSM-6, if they switched, would you switch your entire position on this because now the DSM disagrees with you, or?
Sure. Would you? Because right now the DSM-5 is disagreeing with your perspective.
Yeah, but I mean the DSM-5 is fairly old at this point, and there are multiple things. Like I don't agree. I don't think DID is real either. I think there's a lot of research around that.
The explanation that I gave earlier concerning the Fafafine, do you think that explanation is invalid or doesn't make sense, or there's issues?
There happens to be like one native tribe that I would have to look more into it, but I don't find that convincing. But it feels
so the
like,
reason that it's used as a case study is because they are one of the few societies that has this long-standing positive view of transgender people.
Sure. But it feels like an area that is still like hotly contested, both in scientific fields and in like sociological fields. So it just seems a little weird to me to say that like this is a settled issue. Like it seems like.
Well, so you can say that it's hotly contested. I mean, if you want. The issue is that you're taking the more controversial opinion, and I don't think that you've adequately backed up your reasoning.
I don't think that my opinion is more controversial. Number
well,
one.
the DSM-5 disagrees with you.
I don't think the DSM-5 is the when the
you.
DSM-4 literally categorizes things differently. I don't think the DSM-5 is like the be-all end-all for where this is at right now. I think that trans issues are still like highly newly emergent. When was the DSM-5 published at this point? Like it's about 10 years old. I don't think that I don't think that the DSM-5 is like the ironclad like ender of trans issues. I think that these are still like super new areas that are newly being investigated. Neuroscience, there's still studies being published about like who detransitions, what do trans brains look like. So I don't think I would just appeal to the DSM-5 here for my definition of trans person.
Okay, what are you appealing to then?
I mean, like I follow the contested areas, and then I have to listen to
contested areas.
So like the idea that there does seem to be a strong internal feeling of sex or gender seems to be something that like neurological studies are pointing towards with the different amounts of matter or types of things in like I think it's like basal
sure, but I didn't
matter
disagree
area or
with that earlier.
Yeah, sure, but I think that like I think there is an internal. I think, well, it sounded earlier like you kind of did or kind of didn't. I think you said there maybe was some biological thing or that it was useful to some people. What did you say in terms of like, do you feel like there's an internal experience of sex or gender?
It seems to be the case.
Okay.
I don't think that that's necessarily, what's the word? I don't think that the two are mutually exclusive necessarily. Something can be socially constructed and yet still have an internal sort of experience. The question,
sure. Well,
the interesting
I would just say
question,
that's the disagreement though. I don't think that like this internal problem is a socially constructed one. I think it's very, very, very innate, such that like I don't think you could, because when you say that it's all socially constructed, I feel like the next, or you can tell me how you escape this. I feel like when somebody says that all of this gender stuff is socially constructed, then the idea is that in another world there'd be no trans people because the social roles would be different.
I agree with that.
Okay, I don't agree with that.
Well, so the question that I would have to pose to you then is, let's assume that dresses are no longer considered to be a thing that's assigned to either men or women gender roles. Do you think that people who identify as being more feminine in a gender expression sense, do you think that they would no longer care as much about wearing dresses?
Yeah, they might. The roles might
things...
be a little bit different, but I don't think you can identify like as more feminine. It feels like you identify more strongly with like an internal like sex thing, like not just like I feel like a more feminine, because you can be like an effeminate man or a masculine woman, but it still seems like there is an internal experience of like what the gender is.
I mean, sure, that's like what I said earlier. That's why I said that I think personally.
Well, but like
that
even
the
I guess
categories
like,
are redundant.
Even if some of it were to change, like even if dresses could be worn in a society, like I don't think somebody that would be trans in another society and then sees dresses worn by men in another society, like, oh, I don't feel trans in this society. I feel like a man. That
well, so that's not my question. Let's say that we take someone who identifies as a woman. And let's say that their view of women is that women wear dresses. They like to wear dresses, therefore they feel like a woman.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't agree with like with that's where the feelings come from. We can keep going with that analogy, but I don't think that that's where the feelings of like why I feel like a man or a woman. I don't think they come from that. But we can keep.
So
going.
why do so many trans people feel like they get gender euphoria from wearing dresses?
Because I think that when you do stuff like that, it's the idea that you're perceived as a woman. I think that can help alleviate it a little bit. But I don't think that just wearing dresses is sufficient, because there are a lot of trans women that will wear dresses and they'll still sometimes feel like they have this idea of like, I wonder if I'm just coming off as like a man in a dress, which seems to point to the idea that there is something a little bit more deep there than just like wearing the right clothing or just having a certain like gender performance. It seems like something a little bit deeper there is happening.
Sure. So you asked this of Contra during your first or second
a long time ago.
conversation. If there was a hypothetical world where somehow we were able to abolish all forms of gender, everything was degendered, do you think that these people would still have a feeling of being trans, and do you think they would still feel dysphoric about that?
Yeah, so I asked her that a long time ago, and she said maybe, yeah. And I think back then I agreed with it. But based on all of the trans people I've talked to up to this point, I don't think that is the case. It feels like even on a desert island with 2 people, 1 man and 1 trans man, the trans man would still feel like a trans man because it seems like there's some deeply internal experience of gender that sometimes can be incongruent with the body.
I don't feel like you really answered the question there, just, putting that out there. The question is whether... Yeah, the question is whether a person, so like if there is no sense of gender in a given society, there is no concept of man or woman, would this person identify as a man or woman still?
Yeah, I don't know if they would or wouldn't, but I don't think that those are like real human societies. I think every human society will have like these identities as like man or woman, because I think that they're like, it feels pretty baked into us. Like, I don't think you can have like a genderless society. I don't think that's possible.
Okay. The reason that I'm just asking this is because it seems as though if this were the case, in a hypothetical, I know that these don't exist in the real world. I'm failing to understand how someone would even have knowledge of what a man or a woman is, or what being a man or a woman entails. They might have like a transsexual, I hate that term, but a transsexual sort of thing where they feel more akin to someone who has boobs.
Yeah. Okay. So I agreed with this position 100%. So if I'm representing the best version of this argument, because it's what I believed, it's the idea that like when we think of like what a man or a woman is, we look outward to society to see the types of kind of gender performances that exist, and then that's kind of how we figure out like, oh, okay, a man does this or a woman does this. And absent those types of like gendered expressions, like how can we even say that somebody knows what it is to be a man or a woman? Like if I don't have people that are doing these kind of like gendered things, well, how do you even know what that gendered thing is? Like I think everybody would just kind of like do the things that they like to do or express themselves in the way they'd like to express themselves. That's what it would seem to be. I used to believe in that 100%. But this is, and I can only really appeal to anecdotes and stuff here, I guess, because it's very, very hard to study this, which is why I kind of push back and say to like, oh, well, it's just scientifically known. It seems to be the case that I've gotten a lot of trans people that message me who will say things along the lines of like, it doesn't really matter what the gender performance is. It doesn't really matter necessarily how somebody looks or how somebody presents, but there's like this deeply internal feeling of what it means to be a certain sex or gender. And that feeling is... it's not necessarily even related to how people perceive each other in society. I guess it could be maybe, and they're just not aware of it. But like the two things that I've gotten that kind of pushed me in this direction is, one is somebody sent me an email talking about how when they would have money to be on HRT or off HRT, just like looking at their body in the mirror and seeing the way the distributions of fat would change would give them this like deeply uncomfortable, unnerving experience of like turning into something they're not. Like body horror, I think was a term I've heard it used a few times. And then there was a second one, but I forgot it. But it feels like the more people I talk to, it feels like a deeply internal experience that's not just related to like wearing the right clothes or like having the right accent or something like that. Go ahead.
So to be clear, I don't think that those feelings are invalid or those people are wrong. I would just say that those people aren't the only transgender people, that there are people who feel euphoria from wearing a dress, presenting as a woman, even though they have a penis. And I would just classify those people as having gender dysphoria. A transgender person with gender dysphoria. And I'm not seeing the issue with this
well, I guess what's the difference? Because in that case, like, what's the difference between like, do you think that transvestites are real? What's the difference between like a transgender person and a transvestite?
Can you define transvestite for me, just so I know that we're using the
I think
same
transvestite
term?
is just like somebody that enjoys cross-dressing. Like somebody that does drag, for instance. Like, and they really enjoy it. Because it feels like in your world...
cross-dresser.
Yeah. It feels like in that world, to you, transvestites are transgender people. Or what's the difference?
Well, so a gender role relates... It's not like if you have one sort of thing that you like to do that you that is of the opposite gender, you automatically become the opposite gender. It seems to be more the case that there are a multitude of different things that society views as being manly things or womanly things. And if you align more with the womanly things than you do the manly things, then it feels as though you would say that you are a woman. Now, this can differ from person to person. So, like, someone might say, "Oh, I don't think that men wearing makeup is like a thing that men can't do." And that's my position because I'm a gender abolitionist.
Yeah, but people that are doing drag,
you can have feminine men,
aren't just being effeminate men. There's like a special enjoyment there of like wearing dresses and like playing for a little bit like that role of female. But I don't think these people consider themselves trans women. But it's not just being like an effeminate man. Like, it's because when they're not doing like drag shows, they're not wearing like dresses and stuff. I think they're just like
well, so if we're talking specifically about people who do drag is basically kind of just, like you said, a performance. It'd be kind of like saying, like, we wouldn't say Jared Leto is like a serial killer just because he was fucking crazy in the fucking Joker or whatever he was in. I mean, it's the same thing. It's a performance. They get joy out of the performance, out of putting on an over-the-top spectacle. If you look at someone like Divine, for instance, who was one of the more famous drag queens, she really wasn't that feminine in most aspects.
Gotcha. Well, I guess I would just have to find, and maybe people can email me with this, I would have to find people that experience like big like gender euphoria without ever having gender dysphoria.
So just speaking to this, this is actually a big issue that I took with the manifesto. One of the big issues. You seem to rely a lot on anecdotes for this topic, which is why you had 30 emails. I personally don't really care about the 30 or hundreds of emails any more than I care about Lauren Southern talking to hundreds of people on the streets of Paris. And so with regards to gender dysphoria, this is one of the aspects where it is hard to precisely study.
Yeah, 'cause I was going to say, it's not like we can look at research for gender euphoria or gender dysphoria. I don't even know if gender euphoria exists in a neurological sense. Like, we can look at the brain and see gender euphoria.
Well, so we can basically, we can take the traits that we associate with gender dysphoria, and we can see what percentage of the population has them, and then cross-reference that to the amount of people who identify as being transgender. Now, in this aspect, and you can say that this is flawed or whatever, but this is pretty much the best that we can have. In this respect, it's according to the analysis done in 2018 by Black's Medical Journal, it seems like around 1 to 3% of transgender people experience gender dysphoria.
Well, but
which is quite a bit lower than you would think.
Well, I don't know what their definition of transgender person is there, because it could
just
it's
the one
be
that I gave you earlier.
Just person who identifies as trans person, or people that experience gender euphoria.
It's a person whose gender identity differs from the sex they were
Yeah, but how do they figure that the gender identity, is it just a person that identifies as, or how are they figuring that out? Where does that definition come from?
Yeah, pretty much. And now, like I said, you can take issue with this.
Well, yeah, so I mean, obviously I would,
will.
because like, I don't think that just self-ID is good enough for being trans, and if a person just
But
says
now the issue is that you're sort of begging the question because you're rejecting this evidence, saying that you think these transgender people are invalid because of your definition of transgender. So it feels like
Sure,
it's impossible to move you off of this.
Kind of, but I mean, I could argue the same for you, right? But because in a way, like, self-ID at this level is getting pretty similar to like my 30 emails, where we're kind of relying on anecdote. Like, if you're saying like, okay, well, I'm going to talk to a bunch of people that all say they're transgender, and then I'm going to prove that trans people can be this thing because they say they are this thing. But well, that's kind of like literally the subject of our debate, is like, is that what makes you a trans person? So it seems hard, because if I you can say that I'm begging the question by rejecting it, but I would argue that you're begging the question by positing it, right?
Well, so to be clear, I'm not relying on anecdotes. I'm relying on the study that I cited earlier regarding the Fa'afafine in American Samoa. I think that it's a pretty good study. It's very well cited.
Okay, hold on. Break this down to me more. What do you mean by how did this prove your point? I didn't get that at all.
So this was the study, well, one of the studies, one of the main studies that basically disputed the idea that someone has to experience gender dysphoria in order to identify as a given gender. you need me to just recap pretty much precisely what the study says? I can send you a link to it too if you want.
Hold on. It feels like this is pushing towards like a third type of gender expression more than necessarily being trans, though, no?
Well, so it's a third gender expression in the sense that they are fa'afafine, in the sense that they're not identified as women, but as people who were born male who identify femininely.
Yeah, but I don't
pretty
know.
Much essentially,
well,
pretty much essentially male to female.
I don't know if it's fair to map those terms on like that, because like for some of these fa'afafine, it seems like they could literally just be like very effeminate men. No.
Well, then why don't they identify that way?
I don't know what the structure of their language and everything is. I have no idea. I don't like. It's hard because now we're using like words from different societies to try to like. I don't know if, because if I were to talk to them a lot, it could be the case that I would have a conversation in English with a fa'afafine and they would give me the account that you're saying, where they were like, no, I actually like, I genuinely feel like I am like the different sex and my body doesn't match or something. But they could also say like, oh yeah, I do feel like a woman because I really like dresses. I really like doing this stuff in the household. I really like, you know, dating men. And they give me that explanation. I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like you're just like an effeminate, like gay man at that point. That's not, I don't think you're...
Well, so one of the important aspects here is actually relating to American Samoa's views on homosexuality, because they are very much not gay friendly. They are probably one of the most homophobic societies in this region. It is very much not accepted for a man to have sex with another man. But it is accepted for a man to have sex with a fa'afafine and identifies heterosexual.
Gotcha. I guess I would have to... Can you link me whatever study, I guess, so I can read this later, or...
Sure. Let me get it up for you. I can't send you a message on Discord. I tried that earlier and it said it didn't go through, so where do I send this?
You can DM it to me on Twitter.
All right. Okay.
Do you think that there might be some pressure then to identify as something different because they're so homophobic? Do you think that might be like a possibility, or?
I don't think so, because the fa'afafine are also homophobic, so it doesn't seem like it would make much sense. There might be like that repressed gayness, but...
Or no, what I'm saying is that like somebody might feel like they're gay, but like they can't be gay, so they like identify as like a woman.
Well, so I can't speak to I can't like speak to the experiences of everyone on this. I don't know. I don't think that it's particularly common that a person would live their entire life basically as a woman just so they could get some cock.
Well, no, it wouldn't be just so they could get some cock. It would be so that they're not like beheaded or murdered by their tribe.
Well, so the thing about this, though, is that if we look to other sort of societies, we can look to America, for instance, where it's pretty much the exact opposite, and people still will identify as transgender, not get gender confirmation surgery, and will go out and have sex with people. And people have been killed for this, so...
yeah, sure. I don't know how that connects to what I just said, though, but...
Well, so... if you do think that this is the case, the onus would be on you to demonstrate evidence of this, that these people are basically just faking being fa'afafine so they can have sex with men. I don't think that's the case.
The way that you're phrasing this, I'm not saying they're faking it just to have sex with men. I'm saying that they're faking it because they don't want to be murdered in their society.
Well, what would they be murdered for?
I thought you said that this was one of the most homophobic societies in the world.
So, for having sex with men, then?
Yeah?
So what was the issue you took with what I said? I don't think that
I don't understand. Your phrasing makes it sound like just like a horny thing, like they want to fuck guys. And I'm talking about like, I guess like the existence of or lifestyle of, I'm not sure.
Well, so no, I mean, not all Fafafene are in romantic relationships. If you want me to, I mean, guess be less hyperbolic and say, be in a sexual or romantic relationship, rather than just get cock. But...
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. What I'm saying is that, like, let's say that you have a guy in a society, and this guy could be like an effeminate gay man, but he knows that if he identifies as an effeminate gay man, he could be like subject to harsh punishments. It's not inconceivable that this guy would just say like, oh, I'm actually a FFFeme or whatever. I'm not actually gay at all, and now it's okay. Doesn't that seem like it could be pretty likely? Or
it could be likely, but you would have to demonstrate that this is happening on a large scale, and I don't think that you have.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I haven't seen it demonstrated.
But I don't know how many people even exist in the society.
I don't know the exact population of American Samoa. I know that the population of Fa'afafine is around like 3,000.
Gotcha. Hold on one second. Should I do this thing? Okay. Well, I guess I'll dig into this and read this study later, but.
Okay, so you don't feel like I've convinced you, clearly. But it doesn't feel like you really have much of a counter argument beyond speculation and anecdotes.
I mean, it feels like right now this is like a super hot new area of research, and the idea that it's like settled science from like 15 years ago, that doesn't seem to be the case to me.
Also, my issue with you, particularly in this instance, is that you keep saying that it's not settled science. Oh, we don't know what the answer could be. But you keep coming out very frequently as though it is settled science. You keep saying, no, if you are transgender, you have to have dysphoria. And so,
well, hold on. Just because I'm making a claim doesn't mean I'm saying it's settled, right? That could be subject to change in the future. But I'm saying that like right now, for purposes of categorization, having all of these trans people that have these huge differences of experience between dysphoric trans people and non-dysphoric, it seems really harmful to just say that they're all the same. And I don't think that that's a settled category. And it seems like there's a lot of trans people that don't like that categorization. So I fall on the side of like, I don't think that if you're non-dysphoric, you should be considered a trans person, or at least not in the same way that a dysphoric trans person is. It seems harmful to have all of these people under the same umbrella term.
So to be clear then, your issue with the definition is purely one of, to be a little bit pushy, partisan politics, rather than an issue with the way that academics define it for the purposes of categorization.
Well,
because
again,
we already have
hold on, real quick,
categorization.
I don't think to say.
We already have. Wait. We already have categorization for the people you're describing. It's people with gender dysphoria, and I don't see an issue with this definition or why we should change these definitions to give them less explanatory power.
I don't know if. You keep appealing to academic definitions like this is like an academically settled area. I think this is still hotly like contested everywhere. Like you're giving me this idea like, oh, it's academically settled, when I don't even think gender euphoria is an academic term yet. Like I don't even think we have any scientific understanding of what that even means. So I think it's a little dishonest to pretend that your side is like settled academic science and my side is like, oh, just partisan hackery. I don't think that is the case. I think that all of these terms are still being like hotly explored across several domains of science and academics. And this is just the position that I currently staked out. I'm subject to change in the future, but...
Well, the issue is that your position seems to be based on anecdotal emails, hundreds of emails that you got from people in your audience who seem like they'd be more likely to be trans-medicalist than the average person. Like I said,
it's not just based on those either. I mean, there's like a lot of queer literature, I guess, that it explores like how much of gender is a performance versus an innate thing. And then there are neurological studies that show like the difference between trans brains and like cis brains or whatever. But
well, so we can talk about that specifically, the trans brain versus cis brain. But the issue is that the trans brain, if we simply were to eliminate gender as a category, hypothetically, and were to simply have a gender expression, maybe renamed just to make it more clear, where someone can be feminine or masculine. I'm not seeing what the issue in this sort of society would be.
What the issue with... Wait, say that one more time? What do you mean?
What the issue with... Sorry, I might have misphrased that a bit. I'm not seeing why the definition that you're using would be applicable to describe these people.
Describe which people? The people that live in a genderless society?
Yeah, the people who live in a genderless society who have male and female brains, as you're describing them, like transgender people seem to. I don't know why these people would feel the need to define themselves as men or women or something else.
I mean, I don't know why either. Internally, I don't think I feel that need, but it seems like for trans people and for other people in society, it seems like there is that need. I can't tell you why. I'm not sure.
Well, I agree with that, but right now you're arguing that certain people who do feel that way are faking it, are being trenders just because they don't feel like the need to kill themselves, basically. And
Hold on. Wait. What does gender dysphoria mean to you?
Gender dysphoria is the immense displeasure one feels from, or one can feel from their gender not matching their sex.
Okay, gender dysphoria doesn't have to make you suicidal, right?
Yeah, I'm being a bit hyperbolic.
Okay, gotcha. Fuck, where do we come from just here? I'm trying to find how to read this study that you linked, but the I can't get it on Sci-Hub. Wait, hold on.
Try LibGen. Might be on there.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I have this now. Wait, never mind. This is just a few pages. Oh, never mind. This works. And then to be clear, you're basing the majority of your opinion off of this kind of like case study?
Well, I'm basing it off of how the APA defines it and how the person who created the term defines it, and the fact that these case studies seem to support the notion.
Okay, so real quick, the DSM definition could change. It's a new and highly contested science. So I don't know if appealing to the APA is satisfying here. The original person to define a term, I don't think that
well, so okay, just
either.
to talk about that quickly, if you
Sure.
if you don't mind.
Okay.
If I had to choose between taking the APA's definition and the definitions of people like a porn star, Buck Angel, random Twitter users like Gammy, and a YouTube streamer like Stephen Destiny, Kenneth Bonnell, I'm going with the APA. Sorry about that.
Sure, that's fine.
And I think that's perfectly
valid. Well, technically that's a fallacious appeal to authority if we're getting hyper technical about it.
What's fallacious about it?
The fallacious thing is that we're arguing about the nature of the definition itself. So you can't just say like this is the definition, therefore like I'm done. Like that's what I'm arguing about, right? Like obviously I know that my position might be in contention with the APA, but you can't just say, well, the APA says that, therefore you're wrong, because it's literally the subject of the conversation, right?
Well, I gave you the study explaining why.
Sure. Well, yeah, no. You gave me 3 different points, and I'm saying that. So one is the definition of the APA. I don't think that's very satisfying in a conversation literally about the definition, right? Because you can literally just link me the definition of the APA and then go like, oh, there, and I'm like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess I'm wrong. Obviously, I disagree with that. So that part is unsatisfying. The second thing you gave me was the inventor of the term. The inventor of scientific terms don't have like control over those terms for the rest of their lives, or for any term. That's not how any term we define works, right? Like the original definition of gravity has probably changed quite a bit, but that doesn't mean that we would say like, well, the guy that first invented gravity said that doesn't matter. So then thirdly, the thing that we're looking at really is then this case study on this island of people. That's what we're appealing to, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then this is just something that, do you have anything else besides this? Not that this isn't okay, but I haven't read this. Do you have anything else besides this case study?
Not on hand.
Okay, that's fair.
There are also very specific quantitative examples of like, there's this one woman from the 1920s. Can't remember her exact name. But basically she, in the 1920s, she, at the age of 12, knew that she identified more as a woman. She experienced gender euphoria from being recognized as a woman by other people. She was pretty open about the fact that she was transgender in the 60s, when the idea of being a trender really wasn't a thing. And she lived her life as a woman until the day she died in 2009. And she was pretty explicit about the fact that she did never experience gender dysphoria. But that is a qualitative example. It's an anecdote, I understand. So I would prefer to just look at the studies like the Fafafine.
Gotcha. And then just one final point to be clear. The studies, you said this is a population of 3,000 people, right?
The population of Fafafine is 3,000. I don't know the population of American Samoa.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, I guess I'll read through this and I'll get back to you, or we'll have another conversation after I've gotten through this to see what I feel about this case study.
Just to clarify then, I don't feel as though you have presented much pushback on this topic beyond anecdotes and, as I said, political partisanship.
Sure.
It seems like the reason that you want to use this definition isn't actually based on much. Like I said, we already have a term for this. It's people with gender dysphoria. I think that's more than valid. And I don't feel as though you have presented much reason for why we should redefine transgender to suit your political partisanship.
Gotcha. I recognize that my issues feel largely anecdotal on this. I think with a thing as new as this and with as understudied as this, I think it's fair to have that. And I would argue that the only thing you have presented to me, the APA definition, is unsatisfactory when that's literally the subject of the debate. The original definer of a term is literally meaningless when it comes to new understandings of those scientific terms. The only thing you provided me is a single case study to an island of native peoples. And
okay, and the only thing that you've provided me are hundreds of emails that you got from your fan base.
Sure.
So.
And then
I think
just
that my
to be
study
real clear,
speaks much better. I think it speaks much better than your hundreds of emails from your transmedicalist fans.
Gotcha. And then what was the claim that you'd made about the particular Fafafina people?
Obama.
Like, do you think that, so these people experience a different gender, but they never cared about transitioning or anything like that?
Nope, they didn't feel gender dysphoria because society seemed to accept them as their gender, so they never felt the need to medically transition. And they never, like I said, felt dysphoria. So
just to be clear, in this study, some of the interviewed children did experience negative feelings about their genitals.
Okay.
Okay, just check, because I'm just starting to read through now, so I don't know what the percentage is or if they give it, but they say that some experienced negative feelings about their genitals. A minority went so far as to say that as children they hated their genitals.
Okay, I'm a minority.
Sure, yeah, but I'll continue to read through. But
okay, just
not
one more.
All of the Fafafina who participated in our study recalled negative feelings about their genitalia, but as a group they differed significantly in this regard compared to men. But I guess I'll keep going through. But what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, if this is the end of the conversation, I would recommend in the future, if you have such strong opinions on these sorts of topics that you very clearly, from your complete lack of evidence in this conversation, haven't demonstrated, that you should probably keep it to yourself.
Okay, I'm good on that one. For the Fafafina people, is this only one type of trans person as well? Do they just not have female to male trans people at all? They have female to male. It's got a slightly different name. Interesting. Your girl is faking DMs again. Hold on. If 3,000 identify as a Fafafine population in Samoa, then 5% of Samoa is trans, according to this guy. The current estimate in the U.S. trans population is 0.6%. That means that Samoa is much more transgender than the U.S., making me think they're transitioning to avoid homosexual discrimination. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like I'd have to read more about I'd have to read more about this society and how it works.
Obama.
Something that I've learned over the past like year or two, as I've gotten more emails from like history people, is to be like super careful when people like put up these like third gender societies in terms of how they view gender, because it's always because we will project a whole bunch of our understandings of like gender and sexuality and everything onto these people, and then just look at one word or one term they use and pretend like, oh well, they have this thing, but it always seems like it's a lot different. Because here's the issue that I have. The Fafavine data raises the question as to whether GIDC causes distress, and as such, whether the GIDC is a mental disorder. In keeping the DSM-4 TR's guidelines, we've argued that the only distress that is in the individual and directly caused by GIDC should be taken as indicative of a mental disorder. This interpretation system with the DSM, blah, blah, blah. But the issue is that, like, if I have a society where a whole bunch of people identify as women, but they're also gay because they want to be gay, and then you ask them, like, do you experience intergender dysphoria? And they're like, oh no, not at all. And it's like, but then they do that, and then they all end up being, I guess it wouldn't technically be gay if we say they transition as another thing, but it's like, what, I don't even know if these people are transgender in any sense of the word now, other than they have like the performance of the other. Like, it seems like at that point, like, this is a complicated topic. It's like, if I were to put these people into traditional Western society, how many of these trans women or fafafele or whatever would just identify then as effeminate gay men? They'd just be like, oh, I'm an effeminate gay man. I don't know. I don't think it's fair to say that you're appealing to anecdotes. You have a philosophical position that to be trans requires someone to have a different internal experience than their assigned gender/sex, and maybe they should make some. No, I'm definitely appealing a lot to anecdote here. I'm going by a lot of like what people tell me, because it's very, like, sorting through this has been very difficult. Like, I swapped positions on non-binary like 3 times, I think, in 2 weeks, to where I went from thinking, oh, non-binary is probably a thing, to thinking that non-binary is almost certainly fake, into now I think that it seems like non-binary people are real and do even experience gender dysphoria based on a lot of the things that I was told. But like, the understandings for all of this, I think the reason why I have to appeal so much to what people tell me is because it does seem like there's like all of the research in this area is very new and hard to sort through. Yeah. You're appealing to 100 anecdotal emails. He is appealing to 3,000 people he hasn't heard from. Even if I had 1,000 emails, technically it's not the number that makes anecdote bad. It's the selection bias. Remember that. So even if I had 10,000 trans people that emailed me, that might be a worse anecdote than a study of n equals 1,000, because I might be selecting for a certain type of trans person that emails me. The reason why anecdotes are bad isn't because of the n equals number. It's because of the selection bias. You might be pulling a disproportionately like represented crowd or something is the issue. My understanding is Kevin's actually faking DMs people on stream.
Can someone just like send me like exactly what my fake DM said? See, like, you can make it say anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it kind of does though.
Yeah.
Like it kind of does. Like
one of the things too to consider is that so this becomes an interesting question of definitions. It's, if I'm being honest, it's not inconceivable that there could be trans people that don't experience any dysphoria at all. That's actually not inconceivable. But then the question becomes like, should those people be accounted for, or do they matter? Because on the flip side of that, there are also gay people that could go their whole lives like married and with kids. And like, is it like, would you say that this is like a gay person? Because it's possible to do that because people have done it and are like, okay. Some people do it and are miserable. But you would argue that they are obviously having like really negative feelings. So of course, okay. But then other people can do it and it's like, oh, you know, maybe I should have been gay, but like, fuck it. It was too difficult or whatever. Like that's possible too. Or even like bisexual, but they've only, like there are probably some bisexual people, like that's also, so are they worth accounting for? Or do you give them like a new type of, do you give them a new type of name or something? I'm not sure. That sounds more akin to a trans person never transitioning. It's not, so my issue with the trans people that have no dysphoria isn't, so the hardcore trans medicalist would say like, if you're not transitioning, you're not trans. I don't think that's fair because there might be a lot of reasons to not transition. I think the issue is the trans people that say they're trans that would never transition, even if they could do so perfectly at the push of a button. I think that feels like a markedly different experience than like dysphoric trans people who a lot of their identity and suffering and like everything is kind of like centered around their dysphoria. So it seems strange for them to occupy the same space as people without dysphoria at all, you know? But I don't know, it's complicated. I've never considered that like some people might be able to experience massive gender euphoria without any gender dysphoria at all. I've never considered that idea before because I usually hear them given like kind of in tandem with one another. That like a trans person that gets misgendered or isn't presenting correctly feels a great deal of gender dysphoria, but when they present correctly, they feel a great deal of gender euphoria. But I've never heard somebody say like, when I present correctly, when I say correctly, it's in accordance with what's in my head, I feel a great deal of gender euphoria, but I'm not presenting correctly, I don't care. I've never heard that. I've always heard these as kind of like two sides of the same coin before. I've never heard them disconnected, but realistically, they do have dysphoria, but they don't realize it's dysphoria. Yeah, I was thinking about saying that, but then it becomes, we're getting into very, like, we're kind of testing the limits of self-reporting, you know?
This isn't...
Sorry I'm late. I was watching Top Gun. I'll be on the stream in 20 minutes. Okay, hold on.
I don't know why she... I'm thinking she tweeted this as a meme, and she wasn't trying to hide it, and didn't... she's not trying to hide it, but I just... It seems so stupid to do this. I don't know.
Oh, this is not good.
Sorry I'm late. I was watching Top Gun. I'll be on the stream in 20 minutes. Boom.
Is it really hard to get the Glacia chess
Alright,
piece?
he told me to pull it up on...
I still didn't get it. Are you serious?
On stream. So if anyone can, like clip this, I would appreciate it. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh no, I just leaked all my fucking DMs.
Like I think I've gotten over like 100 or 200 of these Glacia scrolls, and I have no chess piece. It was definitely for me, but it's the dumbest fucking meme because it fired back on her, so now no one will trust any of your screenshots. Yeah, I know. I don't understand why you would do this because now nobody's going to trust any of your screenshots. And also, like, it should be obvious as well. Nobody on Twitter knows that it's a meme. So, yeah, I don't know. This just seemed, like, really stupid. It seems weird to use a Western transgender to describe an entirely different phenomenon in an entirely different socio-cultural context like the fav. Yeah, I agree. That's a little bit strange for sure.
Obama.
True, Lauren. Thank you. Thank you for that input. Obama. "5 hours and 6 hate raids later, I finished debunking the lies with receipts about Dissy Manifesto you made about me. It's wild. They mentioned me 8 times and lied every time." Wait, what?
Oh, but Destiny's not transphobic. This is him in writing being transphobic by making it seem like children can't decide what their gender is. It's unscientific, it's wrong, it's not correct, and trying to strawman the entire trans community as bad because we decided to say, hey, maybe we should look out for children is out of fucking control, okay? I said I was gonna get spicy, okay? This is the shit that got me spicy. This is the stuff that makes me so furious that he goes on and talks to an audience of people who believe there is only one way to be trans and completely denying the existence of these young kids. For what? Oh, but Destiny's not transphobic. This is him in writing being transphobic by making it seem like children can't.
Wow, based. What were the receipts that she would show to fight back against my lies about her? What could I have possibly lied about? Wait, does anybody know? I'm so curious. The wake of New Zealand transgender weightlifter Laurel Hubbard winning gold at the Pacific Games of Samoa this month. It's reverberating around the world. Oh boy.
Make it about you. That's my take on it.
Yeah, like, I think the reason why she did this is because I'm not a very public person. Like, with my personal life, I try not to make most of my like private life public, you know, generally. It's just not a good idea. Like, the internet's kind of rough. It's not good to do. And so I think she just saw this as an opportunity to, I guess, push me into contacting her and potentially giving her more money, I'm guessing. That seems to be her mindset, but yeah, I don't know. Do you have any general questions or anything? I can give you like a rundown of the basics, or you can ask questions. It's up to you. I'm tired of shit.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I tell you what, there's a few questions I want to ask. I don't want to let you, off without asking some pointed questions to get to the bottom of some of these other issues. But before that, like, what's your kind of perspective and overview, versus what she said?
So she lied a shit ton in her twit longer. I could bring it up and, like, take down the bits. I already wrote, like, a whole, how many pages is it? 14 pages about everything that happened beginning to end. So that's what I'll be going over on stream.
Finally, our boy XanderHal getting us some good drama.
Any gaps that people might have in the story. Stuff like that. I don't think I'll publish it like as a manifesto for people to read. I think it'll just be guidelines for my official like stream and segment where I
that Laurel Hubbard thing was posted in 2019. Oh, why the fuck did I get linked that then?
That are relevant, and that's typically.
I feel like I'd heard her name before.
So, basically, yeah, where do you want to start?
Okay, so first of all, I guess we can talk about, because I don't want to necessarily probe into the ins and outs of your relationship, but this thing about the cheating. So, so you said she was cheating. She said she wasn't. So, I mean,
she claimed that she got herself a job cleaning Airbnbs or something. And when I contacted a friend of hers, because what actually ended up happening was I realized that money was disappearing from my account. And I noticed this for a very long time, and I didn't quite understand why. It just seemed like I'd have less money in my accounts than you would expect, right? And obviously, like, I use PayPal for the income that I get from my website, because that's what that's done through. And then YouTube and Twitch always just pays you direct deposit through your bank account. And typically I just transfer that over to PayPal because it's easier to have it like that, because debit card, swipe, do your thing, do your shopping, whatever. I'd do a stream or something, and I just noticed that there wasn't as much money in the account afterwards as there should be. I'd be like, what's going on here? What is this? So I'd dig, and I'd look through like my transactions.
I will say on one end, I am super lucky. I have never been with a woman that's ever stolen money from me, like blatantly, like stolen money. Never been with a woman with like bad hygiene issues. There are some like horror stories I hear sometimes of some things, and I've never had to experience these things. Thank God. It's got to be so weird how like a partner like stealing money from you. That's wild. Well, that I know of. That's true.
PayPal, it's got a little list of transactions, right? So you go through that shit, you scroll through it, and there's nothing there. Like, nothing suspicious, nothing that would make sense as to why there was money missing. And, I'd ask her about this, and at the time I had no reason to distrust her. I mean, for one, we've been dating for like a year. She's had plenty of opportunities to leave me unconscious in a bathtub full of ice with a scar on my torso. So, and, she'd been, like, doing the shopping and making sure that, like, we, like, she'd not seemed to have been irresponsible with my card or with my finances before. It felt like we were operating as a unit, as you'd expect a relationship to do, right? You're a team, right? You work together.
Correct.
You divide your tasks and you divide and conquer, right? That's what a good relationship's meant to be. And I thought she was holding up her end of those things.
But
never let women do the shopping. The far left and the far right agree on one thing: women be shopping. No, but so I go through, and
the reason why women be shopping is because most men are too lazy to go out and shop for their household. That is the reason why, by the way. But
just like something is up here. Something is up here. So eventually I, after budgeting and after saving and just being like, I'm kind of done with this whole being broke thing. Where's my money going? This is pretty cringe. I'm eating ramen for dinner, and for some reason, not having money saved. And it eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, what the fuck is going on here? So I decided to just not be broke anymore. I decided to Google how to not be broke anymore.
Step one was stop letting your girlfriend steal money from meth.
How to hide payments through PayPal. And I did a little searching around, and I discovered a little something. I don't know if this is true. You might know about this, Chud Logic. I don't know if most people watching will know about this, because a normal PayPal account that you have for like personal use and a business PayPal account like you and I would have, I assume you have a business one, right, Chud Logic?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. And a business one have pretty different layouts. This is why leftists make terrible finance people. Bro, I'm 22. Do you expect me to be like a financial genius? Hold on, dude. I legit, I'm looking at the chat right now, and I really am curious right now. How financially responsible were you guys at 22 years old? Where did you learn your financial knowledge?
Well, let's see. I had my first house, was working full time, had an oops baby. I had a lot of finances going on. XanderHal.
Did not teach me this. You did not teach me this shit in school, okay?
Chat's giving you a hard time, okay? Yes, I agree that at 22 years old, you might not be the most financially knowledgeable. One thing I do want to say though, because is there not a bank account you can get where you just get a debit card? Like, why is it all managed through PayPal? That seems like the wrong way to do it.
I had
I remember my very first Visa card I got. I think I was 13 or 12. And I was so excited. I think your parents had to co-sign for it. My parents had to sign on for it, and it was a weird credit card because it was the one where you had it linked to your debit account or something like that. I don't remember why, but I had a paper route when I was in school. So eventually I got like my first little. It might have been a debit card, not a credit card. It might have just been a debit card. And I thought that on the debit card, I think I've told this story before, I saw when it had like the symbol on the card and then it had the symbol on the ATM, I thought that meant it was free. And I remember I went to Toys R Us, and I remember I was like, I'm about to buy some shit. I'm fucking rich. I've got $80 fucking dollars, okay, that I just got paid by the Omaha World Herald. We're about to go fuck shit up. And I got some Gundam toy things. I got some Pokemon card booster packs. And I remember that I went to the ATM 4 times that night, because I was balling, and I got $20 out each time. And I was like, hell yes, okay? $80 in my account, $20 4 times, we're ready to roll. And the next day, I learned that I had like negative like $135 over my bank account because it wasn't free if the symbol was on the ATM. There was a small transaction fee every time. And the way that they process like bounces, I got fucked. And I was like, this is some bullshit.
a Suncoast Credit Union account back in Florida, and it was just like big credit union back in Florida, but it's only in Florida. So they're like a big bank back there, big credit union. But once I was in California and I lost my card during the move and had to cancel it, it was like, well, they're telling me I need to go there in person to like get a new card. So what I just do is I get my direct deposit into my bank account from Twitch and YouTube, and I transfer it over to my PayPal. And I plan to get a bank account here in California to streamline things, but I just...
What percentage of people you've known since streaming do you think only liked you when they thought you agreed on everything or before you debated better than them? Do you think a chunk of them did it strategically for the anti-Destiny jerk popularity bump, or do you think they actually feel emotionally betrayed? I think there's a couple of things going on. I think there's a lot of people will say things like, I really like Destiny. I appreciate his logical thought process. I like how principled he is and blah, 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 blah. When in reality, what they mean is, I like Destiny because he argues really well for all the things I already agree with. There's a lot of people that say the former and mean the latter, but they don't even realize it. This has happened a lot with a lot of conservative fans I've picked up who are like, and I'll see this happen on Twitter over and over again, Destiny, I really appreciate your thought process. You're so based and you're so intellectually honest when you're criticizing lefties. But every single time you criticize conservatives, you become this bad faith animal monster. What's going on? It's like, well, what's going on is you're probably a partisan hack and you just like it when I shit on people on the left. Like, that's probably what's happening. But then I think a second thing will happen where when people, and I should probably be more explicit about this, for all the people that have backstabbed me, I don't think that people are going behind closed doors and like, all right, I've used Destiny this much and I've used him up. I've got enough out of him. Now I'm going to take a 90-degree turn and I'm going to fuck him up. I'm going to go crazy and build a fan base off of it. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is you're surrounded by a bunch of people that don't really like me, and there's a lot of uncomfortable friction there. And it's just easier to be like everybody's sitting around like, man, Destiny sucks, man, Destiny sucks. You're like, yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, I think he does suck too. And everybody kind of like jerks themselves off or whatever. And I think that's kind of what happens. Yeah, I don't think that like any of the backstabbing I've had happened to me. I don't think any of it was like intentional. I think it's just people in general are conflict avoidant. I'm conflict avoidant. And I think that they just will kind of like agree with the people around them because it's the easiest thing to do. And yeah. I have a leaf thing on my little air conditioner, and I think it turns off if somebody's not like walking by it. Is there a way to turn off eco mode? It really irritates the fucking shit out of me. You are not conflict avoidant. I am very conflict avoidant. In my personal life, it's something I'm trying to work on, especially recently. But publicly, I'll be like very aggressive. But I think privately, I don't like to piss people off or like upset somebody or let somebody down or whatever. That was part of the reasons why I think when Eris came on to fight is because instead of like just saying like, hey, like I can't play this or I don't have time for this or whatever, I think Jin will just say like, oh, I'll try to make time for it or I'll try to do this or whatever. Because I think in my personal life, even I tend to be pretty conflict avoidant. Which isn't usually a good thing. Usually ends up fucking over all parties. Hold on one second. Destiny would be an incel if he wasn't famous. I literally had a girl pregnant before I even started streaming. But, okay, dude. My first girlfriend in high school didn't understand what a minus figure in her bank account meant and that she had hacked the bank somehow because every time she spent money, she got more. She ended up hitting the overdraft cap and was called by her bank and had a mental breakdown. Nice.
Didn't get to it for... as you can see now, obvious reasons.
Yeah,
anyway, so regardless, I just noticed that the amount of money disappearing was absurd.
And sorry, like, one thing to ask as well, because obviously there's a famous tweet that you tweeted out about your PayPal and money being missing. Is that also linked to this then?
The one that I'm thinking of, I think, is one in which like a bunch of charges are made through my account through Steam. And that could have been her using like some Steam like wallet bullshit to be able to get cash. I don't know how. That seems more likely to me that was actually some sort of hacker scenario, or like some sort of like actual like someone out there fucking with my account scenario, which is common with Steam. Steam's kind of high target for that kind of stuff. So that could have been unrelated, but there was other stuff that just seemed suspicious. Like there was a time where, and this was like, I had no reason to suspect her, obviously. Early in our relationship, I'm sitting there and I'm at the computer and I'm like typing. I say early, but like early when we were living together, I'm sitting at the computer and I'm like typing and shit, you know, having a good time. I check my PayPal and I noticed there's like a bunch of charges. These are not hidden, by the way, and I'll get to the hidden charge thing in a moment. To this like Chumba Gold Coin Casino thing.
Oh,
and
no.
I didn't know what this was. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I Googled it. And it's this online app gambling, whatever the fuck thing on the phone. And I was like, okay, well this is not either of us. This is just not either of us. So, hey Lonnie, you know what this is? Did our card get? Oh yeah, our card must have gotten skimmed at the gas station. Oh yeah, did it? Should I cancel this one and order a new one? Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, it's gonna take 5 to 10 business days for a new one to come. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. And she's like, oh no, yeah, totally. Yep, cancel it. It was stolen. The card was skimmed. And I was like, all right, I'm canceling the card. It's gonna be 5 to 10 days till a new one comes. It's gonna be kind of inconvenient. Are you? And she literally went all the way in on that lie. And the reason why I ended up finding out that she was lying to me is because later on, when I would go looking through my PayPal and discover these hidden payments in the form of archived payments, I don't know if these exist on normal like PayPal accounts for like personal use, but if you use a business account, you can. I didn't know this because I don't know jack shit about PayPal that I like don't regularly use.
Why do people always talk about how much I failed as a father to Nathan and not how much Vosh failed as a father to Xanderhal? Ever wonder? Ever wonder why? What's up with the hypocrisy there, boys?
As an aspect to it, you can click on a payment and hide it as an archived payment, which takes it off of that big convenient list of transactions in your PayPal that lets you keep track of all of your income and what's coming in and out, and puts it in like a secret kind of like hidden page. And when I found out about that, that's when I saw the charges and I was like, this hoe belongs to the streets. God damn it.
So you just found all these transactions she'd done that were like not anything you'd approved or aware of, and that's why you were losing the money.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I can't. There's only so much typing under the calculator that I could do. It'd be like small $15, $20 like bits that would happen like throughout the day. So it'd be very easy to not notice, right? Like
$5,
$10, 25 at the most, you know, and it'd be while I'm asleep or while I'm like out or streaming or when I'm doing something that'll distract me and keep my mind off of, you know, off of like my finances for a while. I know every transaction. Me too now, motherfucker. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, listen, I feel like,
no, we were not married.
Chat's giving you a really hard time with this. I think that, you know, obviously with a normal bank, you can see the transactions.
It's natural though, right? Because like when bad shit happens to people online, when bad shit happens to anybody, everyone wants to be the guy that says, that would have never happened to me. I'm so much smarter. Here's how you could have done it better. Like everybody wants to be that guy. Everybody wants to be the guy that says, here's how you could have done it.
So I think.
Let me give a better explanation. Let me get a better explanation for what Xanderhal is saying here, because he's doing a really bad time representing himself. If you are a streamer and you get paid, what happens is when you log into your PayPal, what it looks like is like $4.95, $4.95, $4.95, $10.95, $4.95. It's just a ton of transactions like that, and past like right when you log in, it'll just show you like the last like 9 or 10. Like somebody could be like, I should say this because I don't know if Kay has access to it. Somebody could be like stealing like $100 out of my PayPal like every few days, and I would never notice. There's no way I would notice. I'm not going through and manually looking at every single transaction. And for somebody like Xanderhal, I imagine even if you're not making as much money, like there's still going to be a ton of transactions showing up in there, and you could be stealing shit and nobody ever know, you know.
I think that for me, it's like I understand if you're using PayPal as your financial thing and you can hide transactions, it's going to make it more difficult to track. And you've probably got a rough idea of what's coming in from your stream, but it's not going to be a precise dollar number. You're going to think, I probably made about $200 today or something or whatever. And in it goes, so you're not necessarily going to notice. But I think the reality is, and I think you'd probably agree with this, this is probably a big wake-up call to, go and get a proper bank account set up, right?
A proper bank.
But you can say get a proper bank account, but she could have been stealing a little bit out of like the PayPal or the bank account too, and you wouldn't have noticed, right?
Bank account, though I do need to get a local one to... Well, I'm moving soon, so I'm gonna have to get another local one. I'm gonna have to get a local one to the state that I'm in now. Just because it would streamline things generally, and I do agree with that. The only problem is, is this the problem for you, Chad Logic? But like with my credit union, transferring money from my bank account to my PayPal or my PayPal to my bank account takes 5 days, 5 business days.
Damn.
So weekends don't count. So like, it's really a pain in the ass to transfer money from my PayPal to my bank account and just use that instead. Like,
wait, what?
Sure.
5 days?
Weekends don't. But like with my credit union, transferring money from my bank account to my PayPal or my PayPal to my bank account takes 5 days,
Jeez.
5 business days.
Damn,
So
that's brutal.
weekends don't count. So like, it's really a pain in the ass to transfer money from my PayPal to my bank account and just use that instead. Like,
sure,
it's not exact. Like the transfer back or forth takes 3 to 5.
Oh,
business.
he fell for the credit union meme. Because lefties online are always saying, like, when you're a credit union, you're actually part of a socialist co-op because all the members of the union are way better. It's so much better than being part of a cuck thing like Wells Fargo because those guys aren't credit unions. They have evil capitalist owners. He fell for the credit union meme. It's not nice to make fun of him, but that's a little funny.
Business days, not counting weekends. So it's like...
Well, okay.
Yeah.
My advice to you, I'm not sure what you've got exactly in America, but in the UK, there's like online banks where you can still have all the normal stuff like a debit card and so on, but you can set it all up online. And
Can you explain why it sucks? What's the mean? I mean, like, you should choose a bank. When you go to choose a bank, you should choose a bank that has like the best services, the best fees, and the best availability for areas that you live in. That's what you should choose a bank, full stop. The idea of like obsessing over whether or not you're on like a credit union or some shit like is dumb as fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're a credit union. You might still be a trash fucking bank with like 3 ATMs where I actually need them, Don't do that shit. Don't obsess over it's gotta be a credit union. Like, no, it doesn't have to be a fucking credit union. It could be a ton of different things.
got like a business account which I use for all my income, and then like a personal account that I draw money out of, and I do all my spending on my business account that for like equipment and stuff. So I think from the sounds of it,
and then other Reddit finance virgins will say dumb shit like, actually, Destiny, credit unions are better because they give you vastly better rates on savings accounts and something you might have never heard of called a money market account. Like, it'll be dumb shit like, okay, cool, good job. You get like 0.78% interest on your savings or like 1.3% interest on your money market deposit account instead of like 0.4. Like, you're not looking to these accounts to earn money anyway, okay? These aren't your good investment accounts. Don't do shit like that, all right?
It sounds to me like you just need to be a bit more structured with how your finances are working. And I don't know if you've got the ability to, but maybe...
I've already dealt with that. That was something that I did very, very quickly after I realized what Lonnie was doing. When
Yeah.
I realized that my finances were not in trustworthy hands, I locked down everything, changed my passwords. Like everything's so secured, it's ridiculous. I went and I updated my renter's insurance to include fraud protection. I did like a whole bunch of shit to ensure that. Believe me, I may be financially ignorant in some respects, but I am not stupid. I learned my lessons even if they're the hard way. But anyways, so I end up discovering these charges. I get, naturally pissed off, and I'm like, all right, well, this is already like the straw that broke the camel's back. This alone is
but wait, there's more.
Enough to completely end the relationship. The stealing thing, no. Like that's a bottom line. She's done. She's gone. She's on the street now. But I did have some morbid curiosity because I had my suspicions because she was out, quote unquote, at work all the time. I was like, So what is she spending this fucking money on? So I hit up her ex-best friend, who, prior to this, I would have never believed a word out of the mouth of, about Lonnie. But now I realize that Lonnie probably fucked this person over, and that's, and maybe.
Oh no, the worst experience for people that are in abusive or fucked relationships. I wonder how many girls have realized this about me. I'm just kidding. The worst thing is when you go to date a guy or a girl and they're like, oh my God, my ex is crazy. And at some point, maybe you even talk to that ex and you're like, wow, they're really crazy or whatever. Like they fucking hate you. It's like, yeah, they're an insane fucking lunatic. And then you find out like, oh no. That's why they hated this guy / girl, because this person is fucking insane. My partner is actually crazy. Fuck me. And then you have that come to Jesus moment where you're like, all right, I'm going to message this guy or girl. Tell me all the problems because I think I see him now, you know? It's like that's the change up.
Maybe she is a good person to go to about this. So I talked to her about Lonnie, and she tells me some interesting things. She tells me about the meth, and she tells me about the gambling addiction. And she just...
Link the meth memes. Throw up her chat logs. We did the manifesto too early, boys. Don't do meth, kids. Oh yeah, that's obviously meth. She doesn't even know drugs. What a dumb fuck. Hey, important life moment for all you kids out there, okay? Take it from me, kiddos. You can never identify a drug by the way that it looks. Anybody that tells you differently, you can safely ignore everything they have to tell you about drugs. You cannot tell what a drug is by how it looks. Don't ever forget that, children.
Generally tells me about her being a manipulative, like a master. The quote from her is master manipulator, like very, very good at lying, very good at convincing you that she's somebody that she's not.
I see. That's how they got into that's how it got, because it's obviously it's in this twit longer. So she told you that, you said that to her, and then it's in the twit longer.
Oh yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Anyway, yes, that original quote comes from her friend saying that she's a master manipulator and a liar, and something that she said to me that kind of stuck with me, and it's why I'm so glad that we got the fucking police reports, because it's such a, at least for me, it's sort of like, oh yeah, I was definitely right. I'll never have that one shred of, did I overreact to all this shit in my brain, like in the back of my head? What her friend told me was that she'll lie about this to the end. She genuinely believes that the stuff that she does is morally justified, and she's convinced herself of the reality that she's spooled for herself, and she will never, not even like just to your face, admit anything that she's done. She will lie to herself and take those lies to the grave. That is what her friend told me.
Sorry.
That is about as close to word for word as I can say. And we had this really long phone call, me and this ex-friend, like 13 hours long, me and her talked. It was a very enlightening conversation and fun as hell, because it was like, oh,
this thing.
Oh shit, yeah.
And that thing.
She does do that. Isn't she such an annoying? Yeah. It was fun.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And this information is also what contributed to the breakup as well then.
So with this knowledge that I'd gained from this best friend, I of course message her and building the harem. I message her and I message Lonnie. I'm like, yeah, so I know about the meth, I know about the stealing, I know about the gambling, and frankly, I imagine you're probably cheating on me or something. I don't even know what else. Her friends claim she's not a cheater, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. Whether she cheated or not, it makes no difference. She's a piece of shit. And...
Right, so just to clarify, the cheating thing was kind of thrown as an afterthought. It was the stealing, the lying, that is the main reason.
Yeah, that was like, I'm sure you're doing this as well kind of thing.
What is your experience that allows me to relate to all these things? Usually it's careful when I speak about women, because it probably applies to men too, but I only date women. But usually it'll be like, I'll meet a person, they seem like really friendly and really chill, really cool. And then I'll know that there are some people that have like really negative opinions about them. But like I said, and I have said this, and I truly do believe this, I'll give anybody one shot. I'll give anybody a chance, because people say a lot of crazy shit about me. But then after getting to know that person more, they'll start doing things. And I'm like, okay, now I see why everybody says this particular thing about you. Sometimes there are cases where I realize it's like, okay, I know why people hate you. It's not really fair, but I understand why. But like, I think you've gotten a bad rap. And then other times they're like, I totally get why people hate you, and people should hate you. Yeah, just
from me, but you know, maybe a little bit emotional on my part, but I did say that to her. She's not lying about me accusing her of that. I will go on the record saying that.
Okay.
But her behavior was fishy, and I think it's more likely what she was doing was on meth benders and like, you know, doing what drug addicts do while they're like just gone. Like I don't know. That's what I'm assuming she was probably doing, and yeah, I dumped her ass. I told her, you're fucking out. I want you out by the end of the month. I've already talked to the apartment complex. I've already arranged to move out. I plan to stay for a few months in my mom's condo so I can save up money without any bills to worry about, so I can rent a house up in Seattle. And I, like, people in chat meme about me being a dead streamer or whatever, but I average like 350, 400 viewers on a like average day. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, and my viewer count on videos is doing quite all right too.
Okay, can somebody tell me if I'm right or wrong? I want to say this before I give drug advice. Also, I'm not giving you drug advice. Don't do meth, okay? If you don't want to. That being said, meth seems like a kind of base drug. I'm gonna be honest with you. Is it true? Somebody told me this. I don't know if it's true, and I've tried to look up information. It's hard to find. Is it true that you can't OD on meth? That your body can ever only metabolize so much at a time, so it's impossible to ever OD on it. So you can do a lot and it'll just last for a long time, and that's why people go on meth benders. Is that true or is that not true? Does anybody know? We are like at 50-50 in chat. Oh man. My record is 7 days. Yes, no. Okay, well, chat is undecided. Well, somebody will email me. I think I had a couple people email me, but like the one of the reasons why I heard like meth is so easy to get addicted to is that obviously it produces like really good feelings for you, but like if you take a lot, you're just really high for a really long time. But you don't have to worry about like a drug like fentanyl is very easy to OD and kill yourself with. Or heroin, not as easy as fentanyl. I don't think anything is as easy as fentanyl. That shit seems wild. But like with meth, you could take a ton and be high for like a week, and you don't have to worry about like accidentally ODing and killing yourself as much. Unlike meth, you just have like long-term meth addictions that fuck with your life in other ways. But that, I'm not sure 100% if that's true or not though. So careful.
So yeah, it's pretty much where I am now. I'm
Oh, hold on. The lady that made this wiki was going to talk to me at one point, and then she disappeared. I don't know. Okay, a methamphetamine overdose may result in a wide range of symptoms potentially fatal at heavy dosages. A moderate overdose of meth may induce symptoms such as abnormal heart rhythm, confusion, dysuria, higher low blood pressure, hypothermia, extreme large overdose can produce symptoms such as adrenergic storm, methamphetamine psychosis, anuria, cardiogenic shock, cerebral hemorrhage, serotonin syndrome, and a form of stereotypy or tweaking. A methamphetamine overdose will likely result in mild brain damage due to dopaminergic and serotonergic neurotoxicity. Death from fatal methamphetamine poisoning is typically preceded by convulsion and coma. Oh, maybe you can OD on it. Careful. I wonder if like form of ingestion matters too. I'm not sure, but
staying at my mom's condo and saving up for the next couple months just so I can afford to put the the payments down for a
Keep hating your life then,
north.
working class Andy.
Oh yeah, baby. This is the good shit. I love this meth. Here you go, Stevie, my boy.
Goddamn, Duke, this is why I wake up every day. Oh, fuck, I'm ready to write out another manifesto.
And a big part of it is my uncle. This is a bit of a positive side of things. I'm going to give you as a bit of a a palate cleanser before I get into the really crazy shit, because we haven't even gotten to the like Breaking Bad tier, like what the fuck is your life a TV show part of the story.
Okay.
Or the part where I went full Sigma. Anyway, so basically, I message her and I'm like, you're fucking out, all right? For one, I'm moving out of this apartment at the end of the month, and so, like, they're going to get all this fucking shit out of here. If it's not out, like, you can get your I'm getting my shit out, you get your shit out, I'm turning in my keys, and if your stuff's still in here, my name's the only one on the lease, so I'll get the eviction. She knew that if she stayed in there and, like, didn't leave by the day that I was set to move out, then she could get me an eviction. And like, the apartment can't have someone living in it when they do the clear out day, right?
Yeah, of course. You got all the stuff moved out, and then they come and they, you know, take the apartment back, right?
Yeah. So she, holy shit. So she, oh wait, I was gonna tell you the happy thing first.
Yeah,
I'll wait until afterwards. Here, let me type down the thing that I was gonna talk about. That's happy.
Okay.
Just so we don't forget. All right. Quail.
Okay.
That's the single word, quail. All right, let's continue. So she has a month to get out of there, and so do I. I immediately start packing my stuff up because I'm like, well, this place is fucking depressing. I don't want to like be around in this apartment anymore. I guess I'll just, you know, go move into my mom's condo. It's nice. It's like a place right around the corner. She rented it a few months back. I just chill there. I can stream there. It's like, why not? I'll have no bills to worry about for the next few months.
Cows can jump this, can't they?
It's nice. So that's what I decided to do. And I started streaming and you know, making money, saving it up so that I could afford to do that little move towards the end of the year. And you know, I'm like, hey Lonnie, you know, a few days have passed, weeks passed. Are you gonna, you know, get your stuff out of there? And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna get it out, but I don't have anywhere to go. And I'm like, well, we'll help you move if you want to get a. The thing she brings up in the twit longer is that we suggested she move to Big Bear. What we did was we found a place that she could get for like $1,400 a month. That would be rent and all utilities except for internet.
Wait, is Big Bear, is that the mountain shit up in California? Is that where me and Melina went? Big Bear. If so, that place is based.
Included. As past a certain threshold of like, I think electricity usage, because it was like a rental VRBO. It was like $1,400 a month for that much included. And I was like, I found this place for you. We like, here's a storage unit place. You've got the money for it. Get your shit out. Here you go. Here you go.
So you actually helped her in this month, even though you'd split up. You were helping her to move out.
Because I wanted her out, not because I wanted to help her.
Right. Okay.
Because to be clear, no positive feelings for her whatsoever.
Sure.
However,
there's a pragmatic concern.
Yeah. I wanted her out, and I want her out of my life permanently, and to never hear or see from her again. So I was like, I will help you get out of here, but you better fucking get out of here. $1,400, all bills paid, basically, is not bad. It is fucking amazing. That is so goddamn good in America, in a place like that. So basically, I found that place for her, and I sent it to her. My mom even did some searching and found some places, because my mom loves searching random places online for like VRBOs and rentals and shit. So even she sent some shit over her way, because my mom and her were friends. We would we would go on drives and like go to dinner and lunch together, and we had like
drives? What does that mean?
Go into having dinner with the mother-in-law type thing, right? Like, not mother-in-law literally, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like that was the sort of dynamic that was going on there, and she refused any help that we offered her. And you know, another week goes by. I've been here. I've been streaming at this place. If you've watched my streams, you can see the change in setting. And thank God they never have. I was never gonna marry her, and I don't think she ever wanted to get married either. But basically, I'm not very big on marriage, and neither was she. So basically, fuck, I'm high right now, so I'm trying to remember where I was.
That's all good. So we were talking about, so you wanted her out of your life, so you were finding a place for her to live. So I guess
I tried to help her find a place to live.
Yeah.
She rejected my help, and at that point I was like, okay, well, I guess she's moving out on her own. It's on her. If she doesn't get out in time, then there'll be an eviction on my record, but I'll just save up and buy a house if I have to. or like figure some other way around it. Get a roommate or something that I'm friends with or something. Like figure something out. I could always do that. I wasn't going to like continue to pay or allow her to stay there. And she was just going to get evicted at the end of the month anyway. So it was like, all right, well, she knows she's got her time. She's seen the things on the goddamn door. And you know, she knows what's coming. She has her opportunity to get out. And
but
so
it seems like she had other plans rather than moving out from the looks of it here.
It would seem that way, wouldn't it? So we go over there about, I'd ballpark about 10 days before she was arrested. And we try to open up the door, and the door will not open. It's like, we open, I unlock it. I use my key, I unlock the door. We stop by there to try to like make sure it's getting cleared out. I want to make sure that she's actually moving out. Stop by the apartment, open the door with the key, but there's like a lock that's been installed. It's one of those slide outs. What are they called? The ones that swing out and like stop a door. She'd installed one of those, which is like, okay, so not a chain. No, it's like something you did. It's not even a latch. It's some swinging hard plastic magnetic thing. You put a magnet up to it, and that lets you move it. And then you have to move the magnet to like steady it in place. That's my understanding of how it works. Anyway, so she'd installed one of those to make it so I could not go into the apartment. The apartment that until a few days ago was still in my name and I had keys for and everything.
What,
It
she
became very
prevented
obvious
you
what
from
she was
getting in?
doing. Yes, she did. It
Keep
became
hating your
very
life then,
obvious,
working class
and I
Andy.
will be showing this off during my segment today, but I have pictures and stuff that I took in the apartment of everything I'm going to be bringing up here.
What the hell are you building? This building looks like shit. Obama.
Go there. We can't get in. We're like, okay, she's gonna have to deal with what happens when the apartment complex deals with her, and we'll just sit here. Like me and my mom were like, we're gonna get some folding chairs and we're gonna set them up right in front of the apartment, and we're gonna get popcorn and we're gonna get Slurpees to sit down and watch as she cries while she gets evicted because she decided to sit there like a squatter for a month with every opportunity to move out to try to fuck me over. And that's what our plan was. And it was going to be very, very, very enjoyable if that's how it went. However, things actually ended up going a little bit better. A few days later, end up getting a letter
What
in the
light
mail.
level spawns mobs?
Lonnie had attempted to get some credit cards in my name. The problem is she's stupid, and I canceled them before she could do it, and then locked my credit with the 3 major credit bureaus, so she can't do anything else there. So my credit was secured like in 10 seconds. She wasn't even able to do shit with that, but I had enough evidence to get proof of her engaging in credit card fraud. So as a matter of fact, one of the next steps on the road here is reporting her to the police for that. So we'll be filing a police report for that, especially because like we didn't
0 in the new update. Wait, mobs only spawn at 0 light level? They won't spawn at... Are you serious? Sorry.
do it because she's been threatening to post that twit longer for 2 days now if I don't call her. And I was like, we're not going to send her straight back to jail 2 days later on federal credit card fraud. We're not. I don't want to do that right away if
Federal
she's
or
like
felony?
just
You know, felony,
being crazy and has just gotten out of jail and is being hysterical here. But well, now you better believe I'm pressing charges. She's going to prison.
Man.
She's going to prison. That's what's happening.
Well, at least you have somewhere to stay at that point, I guess.
Yeah, she'll have somewhere to stay. Yeah, no, she's going to prison, guys. I'm pressing charges. Like, why the fuck wouldn't I? Like, what am I gonna leave her to be homeless? Like, unironically, like, I'd feel like it's the kinder thing to do, unironically. In all seriousness, though.
Yeah. So just want to clarify. So basically, like, she had the month to move out. You'd kind of put it in the right direction.
With no priors or anything, there's no way that she's going to prison. I mean, she'll probably get the book thrown at her, like in terms of fines and shit, but no way.
Because you wanted kind of rid of her, but then she took steps to lock you out of the property, you know, which obviously caused you a problem.
Well, here's where things get.
Uh-oh.
Here's where things get Breaking Bad tier.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
They haven't gotten crazy yet.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
I'm ready.
All right. So we're filing. Well, like at the time, we were like, okay, we got to get Lonnie out of this apartment. And so when we found out she had tried to like do credit, like steal my identity, and also like get credit cards in my name, we're like, all right, well, let's just file a police report, and the cops will take you right out of there, and problem solved. We just move everything out, and there we go. And I shit you not, I am literally typing up the order of events to show to the to give to the police officer when I have the sheriff over to file the report. And I get a call from, and this is the county that I'm in, it's a big county, the Riverside County jail system. And I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Because there's only one person it could have possibly been. Who the fuck else is calling me from jail? It's fucking her. And I ignore her call because I know she's in jail, and I'm like, yeah, you sit there scared. And so I go and I check online, and sure enough, just as I suspected, at this point I had no hard evidence that she was a drug addict or that she had that she was a thief necessarily. I didn't have the hardest of hard. Well, I had hard evidence she was a thief. I didn't have hard evidence she was a drug addict yet, and not with meth. But, well, I mean, you saw the arrest reports. What I sent you and what you showed on stream is exactly what I found online, Jed Logic.
So, so this, yeah, it seems to be pretty clear cut here. I mean, obviously at this stage, you know, not to run defense or anything, but this is the police aspect. So, I mean, would they prosecute her for this? How would that work? Would they move things forward?
What ended up happening is, so she had a fictitious check on her, which is a felonious offense, and she had obviously meth on her and probably a pipe and like other meth paraphernalia on her. And as you can see, there's the A's next to the charges there on the bottom. Those are the ones that ended up being sentenced. She pleaded. She pleaded down from the felony charge and the 2 misdemeanor possession charges down to just 2 misdemeanor possession charges because, well, in California, that's going to be a lot less severe. Also, the if you want to look it up, I mean, you can look it up right now. The Riverside court system right now is extremely, extremely backed up and like low on judges. They're pushing people through really fast and pushing people to get plea deals really fast. So she was like,
there's got to be like a meme in here where it's like leftists when the crimes aren't against them. And it's like, we need to forgive everybody. We need to be chill, guys. We need to forget. And then it's like leftists when people commit crimes against them. Death penalty and rape time.
In 3 days of being held, able to get a plea deal down to just some basic drug possession and get out. But, I mean, she's got a rap sheet now, you know? Really cool to dox your ex, too. I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out right now. This is all public information. Not only is the information that is in that police report, not only was it public before all of this, because Lonnie made her information public, but also that police report is literally public, and none of it is doxing. There's no one's address is even on there. The place of arrest is 2 hours away from the town we lived in.
I mean, I can't listen. I've got to be honest. I can't help but detect a sense of glee. Like it seems like you're very kind of excited about this. Do you not feel any sense of sympathy towards her in any way, or?
Well, we haven't gotten to the crazy part yet, have we?
Okay.
Chad Logic.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to the crazy part. So, after I find out that she's in jail, and we've got 4 days to get all the trash cleaned out of the apartment and get it like ready for the apartment complex to like, if there's some heavy furniture and shit in there that I can't move on my own because it's like some big fucking giant like case for like putting dishes and stuff like that. They said that they'd have the maintenance guy with or a couple maintenance guys with like a hand truck deal with stuff like that. And that would just be like, I just have to pay the hourly fee for the maintenance guy, which is like $16 an hour. So it's like, okay, that's fine. I'm fine with like some heavy shit being left in the apartment and paying whatever it takes to get that shit out. I can't get that stuff out on my own. So we go to the apartment and the door's still locked. We can't get in. And we were like, all right, well, let's just call the police. Let's have a cop come here with some power tool. Maybe they'll get the maintenance guy to come here with a power tool, and he can just saw through the lock, right? Just saw right through it. And we ended up going around back first, finding that the back door was actually unlocked. And we were able to get in, the back sliding glass door. She must have been so fucking high that she forgot to fucking lock it. So we were able to get in there, and this is where shit gets crazy. Lonnie talked about the apartment being trashed in her little twit longer here. And I have a feeling she might be projecting a little bit, because what me and my mom walked into was I thought that there must have been a compost pile somewhere in the apartment.
Compost?
It had been 10 days since I had been to that apartment. And I walk in. There are pics, and they'll be shown off on stream. I walk into the apartment, and it just smells like a fucking compost pile. And okay, I'm trying to think of where the best place to start of things that I found in there. I'm going to start with the least offensive things, and we're going to work our way up to the insanity scale.
Yep.
So, you know how I'd taken the cat over here to take care of her when the AC broke so that she wouldn't, die in like the goddamn desert heat of Palm Springs? The cat food bowl, I forgot to empty that out, which is fine because Lonnie came home right after that and would have been able to deal with it. But no, for the last 10 days that I'd been gone and she'd been staying there apparently, she had left that cat food bowl, this wet cat food shit, sitting in the bowl on the ground for 10 straight days. And I kid you not, it was full of fucking maggots. The kitchen swarming with these tiny little flies. The goddamn trash can was just vile. The inside of the fridge was literally like pooled with the green juice, like this pale green juice from different like produce that had started leaking and rotting, because apparently what she was doing was buying fresh produce, like a week's worth of fresh produce, and then let that goes bad in a few days, and then like not eating it, letting it go bad to waste money. Oh, here's the crazy shit now. So the house itself was obviously completely trashed. There was garbage everywhere. And then this is what really pissed me off. She was making drugs in the living room. She had a drug-making operation going in the living room. And I won't go into super big detail on that. We threw all that shit out. And because it was happening in an apartment with my name on it and we got all that shit out of there, I don't want to deal with the shit from it, so I won't go into any more detail than that. But yeah,
Didn't say Simon Says.
that's what I end up finding in there. And not only that, but I also end up finding
This is
what I
honestly
thought at
disgusting.
first must have been
These
some
people
kind
should
of
be ashamed to call themselves. Why even pretend to be against an overly punitive system?
Well, when people
Gross.
do bad things to you, okay, everybody turns into a conservative when they're the ones getting fucked over. That's just the way of the world, my friend.
arts and crafts table project. But no. I see sitting on this, I think it was called a cricket, or like this, it's basically a segmented cutting board for it's got laminate, it does lamination. There's a thing for cutting out different bits, just for making fake IDs. They had a fake ID. They were making fake IDs.
Imagine if Lanny, if you're listening, okay, please just do this because it'd be funny as fuck. Imagine if she actually turns all of this around. And what we actually find out is that she was making fake IDs for trans people to escape oppressive sex slavery conditions. And then we find out that the fake IDs were for trans people to escape horrible visa abusers and shit, and it's actually all completely the opposite. Just kidding. The drugs she's making were actually, it was part of Chloe's operation for do-it-yourself HRT.
And their failed fake IDs were sitting on the fucking table. Now, of course, we got pictures, and not only did we get pictures of that, but we also, and this will also be getting reported to the police, not only did we get pictures of that, but we also literally got a picture of the to-do list that she had drawn out, in which she literally says, buy a cricket for fake IDs. She'd literally written buy a cricket 4 fake IDs
my God.
on the to-do list. They had a to-do
Jesus.
list of things to buy for doing their crimes and wrote out what they were for in said to-do list. So we got a picture of that too. And
Why would you write this down?
promptly sent every illegal
Didn't say Simon
piece of
says.
paraphernalia and material straight to the fucking dump, to whence it came, because God knows
Why
I did
didn't
not
he
want
let
to
the
have
cops
to deal
find the
with any
equipment?
of the
Wouldn't it
fucking
be more evidence?
Because the apartment's under his name.
consequences for what she did in that apartment. I'd hoped that while I was gone for those 10 days, because I moved out, that she would, knowing that they were going to be clearing that place out soon, that she would herself clear that place out. And she did take everything that was valuable. She took everything out of there that was hers, that was valuable.
This girl hated me online. God, they're all watching the lefties all eat themselves. Very tasty.
She'd only really left garbage, big heavy furniture, and like her photo albums and her valuable, like her sentimental stuff, the stuff she talked about in her twit longer. And before they trashed the house, we put all that in storage. It's safe, and it's going to be given to her like as soon as she has the ability to store it. The problem is I'm paying for the storage, so I'm not going to give her the key and be like, okay, I'll keep paying for it. Once she gets that key, that stuff's getting out of that storage unit. I'm not paying for it anymore. None of the stuff in the storage unit's criminal stuff. I'm not paying for it anymore, so she's going to have to find a way to store it. So I don't know why she's so insistent that her homeless ass living in a car needs to right now have her cat and all of her items back, because she apparently has nowhere to live and nowhere to put it. So, like, she's literally got a storage unit with all of her stuff, and I've got the key, and we'll give it to her whenever she wants it. Like, I want to mail it to her because I don't want to talk to her. But, like, once she's got that key, I'm canceling, like, and she's gotten her stuff out, I'm canceling that storage unit, and she's got to figure out a way to get to store that herself, because I'm not going to be responsible for it.
Sure.
I mean, I'm a person. Listen, I'm not a cat person. I love the cat, but like, it's a pain in the ass to have a pet, you know, like if especially one that's not as sweet as a dog. Okay. If the cat was as sweet as a dog, then it would be a little bit more appealing to have this cat long term. But I assure you, I have no intent whatsoever to keep her cat forever. People in chat have been saying not to return the cat because of the abuse of like neglectful household, and it's like, you've got a point, but at the same time, it's like, one, legally I have to return the cat, and two, it's like,
a fucking cat.
I know it sounds shitty, but like, I don't.
You want her out of your life, and you want the cat out of your life.
I want her out of my life, and I want to make sure the cat's okay.
Okay.
And preferably the cat could be in her owner's care and safe in her owner's care. That is the ideal thing, right? And that's what I'd like to have happen.
Okay, well, listen, this is all a very intriguing tale. However, I just want to check something in regards to the sort of meth lab allegations, because in my mind...
Hold on. I didn't say meth lab.
Okay, sorry. That's me putting words in your mouth. Okay, the apparatus that was used to seemingly make drugs. Let's put it like that, okay? So you're saying you kind of threw all that away. Is that not something you would need to report to the police and have dealt with on an official basis?
So...
The apartment was in his name. He didn't want to.
Have an apartment, and your name is the only one on the lease.
Yep.
And you call the cops and have them come over and tell them there's a drug lab and everything going on in my apartment, but it's my girlfriend that did it, or my ex-girlfriend that did it.
Happy to be a part of your community, smiley face.
Let's just say it's gonna be a tough fucking time it's just gonna be a tough conversation to have, you know? I just don't like talking to cops. Listen, regardless of how in the right I am, okay? In any conversation or interaction with a cop, even if it's me and a cop just sitting down on a bench having a beer together, the fact that cops have the ability to, like, you know, arrest you, and that's just kind of on your record, is kind of a scary thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I mean, you know, yeah. I just think it seems to make sense to me that you would kind of lawyer up, even if it's a public representative, and you would kind of go through the official process.
I'm gonna say this. It was not a meth lab. It was not meth that she was making. It was not a dangerous or...
Oh, was it like mushrooms?
What she was doing as far as making drugs was not dangerous. And I'm saving these details for the police because I want to be able to release like a police report.
Or weed?
For
Not
like
weed.
what we're going to be filing and all of that for the future, because I don't know what she's actually going to get in trouble for. I don't want to promise, oh, she's getting in trouble for this and this and this, and then she doesn't, right? Because I can't promise that.
Pill press?
But that's what I found.
Can you do a pill
in-
press
in
as a
the
small
apartment, and
operation?
I threw that shit away because I wanted nothing to do with it. They were clearing the apartment in 3 days, and I could not do a whole fucking like criminal investigation in this apartment during all of that. It's just not something. It's not something I wanted to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So cleared the fucking place out. Cleared the fucking place out.
Okay. Yeah, but you're saying that there's other things you are going to send to police though. So it's like, you know, you're like that I don't want to get involved in with the police, but this I am willing to get involved with the police. So you're going to have to talk to the police at some point.
Yeah,
right?
we're going to have to now. When all of this went down and we're clearing out the apartment, I really didn't want to get them involved because it was going to slow down the progress of getting everything out in time for me not to get an eviction on my record. Or on my credit, which is what I was trying to avoid because.
But wait, why would they do an eviction if there's a genuine reason that this has come up?
Because
he doesn't want to report this reason.
Because it needs to be vacated in time for them to clear it out, clean it, and get it ready for new inhabitants. I'd come to a agreement with the apartment complex manager. My lease comes to an end here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I was moved out. Her presence there. She was not on the lease. She was like not supposed to even be there. So her presence there, she wasn't a legal tenant, and she was the only one there. So the apartment complex.
This is how the whole drama started. Is this just the XanderHal IQ meme? Okay, thank you for wasting all of our time clicking your.
Complex wanted her out, and I wanted her out, and I told the apartment complex I wanted her out. So they were clearing the place out. I wanted it cleared out. I wanted to be moved out, and they wanted to make sure she was moved out by the end of the month. And they were going to, and they were officially.
He's, I mean, I wouldn't. He does troll. He's fairly smart.
I don't know.
Wait, who is Lanny in your chat?
Lonnie's my girlfriend.
Oh, nice. She's a fucking moron. I mean, I wouldn't. He does troll.
True and based.
Fairly smart.
I don't know.
Wait, who is Lanny in your chat?
Lonnie's my girlfriend.
Oh, nice. She's a fucking moron.
Evicting her. Because I told them as soon as this all went down, when I realized that Lonnie was stealing my money, I told her, the apartment complex manager, what was going on. She was one of the first people that I ended up speaking to shortly after this because she knocked on my fucking door like 2 days after I found out that Lonnie had been stealing from me to tell me that, like, while I'm packing my shit up, to tell me, hey, hey, Alex, your rent's past due. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure about that? By the way, apartment complex manager looks like a milfy AOC. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, so basically, I talked to her. I explained the situation, and she was very, very nice. When I explained to her the age difference between me and Lonnie, that was when she seemed to have a personal vested interest in making sure that like this worked out in a way that didn't involve a eviction.
Wait, what is the age difference between him? Isn't he like 24? What does he mean? Or is Alani really old? She is 31 and he is 22. Yikes.
Fiction on my record. And so that's sort of how a lot of the prerequisite to everything needs to be out by this day in particular needs to be out.
Okay, everybody's so stressed about getting out a particular day. Couldn't he have just like done like a month to month, like just a 1 month extra lease? Bro, what is up with finding diamond patches that are only 1 diamond big? Is this fucking real life? Am I getting mind fucked? Okay.
Please stop, bro. Okay.
No, listen.
You guys got to be. Hold on, wait, Chud Logic. You do not get to be Chud Logic viewers and get offended by that.
No, listen. Okay, right. This is what I want to say to you. Okay, based on your financial setup, I'm just a bit concerned that maybe this hasn't been dealt with in the best way, and I just don't want you to get in trouble because you've taken some action that dismantles this apparatus that was set up, and then you're on the hook for something. Is that not a potential thing that might happen?
We're fine. The thing we're going after Lonnie for most likely, I don't think we're gonna go after her for like the drug shit or anything like that. She already got like
this this is so embarrassing. How do you have a 10-year age difference in a relationship, and the older one is the person that is the fucking methed out drug dealer? Wait, what is happening here? Holy shit. Oh no.
Fires for drugs now, like why the fuck is that even necessary? All I'm doing then is like getting myself like more embroiled in all of that. So what I intend to do is literally just, here's the evidence of her falsely trying to get credit cards in my name. We're just reporting her for that. These are federal crimes, so that's what we're going to do. And I didn't want to have to do it, but at this point, I don't really have a choice. She's not going to leave my life. She's not going to leave me alone. She's going to keep on starting shit on Twitter. She's going to keep on trying to do things to get my attention and try to pressure me into helping her financially. She wants her car out of the fucking impound because, oh my God, she literally had every opportunity to get her. Listen, I had every opportunity to get a bank account in California. She had every opportunity to go and get her tags updated. They were expired in 2018. That is how expired they
Lanny,
were. Her
on that
tags
Destiny
on her car,
lifestyle.
I found out. And I didn't find this out until after.
Bro, I'm still driving around with Nebraska plates from 2018, 2019. I don't remember when I last registered that shit. As long as I don't get pulled over, that shit's being expired until I sell my car. Okay.
The day he left was the day the power was shut off. He was using my power bill money to buy vapes.
Wait, what? Oh.
I broke up with her. Her tags in her car expired in 2018. So that's probably why she got pulled over.
She released the details on Twitter. She was making insulin in their apartment to distribute to uninsured diabetic kids. Shut up.
In her twit longer. I believe that bit of the story.
I mean, yeah, listen, she's done some stuff here which is just, indefensible and really stupid. And here's the thing, though, right? Because, I understand you want this, essentially this bitch out of your life, I guess is how you'd put it. I just wonder if there's a bit more of a balance, though, because you really seem to be kind of relishing the idea. I appreciate she's done a lot of fucked up shit, according to you, but it feels like you're really relishing, like, her going to jail, say, and stuff like that. And I just wonder if there's any sort of, spite influence in all of this that's affecting the way you're dealing with this.
Like in the same way that when I had the sex cult drama, there was some spite for sure. Like when somebody is like fucks you over the degree that she fucked me over and then tries to go to the internet to drum up a little pity party in the way that she did. You read her twit longer. It's a pity party. She's begging for money and sympathy. It's all.
I think there's for Xanderhal, there's probably two things going on. One is he's young, and two is the immediacy of it. There have been people that have fucked me over kind of that I've wanted to end their life and I feel super fucking horrible about. And then maybe in a few months or maybe a few years when I've got a little older, I'm okay, yeah, I kind of feel bad for that person. Yeah, I fucked up here or whatever. So I'm sure Xanderhal is probably incensed now and he's probably riding high off the feeling. But I'm hoping that in a few years, obviously, it's okay, well, maybe this wasn't it, Chief.
It is. It's meant to. It's for e-begging. That was her whole point here, is that she wanted to go to the internet to get attention and to make money.
I mean, yeah, sure. I don't disagree with your analysis there. I think that's probably true. But I mean, she sounds like a kind of...
I am genuinely. I have a shred of sympathy in her for her situation. But
so many parallels.
I don't know if I can get across to you how many opportunities she had to avoid this. She had to go out of her way, to get herself arrested, to hang out with drug dealers and drug addicts who are by the way, she lied about that guy being on probation. He has an out of county warrant. That's why he was held without bail. You can look at his Go look at his arrest thing right now. It says literally out of county warrant, no bail. That is, she literally lied about that directly.
Literally lying
in her thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just, and the thing is, it's a difficult position to kind of say, because I'm not saying you need to, like, look after her, like, you want to be done with her, and I totally get that. And she's done some fucked up shit, but, like, she sounds, like, kind of sick and desperate, and I think that...
Listen, she was very good at making me feel bad for her. That's all I'll say, okay? Every time that I found out... Listen, all I'm saying is, every single time that I saw some sussy fucking shit going on in my account, and I was like, Lonnie, what the fuck is this? This is weird. Like, what's going on? She played the pity party. She did this exact kind of shit. Textbook woman manipulation, true. Like, I'm sorry, but it literally is just that.
No, I'm just trying to put a different alternative position to you because, like I say, it's difficult for me to ask
I'm sure
you to
she's
care.
miserable. She's definitely in a bad place.
Right.
She is definitely in a bad place and not doing well. However, she is also a manipulator who's trying to make money. I really hope she gets help. I hope she gets rehab. And frankly, I hope that in 3 months or whatever, she's clean and living a happy life. I don't wish poor on her. I don't wish bad things on her. But if she's going to keep on doing these self-destructive things, especially if they're meant to also hurt me, as it would seem, then I can't really feel that bad for her specifically.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're very close to it. This is very personal to you. So I kind of get that. It just feels like you're really relishing the idea that she's going to have bad things happen to her.
Wait. Hold on. Have you ever been in a situation like this? Have you ever been fucked over to this degree and like out of your control? Like, I didn't get her arrested. She was out, got arrested with drugs, and it happened to her because of her actions.
Damn, these are, not to show them or anything because it's funny, but these are the conservative talking points. Cops don't unfairly target you. Cops don't punish you. You got pulled over because you were speeding. You got shot because you did this. You earned that consequence, okay? That's not something somebody did to you. That's something you did to yourself, right? That's just, it's funny because it's a very conservative talking point. Not that it's necessarily right or wrong, but...
Why should I feel bad? She was out, like, she was literally, I don't know.
Listen, no, listen, okay, wait, that's like almost a false dichotomy though, because I'm not saying you need to feel bad and be like crying tears, but you're almost like, we're sending this fucking bitch to jail, and that's like, kind of on the other end, right?
She would literally, I genuinely think she'd do the same to me to get ahead for herself. I genuinely don't think that she'd
say Xan is in the wrong for how he's using the police
before that.
Like, do you think that your view on this aligns with maybe some of your perspectives about rehabilitation and police and things like that?
Yeah.
Right, so if you heard about like a drug addict going through like a tough time doing some fucked up shit, you'd be like, get that bitch to jail, fuck her, da-da-da. Or would you maybe be a bit more sympathetic if you didn't know them?
Do you think there's a difference between the state of the current American prison system that seems to basically take people who are like kind of criminals a lot of the time and pump them out being more so criminals? Like, you go in there for like possession of some shit and you come out and, a lot of people come out of jail more of a criminal than they came in. Recidivism's a big problem. People in chat are like memeing about this and omega lolling as if recidivism isn't a problem.
Mate, come on, why are you looking at chat? Chat's gonna fucking,
Wait, well, I'm a streamer. Wait, we're literally both streamers. The point of being a streamer is you meme with the chat. You like when someone says something stupid in chat, that's like, listen, wait, hold on, listen to me for a second. Chub Logic.
All the drama frogs are in there. They're trying to wind you up. They're trying to wind you up, mate.
Hold on.
Go on.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, there are drama frogs in here that want to wind me up, obviously, no doubt. The point that I'm trying to make right now is that a lot of people will no doubt watch your segment or watch this VOD after it goes up and have questions about things like that. And while that person might be drama frogging and asking...
For an added meme, this is how conservatives talk about abortion, right? Abortions are things that sluts get because they're irresponsible, okay? But when they get pregnant, okay, well, I made a bad decision. This is like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Like this, I don't know how this happened to me. Like, it's different. My circumstances is so much different than everybody else's, blah, 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 blah. Like, this is exactly the same type of talking point, which is funny. But not to say that anybody's necessarily right or wrong, but...
In bad faith, there's no doubt going to be someone down the road that's like, well, why didn't Xan do this? Or what about this? Or why did Xan do that? Oh, Xan's such a piece of shit because he did this. I'd just like to clear the...
Do you think your individual reactions to your own circumstances have to line up with your policy prescriptions? Absolutely not. It depends on the type of thing we're talking about. I mean, it's going to depend on the type of thing we're talking about. The example that I always give is that vigilantism is bad, and we have dispassionate courts for a reason. That's always the case. You shouldn't be there to like enact, you know, mob justice or vigilante justice on people. But like, if a parent walked in on some guy that had just finished raping his kid, and the guy was done, and he's like, "Oh wait, hold on, like I'm not a threat anymore, like I'm finished," and the parent like killed the dude, like it's gonna be pretty hard for you to morally condemn the parent. Like, you shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. It's like, I mean, it's a pretty tricky situation there, you know. So I mean, like, we should all aspire to our ideals and everything, but like, society exists as society exists, and we should advocate for that. But sometimes it can be hard personally, depending on the issue. And it can be hard to condemn somebody that acts in a way, depending on the issue. But
those misconceptions.
Sure, no problem, mate. No problem. Okay, as long as you're happy, that's the main thing. Okay. Okay. So anyway, I mean, yeah, like I say, I mean, I have a hard time, you know, feeling a high level of sympathy, but I have some level of sympathy. I just feel like because you're so close to this, it's kind of obvious, right? But you're going to have a more emotional response that might supersede like a principle you might have or something like that. But you were explaining about the jail thing, and you were saying about people coming out of jail, recidivism. What point were you trying to make there?
So I don't think that my personal dealings with somebody who has attempted to use my like facilities, my resources to get
the ironic thing that XanderHal, maybe he'll come to understand this in the future, or lefties will in general, is people will talk about how horrible like drug abusers are treated in our criminal justice system or whatever. But the reality is that unfortunately, a lot of people that are addicted to drugs and abuse drugs also have really negative impacts to the people around them as well. Like, drug addicted people have very bad downstream effects if they have kids, for sure, family members, friends that they steal from. Like, it's not that uncommon that these are issues that spill over into like every other part of society too, you know?
Buy in life and fuck me over. I don't believe that me using the currently existing legal system that currently sits in place for situations like this, I don't think that me believing that there needs to be some changes or some improvements to our criminal justice system, I don't think that means that it makes me a hypocrite
Didn't say
to
Simon Says.
call the cops when someone steals from me. I don't like. What is this? I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to like make
have
it
you
all
considered having conversations with Mormons and JW? You know, I'm an ex-Mormon, and I feel like we could use more support in our
You can be
community.
rude to me if you want. Okay, I'm asking some probing questions. You know, it's all good. I just, you know, like to give people a. So go on.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think of me as like the ACAB screaming type? Is that generally like?
I don't know.
Literally tweeted out like
perspective
fuck
on your
cops before,
politics,
to
from
be
what I
fair.
understand, is you're a bit more of like an anarchist-leaning person, but you know, particularly over the last year or so, maybe a bit more, you've come to a more moderate kind of almost sock them type position. So I imagine you probably think the police should be reformed or something.
Most people call me like a progressive lib. That's just generally where I sit, because it's anything past that point, and you're basically LARPing about you know, nothing that's going to be relevant in modern day politics. And you can talk about issues that are like radical, like, oh, I think
yeah, wait, did XanderHal, was he one of the people that was saying you should let businesses burn or whatever instead of like violently fighting off people? It's always different when you're the one involved, huh?
we should solve this problem, even though any solutions be radical to it. This is a problem. I think that's fine, but like I think the more pragmatic, like not even SOCDEM, but like even like policies like Medicare for all aren't even that popular among the Democratic Party. I'm pretty sure it's more like things like this are not. I'm not super duper on board with like the super ridiculous, never going to actually get past stuff on my content anymore. I don't think it gets anywhere, and I don't think it's productive. So I'm not all on that fucking ACAB screaming shit all the time. So I don't know where that conception comes from, but I do think that there needs to be improvements to our criminal justice system, and I don't think that like drug addicts are people that should just be tossed to the wind and thrown about in society as like garbage to never be seen or thought of again. But like,
unless it's your missus.
Holy fuck!
Unless it's your missus.
As you said, as you said before, like, is it my responsibility to make sure that like this person who's fucked me over is doing well in life? Like, no. Giga Chad, fuck her. She's done. She had
Wait, somebody link that Twitter graph again. Fuck, where was it? Was it a Twitter graph or? So he was a liberal, gets mugged, kind of, becomes conservative. Is that where he was at to get to the conservative part? It's pretty funny.
She did this to herself. I'm sorry. Like, there are still chances for her to save her future. She can still save her future if she gets her life on track. Pulls herself up by her bootstraps. I don't know. But like,
she
I don't
just
know
get a
what to
job,
tell
am
ya.
I right? Why didn't she just get a fucking job? You know, Jesus. You know, it's fucking hell.
You'd think, right? No, but I mean, obviously there are plenty of policies that could be introduced that would help drug addicts with getting back on their feet. But this isn't a world that we live in. I mean, I imagine in maybe a place like California would be the first place to implement something like that, but not yet. Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, listen, people are giving you our time. At the end of the day,
That was like 2 years ago,
if
though.
someone is
Maybe it's
doing
changed.
something that's personally affecting you and, you know, they fucked you over, you know, you've got no obligation to, like, do anything beyond, you know, like, maybe give her the keys for this lockup, I guess. That would probably be the only thing.
I'm just gonna send them to her. And when she's like, yeah, send him to this place, I guess, like, here's where I'm staying. Mail him, and I'll mail him and drop off her cat and stuff. That's... And assuming, people are so torn on the cat thing. I'm giving her the cat. Like, I'm sorry, guys. If you
fucking mowed down my militias for it.
I need you to man the fuck up, and I need you to commit to a position and make a choice. Somebody is walking down the street with a group of friends, and they're holding Molotov cocktails. They're coming towards your business. Are you allowed to defend it, or do you need to walk the fuck away? Make a choice. Don't pivot and ask me something else.
You should walk the fuck away.
Okay,
you should walk the fuck away.
Then you don't think that anybody has a right to defend any of their businesses, and they should all just burn if rioters want to burn them. Why not just say that?
I don't. Okay.
But what if they have pink hair and a meth pipe?
If you don't like that, but
And
her
it's your
cat.
apartment.
I'm only watching the cat because she wasn't capable of doing so, and the cat couldn't stay at the apartment when I brought her over here. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the cat thing, I don't really understand. If she's not got a place to stay, I don't know what she would do with the cat in the first place. So she would need to get a bit more stable before getting the cat, I would have thought.
yeah, I mean, that's what I would think too. Like, why is she screaming for it so much right now? I understand that she's like mad that I won't talk to her, but like, she knows what's up now. Like, I talked about it on Twitter. She doesn't need to do
She knows what's up.
I mean,
I
she hasn't
tweeted
tweeted
about
in a
this.
while, so maybe she's done. But yeah.
I mean, she might be
That's more-
sleeping. I don't know, you know, if she's on,
she's
on the
she's
meth.
probably asleep. Yeah, I mean, that's what she said on Twitter, but I haven't talked to her, and I don't intend to. I just want her out of my life. That's more or less my goal. And now I can finally get to the uplifting part of
Yes.
this story.
Let's go. What's the uplifting part?
So I have an uncle back in Florida who raises quail, or raised quail. He had to stop because his job, he got a new job, and it's too much work. He can't be home enough to raise them anymore. But raising quail is not exactly hard. And, you know, it seemed like pretty fun, pretty cheap. You got free eggs every single day because female quail lay an egg a day, and they're these cute little eggs. They're like the size of ping pong balls. They taste like a normal chicken egg, but they're nice and light and fluffy. And I just really like the idea of animal husbandry. And so my plan is to go the fuck up to probably like I'm thinking north of Seattle. Or maybe probably actually south, because I want to be near Mount Rainier. I like the big lonely mountain from the Hobbit type feel, and I'm also closer to a lot of my friends there. A lot of the political streamers are obviously up in Seattle and everything, and so
Besides Vouch?
I'm planning to get a place there, establish a little backyard quail thing, and incorporate that in my content. So that's the future. That's what we're doing.
What the fuck?
So you're going to become a quail farmer and stream about it? Is that what you
Not streaming just quail. Like,
okay.
The idea that I had would be like, you know how Bo of the Fifth Column does videos where it's like, oh, he's in his shed and he's talking about some political thing that happened or something that occurred.
Yeah, okay.
Instead, it'd be like, all right, well, here I am.
He's
I got
going
my
full
GoPro strapped to
conservative,
my head. I'm
off-the-grid
gonna
lifestyle.
gather the quail eggs, feed them, and clean out their coops. And while I do so, I'm gonna talk about politics. So that'll just like the deal, like taking care of the quail will be like the sort of foreground content. I don't know. I think it'll be unique. I feel like a little bit of animal husbandry in the political scene could be a little bit of a unique, special thing to throw in there. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
say
It's certainly
Simon
unique. I
Says.
don't think anyone else on Twitch is doing that. Yeah,
Not
I mean,
yet.
there's.
They're gonna steal my idea now.
I mean, it's
True,
pretty. I think it's
Xander
pretty
knew about
unique.
the
I don't know
drugs.
if
He
people
and
could
Lanny
rustle
were
up a
both
quail
making
farm
meth together to make
quite
enough
like
to pay
that.
rent.
You know?
The
because
people
of
in
his
your
failed
chat are
streaming
already
career.
fucking
Then they
Googling
started
quail
fighting
eggs
over
and
prices.
incubators.
She left and took the cash.
The truth is, Xander knew about the drugs. He and Lanny were both making meth together to make enough to pay rent because of his failed streaming career. Then they started fighting over prices, and she left and took the cash. Nice.
Online right now. Don't you fucking do it. I know you guys have a perfect idea right here. Don't you guys do it.
But no, that sounds good. I wish you luck with it, mate. Are you going to TwitchCon?
Am I going to TwitchCon? When is it?
7th of October, I think, around that time.
Honestly, maybe. Yeah, are you going to be going there?
Yeah, I'm going to be going. I'm doing a face reveal stream and all sorts, so it should be good memes.
If you don't look like your profile picture, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Also, what did you think of the Destiny manifesto?
I read a little bit of it, and I actually want to listen to the whole thing because I want to hear Destiny's entire side of everything.
Wow.
Regardless of whether or not I want to hear his side and his context to everything, and see what my opinion is coming out of that. Could be interesting. It's like when you get like the backstory to a character that you don't necessarily like too much in like a TV show, and maybe you come out of that feeling a little differently about them. Who knows? We'll see.
Be like
I'll
the
get my
Star
takes
Wars
on it on stream,
prequels.
I'm sure.
Okay, sounds good. Well, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Talk
hope
to
your
you
stream
later.
goes well later.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to push it back a little bit because I am tired as shit. But yeah, have a great night. Thank you for having me on. I'm sorry if I was a little bit slow talking. I've been up all night. I was writing out the like the basic points that I wanted to touch on when I talk about this on stream, and gathering some of the screenshots and the photos and stuff like that. So probably gonna stream it either at 5 p.m. today or at 6 p.m. PST. Probably gonna have to push it back from 3 because it's 8 a.m. right now and I'm about to get to bed. So yeah, that's the plan.
No worries,
Fuck,
mate. Have a
there's
good
not even
night.
gonna be anything
I'll,
left to
hopefully
watch,
you'll be able to
guys.
catch the coverage later.
Alrighty, well, we'll talk to you later. Have a good one. Thank you for having me on.
Cheers, mate.
Sorry.
Bye-bye.
Deuces.
Wowzers.
Absolutely wow.
What's this?
My goal when I talk to like, I don't know if I would call it alt-right or I don't know, but for like conservatives or for anybody who disagree with, I think the goal is to like find common ground
Stop saying
and then
like so much.
steer them towards your prescription.
moron.
I think one of the big problems a lot of leftists or progressives
Don't
or
say it
whatever are
again.
having these days
Don't say
is
it.
they're not willing to acknowledge what everyone in the
3720.
Oh, okay, not bad. Could have been more.
What's
like
this got to do with anything?
Good question.
Pretty sure that dude's trolling. Like, besides that, I think like the most well-known.
He's, oof. I mean, I wouldn't. He does troll. He's fairly smart.
Who?
Wait,
I don't know,
who is Lanny in your chat?
Lonnie's my girlfriend.
Oh, nice. She's a fucking moron. So like, she even just did it to me. What I just said was that is transphobic. Sorry, go ahead. What were we saying? Oh yeah, the infrared guy. He's like he's a character. I think that if you catch him being calm, you can be calm. But he's also somebody that will meme and go big into the blood sports. But he plays like a character. So I would never. I don't like to argue like that with characters because then I feel stupid. Like I'm being sincere and they're just a character. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, my girlfriend's off limits. Okay, all right.
Well, tell her to stop talking shit about me then. Okay, so I got.
But I can't control her. Wait, I can't control.
Then you can't control me talking shit about her.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
I can't listen.
weird.
I can't control women. I don't have.
I've
that
already
power.
watched this
All
one.
Then stop
I don't have
protecting
to-
them. Treat them like equal people. All right. You say dumb
All right,
shit.
yeah, equal rights means equal fights. Okay.
So
Reset yourself with dairy.
let's
Oh boy. Do I want to watch any of this? I'll be back on these first. Hold on. I don't warm up a food thing, so I'll do that. And then we're gonna Listen to Josie. Oh boy. What is this? Oh no, he's. That was the fakest video I've ever seen in my life. Nah, it's not even funny because it's so fake. Never mind, I changed my mind. All right, one sec. Oh no. Why didn't you Photoshop in the meth crystal? You could have made this. It's good enough though. It's going on the Twitter. How many girlfriends have I criticized that they've broken up with? Vosh's girlfriend? XanderhalT's girlfriend? Central Committee? Mike from PA's girlfriends? How many more? Dylan's girlfriend? All right. Yeah, hold on. I'll be back. Be careful. Then we're gonna listen to Josie talk about things she definitely knows about.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working
You're
class
cringe.
Andy.
Are cringe.
You're cringe.
Or cringe.
I'm cringe. That is what I am.
You should kill yourself now and give someone else that piece of oxygen. Do it. Do it now. Come on, love. Kill yourself now.
Okay.
Girl hell. The fart, 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 girl hell. The fart,
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Let's go again, eh? Hey, bye, bye, and hey, no, hey, bye, hey,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
hey, oh, hey, why, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, Zip boy gay and hey, oh, and they hello, hey, and hey, hello, hey, and they hello, hey, hey, hello, hey, and hey, hello, hey,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
hey, hey, hello, hey, and hey, hello, hey, and hey, hello, hey, hey, hello, hey.
You train. Are you home?
Yeah, just a second. Shut up, woman. What's up?
On second thought, I'll just come back another time.
What are these cringe new noises? Time for some old-fashioned schizo shit. GigaChat wrap this in one. L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
What's up, DGG crew? It's Dan. And you've all been bad little boys. I'm gonna put all you naughty DGers in your place. Who's a naughty little Pepe? Who's a naughty little you? You boys are so pathetic.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I've been making meth in Destiny's walls for a while now.
Who the fuck are you? Looks like it's time for some moving target practice.
Your bullets will never reach me. I am a master of the sword.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Xanderhal drama is told by audio clips.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oh,
Yeah, we off the grid this for my kid for when my kids had. It's everything we did for the crib, everything we did, how we live, all this smoke got a scent. All that smoke got a scent, everything I spoke, what I meant.
GGG, should I buy mortgage my house to buy call options on meta stock?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I'm using this Chinese PayPal to send donations with a steal.
Well, it's a good thing I'm also master of the sword.
Finally a worthy opponent. I'm going all out this one time.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Tell my wife I said L.
Oh, dang it. Did something really unfortunate just happen to me in a video game again? I guess I had better smash my desk again.
Like, I smashed your mom last night.
Well, you got me good against Steve.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Let us pray in Salah. Mir bayan, ham dalabanain, hamak panthane or hamapane Dutchman and kokisi biterasi avashit balki madiam sinashgar danj, vmr hathon sinar kusvad jananj, dggil.
You're cringe. What you're donating is not even funny. I have muted the stream.
What you do they can play her appreciation the my kuwait and dear. Why my mushu kai can I see giant no why nai hung who Sarno ichuni mo jai causes I Iru jaya beat of kai right when she teaching her kai line you know guan gosh in marahita. Chen eyes in kisono by fang. You buys asser at a kuton damata you and kyushu wa shen basu no tang. He wasn't bending hashi gaji. Where to keep my using Gakanizer. Won't you and Sujan will and the tax at air and no he and be will tan. Set nor Donaling Tai and I shen will show karatimo why is I amino. Jinku.
Fascinating.
Let's talk about him losing that campaign.
Say,
Nope, not that one, because that one's actually him. Here we go.
Assistant Secretary.
Where is? There it is. Is this it? No. Here it is.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
So rather than addressing my
I just
direct
farted,
comment,
and it sounded like
he
this.
decided to
I just farted and it's
share a link to the hit piece on Mark Grudgel, controversial connection with Destiny, Stephen Bernal explained. And
Bernal?
this piece basically says, hey, this person is a fucking idiot. And he basically said right here, optics are everything. He added fully that writing will give former President Trump a pathway to victory. And then he also said, let's see. I want to show this clip, but I'll just read it. The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshits, Black Lives Matter protesters, that think that think they can.
I like
torch
that Hannah
buildings at
added the in brackets Black Lives Matter protesters. Good one. Nice, Hannah. Good faith article there.
PM, then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needs to stop a long time ago. So he's mad at me for pointing out a thing that he did by making Matt Grudgel lose a campaign.
Who's Matt Grudgel?
Because he's a freaking controversial piece of shit. And he's a complete political amateur that doesn't know anything about politics. Because I'll tell you right now, Omaha is a major city. It's large.
Why do these like inbred dipshits start copying? I noticed that Mike did this, and it was the cringiest shit in the world. Where Mike started doing this thing where he's like, I know a lot about Omaha. Omaha is actually incredibly important. Don't you know, was it Kara Eastman? I don't even remember which one it was. There was some drama with one of our Democratic candidates or whatever, and he's like, don't you know the story about her? Like, everybody knows about Omaha. I was like, what are you talking about? Mike, you have no fucking idea about my city. Why are you pretending to? Yeah, it sounds like she's about to parrot the exact same shit that Mike said. Also, I have more people in my audience right now than would voted for this fucking moron when they decided to run for office too, by the way. 3,226 votes, 1.6%. I don't even think that's an election. This is probably a primary. Like, what do you mean you know everything about politics? You don't know anything about politics. You ran one campaign. It failed fucking miserably. The fuck do you know about anything? The biggest piece of advertising that your campaign got was when I let you come into my stream, you fucking loser.
I think it has like, I don't know, about 400, 600,000 people. I'm not sure around that density. The consultants probably saw Steven coming a mile away and lipped their chops. They're like, holy shit, Mark Grudgel is a complete moron. We're going to connect him so tight to Destiny that it's going to make him impossible to be electable. So let's go ahead and just malaise Grudgel with Destiny, because Destiny believes in mowing down Black Lives Matters protesters if they're fucking rioting and they're fucking shitheads. Mark Grudgel was a black candidate.
What? Since when?
And he's mad because of hit piece? The hit piece is about you because you're a fucking shithead and it's easy to hit. Your target is so big that you could fucking blow in your direction and a hit piece gets created about you because you're so fucking toxic. Get out of politics. Stay out.
Look at how excited she is to say this shit. God, she's so vitriol, but you can tell because she has no values, she has no morals, she has no principles. Like, it's all team sports game shit to her.
Politics. Don't ever touch politics, because anybody that follows or does anything with you will fucking lose.
How do people this stupid get any audience? She doesn't. This is like a failed loser streamer. I don't even know how much she streams anymore. Most of these people end up becoming like failures and losers. This is her only stream in like 3 months. I don't know if she does anything in the real world. I guess she streamed a couple times. Obviously her campaign shit got fucked. She probably calls herself like an activist or something. I don't know, but.
Yeah, Destiny participated in electoralism. Hey, Ross. Destiny participated in electoralism. Now IRL will back him until he denounces electoralism. Like, cool, on IRI for highlighting C-SPAN and allies, but this is sus. But you can't criticize him since it's a 30-second clip, but he can criticize other people in 30-second clips.
Who the Never mind. I'm not going to get this person. Okay, sorry. Wait, is there a way to find out without having a mod thing on your server who laid a block? Is that possible? No, oh, okay. We have it installed? Wait, do we? Bouncer and MC MMO. I don't think we do. Wait, it comes with MC MMO? Oh, it's a... Gotcha. These were the hate raids. I don't know what this means. Does this mean 8 people were banned?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. No problem.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool. Yeah. So.
Do you know what Lotus Eaters is? I was just like trying to figure this out.
I think that's Sargon of Akkad's new podcast or whatever.
Oh my, no!
I mean, look, Quartering is a lolcow himself, so I don't think that, like, it's, you know, particularly, you know, a huge deal, you know, so. I don't even know who the 2 people were in that video. I watched, like, a little bit of it, but, yeah.
I'm not upset. I think it's more funny than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought, like, 'cause we've been in a lot of conflicts before and we never talk to each other, and...
What is this?
Truly hard seltzer. Now made with real fruit juice. It's real refreshing. Because real fruit juice tastes better. Truly.
Can't believe I have to freaking keep doing this for this idiot. All right, list of people banned from my chat. I actually had my moderation team do this. I had it done a long time ago, actually. But I was like, I don't need to justify the fact that I banned 40 effing people that day. Right? So here they all are, everybody. Look at all these throwaways. Look at these throwaways. Look at these. Look at these amazing real life people. You know, like,
Why didn't any of them show up in the chat
all
logs?
of these people got banned from me that day. So, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that, mommy. Mommy. Anyways, so right off the bat, you could see that he's a liar. Again, and again, trying to defame me as calling me a liar. And he says that I was lying when I said this.
Person that is supporting Destiny in this, but I know.
I decided to actually start having conversations with people instead of doing all of these things through Twitter. I want to start off by apologizing for how abrasive that I've been towards you, like especially with the Dylan Burns thing.
That's fine. I mean, I know you're new to the scene and it can be overwhelming and stuff like that. You know, I do want to clarify, I am not a fascist or a neo-Nazi. I just like having interesting conversations with people. I know that there's like a whole platforming argument, but it's just not something that I really like. I just don't see the demonstrable harm in what I do. So
yeah. The only thing is though, like with Richard Spencer, I mean, for me and the platforming argument, I feel like it only actually matters if you're the one with the larger platform.
Yeah, and he's the one with the larger one.
Yeah, like if a major news network brought on Richard Spencer, I feel like that would be kind of fucked up, considering he's banned from everything for inciting the Charlottesville stuff.
Yeah. Well, he's been going on other people's shows on YouTube for a while, so it's like I'm not like the first one who's done it. I'm definitely not the last one. I'm definitely not the biggest one. If anything, he brought a significant audience to my channel. And I got him to fill out like a tier list last time I had him on, so Tiki Torch tier list.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because first I brought garden gnomes on, and I was like, what do you think of this garden gnome? And I figured I would slowly bring out more Tiki Torches and more Tiki Torches just to see like his reaction or whatever, just, you know, kind of like a troll. I don't think he liked it very much, but yeah, it's fun. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad he didn't. Like, when I think of him and the Tiki Torches, I still like remember the clips of him like shouting "Jews will not replace us" while holding his fucking Home Depot Tiki Torch.
It's kind of ironic, the Tiki Torch, you know, choice.
Yeah.
The message.
I think it's because none of them know how to make an actual torch. Talk about returning to tradition. They don't even know how to make an actual torch. Look how far our men have fallen.
True. Western man, which way will you go? Yeah, so I guess I'm just kind of curious, like, so are you still upset at me for platforming Richard Spencer?
I'm not as upset about platforming Richard Spencer as I was about like the honk honk shit, because like the last time I heard honk honk shit, it was like literally getting dogpiled by Nazis like years ago.
Okay, so just so you know, the honking stuff was a meme that I did with my community prior to even knowing about that. All it was is that Richard Spencer was like, oh yeah, it could be interpreted that way. And so like, I originally did the honking thing the first time.
I'll show you. When the chips
like
are
a
down,
few months ago.
these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
when the commentary community was like mad at me for something. I
Oh, what'd you
accidentally-
do?
Well, I accidentally make them mad all the time. I accidentally make a lot of communities mad. So like I'll just do something that will like by complete accident that will make a lot of people really mad. So I I changed my profile picture to a duck, and everybody else in my community changed their profile pictures to a duck. And then we just started honking at people, and they made like a whole bunch of videos, and somebody was like, oh, she's having a meltdown on Twitter, when I just felt like I was like schizo posting or whatever. So it wasn't meant to be like a Nazi meme or whatever. I get that there is a history there, but also I feel like I just feel like just because some white supremacists did the honking doesn't mean I need to retire the honking, you know? So
I'm glad, I don't know, it changes it now that I like know, and also that we're you know, we can actually have a conversation now that like things have moved further on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think like the same, like what I said, I made a video where I covered a bit of it. I know Dylan saw it on the stream and apparently accepted my apology. I was just like really fucking upset because like, yeah, Flamenco did take part in doxing my mom. Like he was part of this group of people that did that. And he's made like several videos where he just goes on insane rants about me.
So like full disclosure, I am friends with Flamenco, and I know he is like kind of a controversial figure. But from when I asked him about it, and I asked him like, did you take part in doxing Keffels or her mom? He said that no, like he wasn't part of that, but I think it was probably the Kiwi Farms community that was part of it.
Which he's a part of.
Does he post on Kiwi Farms?
And he was active in my thread.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't know.
He was.
Okay.
He absolutely was. We have the screenshots. He is part of that community.
I'm sure. It's just, I don't know that posting in a forum necessarily means that he's partly responsible for doxing.
I absolutely think he is, because he took part in a group mentality, in a mob mentality against me that led to people in my life who are close to me getting scared and getting hurt.
To be clear, getting doxxed is not getting hurt. Getting a bad DM is not getting hurt. It's a little bit disgusting to say people are getting hurt in the conversation when we're talking about doxing, because some people have gotten swatted and killed. It's kind of gross to be like, people got hurt in my life. No, they didn't get hurt. They might have got a little bit scared or something, but not like, no, come on. Bro, you broke all my item frames!
I mean, that's unfortunate, and that shouldn't happen to anybody. I'm very anti-doxing, but I can't really comment on it because I don't.
But that's your friend.
Yeah, but again, like this is somebody who told me that they didn't have anything to do with the doxing, right? If it's somebody else in the forum that did that, then I don't know.
Took part in the forum. He took part in the dogpile against me. He made several videos using information compiled by that forum.
Yeah.
He's lying to you.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to argue on behalf of somebody else, just because I don't feel like that's like my place to argue, really. But yeah, I guess I just would say, like, I'm not somebody who approves of doxing. I'm also not somebody who approves of like people slandering people. Like you said, you were getting slandered, you know, with whatever, you know, the Catboy Ranch thing was, which was like dubious anyways. And so I'm not like a fan of that, but I also feel like I shouldn't be getting slandered as like a white supremacist or somebody who's sympathetic to Nazis. I get that the only thing that you see of me is like the Richard Spencer interview, but I have plenty of people who are leftists on my platform all the time.
I am way more upset about the flamenco shit than Richard Spencer. Like, did you ever tell him it's not wrong? He's someone you call a friend.
Yeah, no, I did tell. He knows my thoughts on doxing. He knows that I think it's wrong, and he knows that I think, you know, that kind of stuff is wrong. He's willing to talk to you if you wanted to talk to him about it. But I don't want to speak for
I mean,
him.
like, I have like I'm not willing to talk to anyone who is like trying to farm trying to farm me for more information they can use to harass me and go after my family. This
Such
shit
a
has
cop-out,
bled into
dude.
my
She's
real
so-
life so much that
she's
my
such a
family are fucking
loser.
locking their doors
my
because
God.
they're
My
like,
family
home
are
addresses have been
locking
made
their
public.
doors. Come on.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, he knows my stances on it, and he continues to, he's in my chat right now saying he hasn't doxed them, and he knows that I'm very
He took part in
anti-doxing.
this. He
Well,
absolutely was. He was part of the thread. He was part of the forum.
That doesn't mean that
Yeah,
you were
He
doxing
encouraged
someone.
the other people in the thread who did it.
Did
but
he?
But that forum is also the same forum that doxed him, I believe.
Look, if you're in a bar and you witness a woman getting gang raped and you just sit there and don't do anything about it, are you not culpable?
The rules, generally,
Well,
there aren't bars where you're allowed to gang rape people. In Kiwi Farms, that you can dox. That's what they do. That's what they do in Kiwi Farms. It's not really the same thing. I think gang raping is still illegal. I think in most places in the United States.
Like, what should he have done with the forum then? If there was like
He shouldn't have
docs
posted in my
there?
he shouldn't have posted in my thread in the fucking first place.
You can't
he like
really go
engaged
back
in
in
a
time.
harassment forum.
So I think it would be more analogous if it were like you were in a bar, everybody's drinking, and then like one person roofies somebody else's drink, right? It's reasonable to say that like maybe that person wouldn't notice, or maybe that person wouldn't know what to do.
See, he could have just like decided not to participate at all, but he did. He participated in the hate against me that has hurt so
Yeah, you're
many
an
more
easy
people
person
than
to
just me
hate.
simply because they're associated with me.
Right, but
He
I mean,
could have walked. He could have, but he doesn't. He doesn't have any regard for me as a human being.
I
Like,
don't
we're talking about a
Base.
forum that has resulted in at least 5 people killing themselves over harassment.
Yeah, so
Have 5 people killed themselves over harassment of Kiwi Farms in particular? Is that claim true?
again, I can't speak on behalf of him. I would just say that if you want to talk to him about that would be something that he can talk to you about. But I can't really comment on that. I do know that, I mean, I feel like it's kind of hypocritical to be blaming him for being part of a forum, right?
Oh,
that
shut the
is-
fuck up, you stupid bitch. Really?
Jesus Christ! What? We just went from like 30 to 100.
critical to be blaming him for being part of a forum, right?
Oh,
that
shut the
is-
fuck up, you stupid bitch. Really? Blaming him for being part of a thread that is engaged in so much harassment that my fucking mother's address was leaked and they went after my family. How fucking discourse brained are you that this is actually something that you would say? Holy.
So I'm not trying to get you mad or anything like that.
Okay, then actually be a fucking person.
Right. I've expressed to you that I don't approve of doxing, and I don't.
He's in your chat.
Yes, he's
Tell
in my
him you
chat.
don't approve of him being in Kiwi Farms.
He knows that I don't approve of doxing, but Kiwi Farms is
But you're like
separate from
okay
that.
with it. So, but you're okay with people who engage in that in your community because he's there right now.
I mean, I don't think people in my community engage in that. Nobody in my community is doxing.
Is Flamenco not part of your community? Is he not in your chat? Just like
Remember the things we've learned now, right? So just being associated with a group of people is enough to like inherit all of the sins and condemnation of that group of people. I guess there's a it's not a linguistic game that's being played, but there's a concept game. So let's see if I can articulate this. So some people are probably going to say, well, Destiny, isn't being part of a community there like bad? Like, shouldn't you not even be part of that because you might end up kind of like implicitly endorsing their doxing behavior just by being there? That's an argument one could make, right? You could do that. That's not even a bad argument. But the issue is that just because you're part of a community that doxes does not mean that you are a doxer, right? You can say that you contribute to it, but there is a difference there, right? You can't just do this guilt by association and say, well, you can do a guilt by association, but it doesn't mean that you've committed the crime itself, right? So if Kevils would just say like, I don't like that he's a part of that community when that community does this thing, that's fine. But she keeps taking it one step further, like, no, he doxed me. He was part of the doxing. No, he wasn't. He wasn't part of the doxing. This isn't like felony murder charges or some shit. It doesn't work that way. Just because you're a part of it, you also inherit all the crimes. That's not true. Like Kiwi Farm is a huge community, does a lot of shit. Most of it's shitty. But like,
you said
he has a much bigger community than I do. We had this platforming discussion 5 minutes ago.
We had the platforming discussion. He's in your fucking chat. You're not doing anything. You don't care. This is just fucking content.
Unless you have screenshots. I'm willing to ban him if you have screenshots of him posting docs.
Yeah.
But
she doesn't.
He didn't post docs. He engaged in the fucking thread. He engaged in a group harassment campaign. How are you so fucking stupid that you can't see that this is the issue? The issue is that he engaged in a group.
So again, just because people hate on me, right? And I can say the same thing about when people have been directed hate towards me. Just because they've engaged in it doesn't mean they're also responsible for every single thing that happens as a result of that hate.
True. That's true.
He's part of the group that is responsible directly.
I don't know if Kevils is like mentally challenged or something. She can't engage with like what's being said though. She has kind of like the talking point, like engage community bad equal doxing, and that's like she just has to like she repeats that ad nauseum. She doesn't say like she can engage on anything actually being said. She might be mentally challenged. I don't know. She was a communist, so.
He directly encouraged it. I've seen the shit he said about me.
Encouraged it, then like post easy. If he's saying some shit, and I don't know if I'd say I'm friends with Flamengo. I'm friendly-ish with Flamengo. But if like Flamengo is posting in that thread, yo, you guys should keep posting shit, like post docs or whatever. That's really shitty. I would condemn him for that. If he did it, post that. Then just post that. Like, yeah, let's see it. Where is he directly encouraging it? But that's not Kevil's argument. Kevil's argument is going to be that he's directly encouraging it just by being in the thread, which I don't know if that's fair. I'm in my thread in Kiwi Farms. Am I directly encouraging doxing of myself? Or am I encouraging doxing of Kefil since I've posted in my Kiwi Farms thread before? Is that how that works? I don't know if I'd say that, but... Well, no,
in his fucking like cozy stream where he uses memes that use content from the fucking thread. How is he not culpable here?
What kind of content does he use from the thread?
Oh, shut the fuck up. You want me to like pull up the Nazi site and look over his memes?
I mean, I don't, the reason why I'm asking is because I don't know. I haven't paid attention to
You don't know.
I came here to talk about you and me, not about him.
This is why I'm mad. Because you have no morals, you have no principles. You're willing to just stand by people who engage in group harassment on a forum that multiple trans people have fucking killed themselves over.
You've coordinated group.
Wait, I'm so curious, and I'm not even saying I would doubt this to be true because Kiwi Farms is a horrible place. Who are the multiple trans people that have killed themselves? Who are the multiple trans people that have killed themselves because of Kiwi Farms? Fuck, you guys aren't like farmers. Most of the Kiwi Farms people aren't even related to threads. Suicides of harassment targets. Harassment campaign contributed to suicides of 3 individuals. Kiwi Farms community considered to be a goal to drive targets of suicide. Chloe Saga became a Kiwi Farm target after Eurogamer reported over $30,000 platform for metal poisoning treatment to remove shrapnel from a car accident, but Eurogamer reported it was actually tended to do sex surgery, self-immolation, which several reports. Oh, so these are like Julie Terryberry, a Canadian woman, died by suicide following sustained harassment from Kiwi Farms users. Are these people actually killing themselves because of Kiwi Farms, or? The near one might be. Reading this near thing, that one might be.
Harassment of plenty of other people.
Group
Keffels.
harassment?
Yes,
Group harassment.
You have.
Do you have
You have-
anyone who has to fucking lock their door at night because they're scared because they get fucking like hate mail directed to their house just because they're
To be clear, Keffels literally said that Blair White deserved death threats because she went after trans people. That was one of the things in my doc. Like, Keffels literally tweeted that Blair White deserved it when people sent her death threats. So, Keffels doesn't really have any solid grounding to stand on here. More memes about Keffels.
So I am such a smaller
I don't care. You know what? This isn't. You know.
Wait, I'll just.
Said that that's not right. I've said that that's not right. But
You said that's not
two,
right, but you won't
two
do
wrongs
anything
don't. Two
about
wrongs
the
don't make a
people
right.
in your community, who you interact with, who you call friends,
Oh my God.
because you're a fucking snake.
Okay, but I need screenshots of him actually posting
All right.
docs.
I'll get all of those fucking. He didn't post the fucking docs. He engaged in group harassment.
If he encouraged
He encouraged other people by engaging in group. Do you know what group harassment is? You have more than 2 fucking brain cells. Jesus, Stardust.
I know, I understand what group harassment is. I've had people on Cozy direct their entire followings to come hate raid me, so I understand what that is. But I still need to see like more than somebody just participating and being, you know, antagonistic towards somebody, right? Like
in a fucking thread, in the same thread on a site made for group harassment that multiple people have killed themselves over. Are you fucking, how stupid are you? Like, how do you
made a spreadsheet of content creators who are all smaller than you that you wanted to.
Melina was on that spreadsheet.
Okay,
What are you
but
talking about?
Gappy and I are smaller than you, and
I know, yes, and Gappy and you both defended Destiny, who also engaged in my fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and I have the screenshots for this.
Can you get her to has she posted those anywhere? I don't think I've ever posted in that thread. Have I ever? I have an account on Kiwi Farms that is a known account. I think you can find it in my thread. When have I ever posted in that thread? No, I checked. Okay, yeah, I don't know why she keeps saying that. I wonder where the screenshot is.
did he post docs of you?
No, he doesn't need to. It's a fucking group harassment thread.
Okay, but again, people.
I already told you, you
slandered me.
stupid
Wait,
fucking
Keffels,
cunt.
Dude, Keffels is actually unhinged. This person is actually, like, unironically sick in the head. Holy fuck. Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
You have slandered me as a white nationalist, as a white supremacist, as a neo-Nazi.
I literally do not give a single shit because you are
groups.
You've
done that to groups of people.
Remember, there's the other thing again, right? I don't care what bad things I've said about you. You're evil. I don't care what bad things you say I've said about you. You deserve anything. Anything I say against you is deserved.
I am such a smaller content creator than you, and you think that it's okay for you to slander me as a white nationalist, as a brown woman, by the way.
Oh, she left. God, Keffels is probably so mad that she's white. Damn, I can't believe she got so fucking amped up.
Okay, well, guys, that was that.
Do you think this tree will grow? Right, it should.
I don't know why she had to resort to calling me a cunt and a bitch. I never called her any of those names. Yeah, just join the Discord, Flamenco. Chat, we're gonna be moving over to YouTube shortly.
What do you think is performative?
Editing this title here.
It's hard to say because, like, there are ways that it could be performative right? So it might just be like, I'm getting really mad because I'm like righteous anger and my audience is riled up. It makes you look really good. It could also just be too that like she's the type of person that has like always gotten her way, like kind of like a spoiled kid, like is used to getting everything she wants without whatever. So if that's the case, then I mean, you'd expect to see this type of attitude. It just kind of depends. But I mean, I can't know for sure.
So I am such a smaller
I don't care. You know what? This isn't doing anything. I really fucking hope the worst for this fucking bitch. I just banned her. I'm done. I'm literally done. Fuck her. Absolutely fuck her. What a fucking snake.
How is she even a snake? What did she do? That
Literally
was snaky?
comparing my family getting doxxed to being called mean words on the internet. Shut the fuck up.
Kind of feels like the spoiled children syndrome. That's what it feels like.
She's like incredibly emotional. She's like a fucking NPC.
Ironic.
Yeah, she compared me doing ratios to transphobes to fascist misgendering. Oh, it might be a good experience to have XanderHal on. Let me is he live? I would talk to XanderHal.
Why?
Yeah, he's live.
Condemnation
I'm gonna.
or defense?
Is she like looking to build out friends or something?
Is it XanderHal.gg or what? What's his site? Did Stardust leave? I banned Stardust. I was just like, I'm not dealing with this.
Yes, queen based. Ban all dissent.
That was incredibly infuriating. My humanity gets fucking denied with these fucking vultures.
True, actually, denied humanity. I feel like F7
I
does
started
nothing.
off by
I think you need to-
apologizing. Something I never got from her because I actually have principles.
I'm probably bisexual. Nice. What does this even mean? Why would you tweet something so stupid like this out?
You know, this isn't doing anything. I really fucking hope the worst for this fucking bitch. I just banned her. I'm done. I'm literally done.
Literally done. The framer on your stairs is uneven. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about this? It's because there's a thing here.
Adaptation is so often
Does Kevil's audience not say this is unhinged? I have no idea. You tweeted an image from it at her. I just see people link images on the internet. I don't know if this came from fucking Kiwi Farms or not. I just thought it was a funny picture. Oh! The right side of the stair is a block wider because the stairs going down. Make the left side wider by a block. The right side of the stairs is a block wider. Wait, what? Right side of the stairs is 1 block wider. Are you talking about this area here that leads into this hallway, or? Am I blind? Am I missing something? Oh, no, this is fine. The path. Yeah, the path is 1 wider because there's a door here. It's supposed to be wider, okay? Not everything in life needs to be symmetrical. Azan's UK IRL is going well.
Once a brutal monarchy that justified chattel slavery and the brutal colonial overrule
Oh, I've been here before.
of India and numerous other countries now have become the powerless symbol of being cucked to one of its former penal colonies, the United States of America. That's right, we're here outside of the gates
Sleep,
of Buckingham
you fuck.
Palace. What a beautiful sight to behold.
Hassan,
Waiting for the Queen to come outside.
can we just enjoy the fucking sights for a minute?
We are enjoying. Okay, the light is too.
Yeah, this is crazy.
The light's too aggressive.
Okay. Flamenco's Q farms posts and horse threads. I don't see any doxing. Would require user phone. Okay, don't care. Unless there's doxing in it. XCC has officially lost it. Oh, this stupid game.
I don't mind people snickering at the stupid uniform I've got.
What's going on with Thorn now again? Thorn retweeted Dr. Haas. Nice. Based. Thorn is a little wacky. A little bit out there, I'd say. Oh no, did this person block me on Twitter? Every time you quote tweet someone, they always block me instantaneously. What was their tweet? Hold on.
It didn't say Simon Says.
Indigenous knowledge. Oh, I tweeted this one right when I woke up. I don't even remember this tweet. Indigenous knowledge bases were/are produced through similar processes of observation and testing over millennia or several hundred years. Western scientists are coming to the same conclusions that indigenous people learned long ago and integrated into their societies. And then I think I quote tweeted and I said, how did indigenous people treat type 1 diabetes? What was the infant mortality rate of indigenous peoples?
The fucking fact he can actually say, I beat Tyron Woodley on paper, makes me fucking, I want to, why is the moon out right now? It makes me want to just fucking go crazy.
Actually, to that point,
That is odd that the moon is
I
out.
actually feel like there's more.
But the
Oh my god! That makes me want to do something like this.
What is the good faith understanding of indigenous knowledge of science? It's never enough that something can be decent. It always has to be better than everything else. So indigenous peoples probably learned some things through trial and error over hundreds of years. And they might have even had some insight that we don't have just because of the different approach they might have taken to doing things. That might be true. Like, for instance, like we've discovered later on that like certain plants or tree bark or whatever can use to be made like, can be used to make like Advil or pain medication. Like there's stuff like that. But when people start jerking off, it's like the ancients knew of the land in ways that we never. It's like, shut the fuck up, okay? You don't know anything about this. Shut the fuck up. Relevant tweet about the trans thing. There's such confusion about gender diversity and distant cultures, and a lot of stuff's getting explained in a misleading way. On Riot is tabled thing I was working on. Fafafine kids did not know deep down they weren't boys. They were told because they were too girly. What, is this true? And indigenous cultures over the world, gender exists beyond the binary, and folks call it, it's held sacred place in those cultures. You walk around, you see a lot of narratives about indigenous cultures, understanding third genders in a way we boorish Westerners don't, but sometimes the cultures in question had much more restrictive gender roles than we do, and third genders arose as a way of making sense of kids we'd recognize as girly or tomboyish, and likely gay post-puberty. I also think this whole discourse misses the point. We have more tools morally and scientifically and intellectually than any culture in human history to decide for ourselves whether we are going to treat teachy and see people with dignity, including non-binary folks, where the line is between gender expression and identity. And the other interesting vital question, Noble Savage claims that if only we'd understand how insert culture did, we can value a new insight, tend to gloss over a great deal of complexity and to conveniently sweep under the rug the deep gender conservatism in many indigenous cultures. That said, culture practices respect as parts of the time they were emerged. An article he references in another thread. Oh, maybe, okay. For the non-binary people have existed at the time and has been greatly documented. Is that true? Not in the, it's, the ways that gender and sex and all of that have been treated in other societies are like so different. I had one religious researcher email me. So this is only one guy that I've ever heard say this before. So take this with many grains of salt. But I had one guy research me. I had one guy message me, and he said that even the concept of like homosexuality and heterosexuality are like relatively new, that the way that we understand these concepts today are not the same that the way that they would have been understood. Not to say that like back in the day, like they were super open and loved gay people, but just like the concepts of how we view homosexuality and heterosexuality are a bit different today. Then you can't just go back into the past and be like, oh, this is gay and this is straight, that it was a little bit weirder for how some studies saw it. I don't know. I don't have the historical background or context to say that, but what? Well, I'm giving up tenure at UCLA. Jesus. Tenure is like the dream. Tenure basically means that like you can't really be released for any reason unless you like fuck up or something, right? Like that's like the goal of all professors, more or less. Do I have an understanding of what tenure is?
Unironically, sub mode would be such a great option for you. You should consider it. Sub mode. I don't like putting it in sub mode because I have a lot of nice viewers that don't sub, and I don't like. I'm not complaining, or I don't. If you can't afford a sub, then don't sub. I mean, only idiots sub to a streamer. Like I've never done it. You would have to be really stupid to sub to a streamer. So yeah, putting it in sub mode, I think that's a stupid thing to do. Because like, imagine if I put it in sub mode, then I'll only get stupid people in my chat because they subbed. Like yeah, it's the non-subs that actually have a brain if you think about it.
Wow. Abby Thorne's speech today.
declined. Because honestly, what is the point? What are we trying to achieve here? That invitation came just a few weeks after we all saw the Metropolitan Police beat women at the Sarah Everard Vigil. Are we to believe it would make a difference had a few of them been trans? Would it have made a difference to Mark Duggan, or Jean Charles Menendez, or Shekhi Bayo? This government knowingly deports LGBT people to countries where they will be persecuted for being queer. Are we to believe that it would make a difference if there were more trans people working in the Home Office? Just last week, Labour leader Keir Starmer marched in the press.
Okay, I don't care. Where is Dan at? Somebody come read this.
What is a filter bubble? The mainstream definition is that it's a state of intellectual isolation produced by the personalized information filtration process of social media algorithms, by which some information are excluded by omission. This process involves the tracking of an individual's search history on the search engine, their likes and clicks, and other potential data points such as geolocation. The aim being to produce for the users an experience that reflects their own interests, preferences, and beliefs. And it leads individuals to congeal.
Why? Burger King foot lettuce. This was one of the craziest things. Dude, that guy's voice. Do you know who has a voice like that? Your mom? Got him, dude. Fucking got him. Can't you right-click fully grown wheat instead of breaking it? Wait, can you? I thought that was a mod thing. No, you can't do that. It's not vanilla, dumb fuck. That wasn't fully grown? Wait, what? This is age 7. This is fully grown. What are your thoughts on the Zelda franchise? Usually pretty cool, but I haven't played any Zelda games in a long time.
Cop. Oh yeah. Cop.
Why is part 2 privatized? I don't know, dude. What is it even been out yet? Oh! Do you have to keep right on roads in the US? I don't think you it's a law in some states and not in others. $138 miles per hour. Oh my god. Hey, this guy was passing somebody. It was fine for him to be in the left lane. That's okay. Like. These people probably shouldn't be in the left lane. They're just hanging out. I'm trying to... I've ridden pretty fast before. Is he really going? Is he really going 130 here? It doesn't look like it. He's passing them pretty fast. Is he passing them for them going... Because if this person is going 60 miles an hour... This dude goes fast. Assuming these guys are riding at 70, does this look like he's passing a stationary car going 50 miles an hour? They're going 80? If they're going like 80, 85, I could probably... It also might be, yeah, because it's a wide lens camera, maybe that makes it look slower too. Does he look like he's blowing past the signs at 140? I mean, he must. Because people could probably do the math and figure out, right, based on the spacing. I don't think he would lie about it that much, right? Does he have like police lights or something? How's he getting people to move? Probably just overhead lights. He's just flashing brights at them? No. That's the only thing that I know for sure can't possibly be happening in this video. Because unless it's different where this guy drives, because you can be in states and have somebody sit in the left lane for hours and flash your brights for fucking ever, and they'll sit there like a fucking moron. Like, he's gotten like 20 people in a row to respond instantaneously. It's gotta be, he has to have either ultra bright lights or some other fucking special thing, because most people will just fucking, he's got a big ass light bar. I would, you can literally see the brights. You don't know if these are brights or lights on top of the car or something else. What do you mean? I can't see what's on top of his car. What are you talking about? You didn't see him flash them? No, never mind. Hold on, I'm the guy. Never mind. You guys are legitimately fucking retarded. I see bright lights, so I know they must be bright. Okay, change mine. Probably something like that. Yeah, I'm wondering if he has something like this on top of his car. He has lights on top, I think, because if you light up something on the top of your car, you look like a police car. Are you strobing them that hard? Yes. What are you talking about? Dude, you can sit behind someone on the interstate for 20 minutes flashing brights at them, and they'll just fucking sit there. That's like common experience across probably 30 or 40 states I've driven. Not 30 or 40. Probably like 15 or 20 states I've driven in. I've done a lot of interstate driving. People do not move out of the left lane because you flash your brights at them. That's got to be like an almost impossible thing. The only people on the road that I've ever seen pay attention to brights being flashed are truck drivers to let you know that they can pass you. That's it. You can sit behind a dude and you can flash brights at them for 12 hours and they'll just like sit in the lane forever. Maybe like 20% of people will move, but like at night, yeah, at night, people don't give a fuck. Well, hold on, let's think. If you're driving in a city at night, they won't move. If you're driving, the best drivers typically are the further away you get from the cities and the more you're doing like interstate driving in the middle of nowhere, usually those people follow rules of the road. Like they'll do a decent job at being in the right lane, not hanging on the left lane. When you're like an hour or 2 or 3 hours out of cities, usually those people follow. But if you're like in like within like 30 miles or whatever of a city, within like 20, 30, 40 minutes of a city, those people, you can beam them all day long and they'll just sit in the left lane doing fuck all. They won't do anything. But if you're like an hour or 2 or 3 out from a city, you're doing like real interstate driving or rural shit, usually those people are pretty good about being in the correct lane. What are we doing? Does he have his plates hidden? He must, right? Can I get some stimming from you? There you go. Oh, now we got it. Oh, cop is getting a little stuck. I mean, I can't tell, I guess, maybe because field of view fucked him. The guy doesn't look like he's really doing any, like, fancy driving. He's just kind of, like, willing to drive a little risky, like, inserting into lanes or, like, running red lights. He's not doing anything too crazy. And then he just gasses it on the straightaway. I thought we were gonna see, like, some wild, like, crazy driving or something. Okay. Why is he getting pulled over here? Was he speeding, or did they see like fake plates, or? Plates are tint laws. Seems like New York City could pull a copter. I think running helicopters is really expensive. I don't know how quickly they can get them off the ground for things like a speeding ticket. I don't know.
he going? Where's he going? Oh shit, oh shit.
What happened?
Hey guys, what's up? It's Sean, Autotopia LA. I'm giving you a warning right up front. This video could be potentially considered graphic in nature.
Obama.
We're not doing it to show you graphic for the sensational element. I want to use this opportunity, what happened last December, to, while we entertain you, to also
The
educate
throttle
you a
got
bit, 'cause
stuck?
There was a lot of learning cues on this video. For any of you that follow the channel, you know I was involved in an accident during a shoot a while back. December 17th is the exact date, and I'll never forget that date because it was an impactful day. Like any other day, we went down to our
Was that
buddy
intentional?
Dean's SoCal Classic Car Storage to shoot a video. It was our first time seeing this car or meeting the owner, Russ. And when he showed up, it was a knockout car. 64 Mercury Comet, beautiful metal work on this car. Hundreds of thousands of dollars spent building a 1,300 horsepower blown, gorgeous Mercury Comet.
People always say, so what did this cost you? I said 23 years, 208,000 and 2 wives. So I built the car on my own out of my garage, basically. This is a 632 Merlin big block Chevy with a 1471 BDS blower on it.
You're not going to the drag strip with this thing.
No, it's too much grief has been put into this to make this happen, to put it into a wall or do something stupid.
So in the 23-year process, something that didn't stand out to me at the time of the interview is he said he had done his brakes about 17 years ago on this car. Now the car hasn't been driven much, but brake technology has changed dramatically over the last 17 years.
You know, I've got a couple things on my wish list. Probably should put bigger brakes on it at the time. You know, you got to remember 23 years ago, no one had, 700 horsepower Hellcats and, 1,000 horsepower to the rear wheels was what,
So we get all our beauty shots, we get all the B-roll, and we do our interview. Now it's time to go for our drive where we're just doing casual rolling shots. Our roller shots are typically speed limit or close to it, nothing radical on our rollers. And so we get in a car that has harnesses, and I put on my lap belt, as does Russ. We're just doing casual driving, no big deal. Lap belt's just fine.
Is it okay to put the, should I just leave the harnesses and sit against them?
Yeah, that's what I do. I just spread them apart.
I highly recommend going forward, you guys put on your harnesses. If you don't have harnesses, I highly recommend putting them on. Here we go, down the road, right? Time to get some nice, beautiful rolling shots of this gorgeous Mercury Comet. We pull up to our first stoplight, which is, I don't even know if it's a mile away from where we've left from. As soon as we pull up to the light, I remember Russ throwing the car, automatic transmission, throwing it into neutral, and tapping the accelerator. And he tells me the accelerator's sticking at a give or take at about 2,200 RPMs.
Is that not usually where it sits?
No, again, not one we really thought about. I've had an accelerator stick before. You kick it, you're all good, right? So we take off down the road, nice wide road, right? You got 3 lanes on each side. Really nice for cruising along, catching our rolling shots. We drive, give or take, it's about 1.5 miles, 2 miles max from where we started to where we do our turnaround. And as we pull into this area to turn around, we just start to drive, and I tell Russ, man, I smell a lot of brakes right now. He says, yeah, I've been having to ride them.
I've been having to ride him? Like, is the... Wait. So, like, is the throttle stuck? So he's just, like, riding his brakes the entire time? That's not what he... That certainly can't mean what he means, right? Oh, no. Can I get multiple cows following me? With one at the same time? You need 2 cows to make a baby, right? Oh, my God. I'm not going to be able to find another cow.
Yeah, I just turn the rotor. Plus, I'm riding it because it idles.
So you gotta kind of be on it the whole time to go slow, huh? Wow.
It's a little scary, but okay.
again, you know, this is one of those times, you guys, and I'm trying to build it to the point. Ultimately, what I want to do while we entertain you here is I want to educate you, because we've all been in a lot of these scenarios before and nothing happened, you know, like what happened on this day. So we drive down the road, you know, another, quarter mile or so. We come up to a stoplight. So we pull up to the light. Car stops. You know, just like Russ said, he's fine. He's got brakes. Yeah, we smell brakes, but we're fine.
It's the supercharger pushing the car hard during an idle. Well, I mean, like, even if first of all, I feel like there's got to be ways to configure superchargers so they're not sucking in air while you're idle. Number one. Number two, wouldn't this speak to a transmission problem as well? Like, if you're in neutral or something, like, you shouldn't be going forward because the car's not in gear, right? The drivetrain and the camera disconnected. So I don't know. Like, even if you're idling high, that shouldn't throw your car forward into the wall, but...
Surges a little bit because that accelerator's sticking. And then, this is what happens.
Can you not get out of gear?
Hold on!
Oh, that looked... Oh, shit. I just noticed the seatbelt when he got thrown forward, too. They didn't have real seatbelts in the car either, huh? Jesus. The throttle is probably connected to a physical wire to the pedal, and the throttle body was stuck. Oh, yeah, I don't know all the parts. I know there's usually a wire because, I don't know if it's a poor person's experience, but you always learn about vehicles through, like, shit that gets fucked up. I remember sometimes the throttle wouldn't work in my carpet cleaning van, and what you would do is you'd crawl under the front, and it seems stupid because you imagine it to be like a really complicated thing when you put your foot, blah, blah, blah. But on the back of the gas pedal, there would usually just be a wire that would reach down and connect to that, and then I guess that goes up into some body in the engine that does something for actually giving it more gas or whatever. But sometimes that thing would just come loose. So you'd have to go back and you pull it down and you connect it to the back of the pedal. They had a 5-point harness in the video. Oh, but they weren't wearing it. The guy's just got a seatbelt, like a lap belt on. Ooh. And it's just...
Hold on!
Literally called the throttle body. Oh, sure. I just don't know what throttle body does or anything. Well, I mean, I guess I imagine it gives gas to the engine, but...
There's nowhere to go.
No airbags either, I guess?
So we take off like we always do. He picks up a little bit of speed, 45 to 50 miles an hour. Except for now, we see a red light ahead with cars stopped, and Russ puts the brakes on. And then I hear him say, no brakes. I hear him say, no brakes, no brakes. He's pumping, he's trying to get brake. There is no brakes.
He pulls on a hook and lets a carburetor move air and gas. For an older car it would, right? But for newer cars, I don't think they use carburetors anymore. It's all fuel injected, right? Jesus Christ.
We're looking ahead. There's a red light. There's cars stopped across 2 turn lanes, 3 straight lanes. And you'll notice Russ swerves to the left. His goal here is that those turn lanes are about to get a green arrow and he's going to float in behind them. They don't get the green arrow. Now you'll notice we swerve.
Newer cars also don't use the wire. Oh, okay, maybe, yeah, true. Oh, it might all be digital or something, maybe, or I'm not sure. I don't know how much was mechanical versus...
Back to the right. All the while, you'll notice definitely some sheer terror taking over my face, because now I'm looking ahead of me and I realize we've got a couple of seconds. Russ is definitely focused trying to figure out something, and the reality is now we've got, I don't know, a second or two before we're gonna hit cars. We're gonna hit stopped cars. And that's what happened, man. We, at about 45 miles per hour, we hit a minivan. We also lightly grazed off of another car. Because I was wearing the lap belt only, my face smacked the metal dashboard to the point where I left teeth marks and a dent in the metal dashboard.
If you didn't lose teeth or anything, you got real lucky. Jeez. Is it better to brace back here, or should he have laid out on the dash I think it might be better to curl forward, but I don't know. What if you curl forward and then your neck gets like crushed by the dashboard? I don't know what the correct like EV Plus thing is to do. I'm not sure.
4 new teeth later.
Oh, he did have to get new teeth. Yeah, okay.
30 stitches to put my blown up lip back together. Russ straight armed at the point of impact. Natural response.
If you brace the momentum, it will fuck. Well, like, yeah, like you're never, if you're going like more than like 40 miles an hour, you're never bracing the momentum here, right? Like my guess is any bracing here is probably just going to do worse for you. I would imagine. I don't know why he wouldn't throw it in neutral. I thought it looked like he was trying to grab the gear thing here, but I don't know if the transmission was stuck or something as well, but yeah, there's no way. Sometimes we have like intuitive responses to things that are not good. Like if you're getting pushed over or something, intuitively you want to reach back with your arm to brace, but like nobody's gotten, like you're not going to hurt yourself falling on your side. I mean, like it'll hurt, but if you brace with your arm, you're going to like snap a bone. You'll snap a bone in your arm or you'll snap your elbow. Like you see it happen a lot. But intuitively we want to catch ourselves. We don't want to just like roll onto our side, you know? I guess actually the instinct is probably this: you don't hit your head on something. It's probably better to for sure break your arm than risk hit your head, maybe, you know. But
you know,
oh, like this guy, I wonder if this guy's arm just got
at the point
snapped.
Of impact.
Like holding is okay like this, but it looks like he extends his arms because he wants to rely on the joint to absorb
Natural
the
response.
But I'm guessing,
you know,
I wonder if they snapped there. I'm not sure.
And completely blew out his right elbow. I find it interesting that at the point of impact, both of us, just an unconscious reaction within our bodies, both of us turned our heads.
I don't know shit about cars, but what's the point of a lap belt? It looks like Snap City. No, lap belts are really good as one half of a seat belt, which also has an upper part of the belt. But yeah, solo lap belt. I don't understand why I think he must have explained it, right? Like why didn't they use something different? I'm sure he had an explanation. I just missed it. But.
Heads to the left and closed our eyes. I wish closing my eyes would have made it all go away, but it didn't. And that's what happened, man.
He said in the beginning, yeah, I don't remember.
Brutal.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
There's a lot of damage to Russ's car. Between both of us, a lot of dollars in hospital.
Oh, they figured they wouldn't need the harness because they were just driving. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I always wear my seatbelt. I think I mentioned this before, but I always try to think like what would happen how would I feel about myself if something happened here? And when I think about car accidents, I always think like how would I feel 10 years from now if I was in a wheelchair because I just needed to take a 2-minute trip to a gas station and then somebody like rear ends me and I snap my bag or something. I always think about it that way. Like fuck, like that. I would probably hate myself if it was something so simple I could do to avoid something so catastrophic. So I put my seatbelt in every car I get in like instantaneously, no matter how far we're going, just because like why risk it? It's such an easy thing to do.
Hospital bills. There's points that I learned from this that I hope we can pass on to you guys, because a lot of us, I promise you, don't even put the thought into this. If your car doesn't have harnesses, put them on there, man. I highly recommend it, even if it's a shoulder harness, just to give you something more than a lap belt that all it does is simply hold you, for the most part, in the seat.
Did your uncle die from no seatbelt while a major contribution? I don't know. They got, I'm pretty sure his truck got cut in half on that accident. And I think both my uncle and aunt, I think, died instantly at the scene. So I don't know if that's an accident or a seatbelt could have helped. I know my uncle never wore his fucking seatbelt, so it's possible they died not wearing their seatbelts. I don't know if like the coroner or whatever, I don't know if they give statements like that. But didn't they get run off the road? No, I think they were going through a stoplight and the truck that he was in got split in half by somebody coming down at 40 or 50 miles an hour in an SUV, I think. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this now. I don't fucking remember. This happened a few years ago, didn't it? Oh, she got sentenced. Oh, like a week ago. A driver responsible for those 2 people in a car accident spent sentenced to approximately 30 to 40 years in prison. Damn. I think she was, oh yeah, she was on PCP at the time. Force of the collision cut the rim in half, police said. Nujo's Nitro kept traveling south where it struck a Jeep Renegade as well. Jeez. Do you feel hatred towards her? I'm not too close to like any of my family. My uncle was cool though. I think he was on stream a few times. He would do a lot of work around my house and stuff. Pretty irresponsible to be driving on PCP though. My aunt hates this woman with her. I think she flew to Omaha, I think, for the sentencing. That's probably, my aunt's probably going to be mentally fucked for the rest of her life. Because Rob was like her little brother. She feels horrible about it. But what are you going to do, man?
I highly recommend, whether or not you're 100% sure that your brakes work, I can't recommend enough regularly tech inspecting your car. They do it every time people go out to autocross, track days, any form of performance driving. Cars are getting teched. Regularly tech your car. Even if you're not a mechanic like me, take it to the guy that built your car. Take it to one of your buddies. Get your car tech inspected. I highly recommend it. Another thing I recommend, it's a rare thing to see on a custom muscle car, is a handbrake. I can't recommend enough. Yeah, it doesn't look as cool on your center console, no question about it. A nice little button for a hydraulic e-brake. I can't recommend enough a grab brake right here. Had we had one, who knows, maybe we would have slowed up enough that the impact wouldn't have been as dramatic to either one of us, to the person that we hit, or to the vehicle that Russ took 23 years to build. So that's the bad, the skinny, the gnarly, the nasty of what happened here. The good news is, as you can tell, I've for the most part healed up. I'm gonna, for the rest of my life, feel like I have a fat lip. Feels like I got popped in the mouth a couple days ago. Dealing with back pain, but I trust that we'll get all the way through this and I'll get my back to 100%. But doing really good. Like, I ride my motorcycle, I'm active, I'm back out living my life. Russ is doing great. We saw Russ a couple months back. He came up here to the shop to hang out one day, and he's doing really great. You know, his arm, he had most of his mobility back, was doing physical therapy, doing well. So gratefully, both of us are gonna get about as close as you can get to a full recovery from this. The car, at some point—
How's your shoulder? My shoulder is actually fully recovered, but I think I hurt my triceps yesterday. Dude, anytime I come back to the gym after, I think if you take like a week or two off from doing whatever, you should come back for one day and literally do just 50% of your maxes. I feel like I always get hurt when I come back after taking a while. It's not like super hurt. It'll probably be like a day or two, but like.
Russ is gonna revisit it. Right now, it's just, you know, it's all too close. He's got a lot of things going on.
It's called going to the gym in your 30s.
So
I feel like when I'm in my groove, I think getting hurt is pretty rare. If I'm like, now that I have better understanding of what I'm doing over the past few months, like getting hurt is, once you're like in a groove of going pretty consistently, you know, like everything I think is pretty good. I think that if you've been gone for a while though, and you're like out of your groove, everything just feels a little different.
Hold for now. But at some point, he's gonna rebuild that car, get it back on the road. And I look forward to, believe me, when it's ready to go, I will get in the car with Russ again. We will put our harness.
Why'd you take a break? Well, because I was traveling for 2 weeks, and then I think I got COVID. I think that's why I've been coughing. I think it's almost gone, that cough. So I took the week off here because I feel like if I did have COVID, I don't want to be like, I don't want to be coughing around in my gym infecting everybody. I feel like a bioterrorism weapon.
Is on. I know his brakes are going to be great, and we're going to have a super
Get
fun
tested.
shoot.
I took a test when Moon came over, but I got, because I didn't want to be positive and go out, but I got negative on the test, so I don't know. Are you going to get an antibody test? I don't know. Is there a point to it? I did a test when Moon was here and it was negative, so I might have been past the infection point.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, hi, what's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much, just hanging out.
I saw you watch the Keffels interaction.
Yeah, she got real mad real quick.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I
I need to soy up for this conversation. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. What do you got for me?
Okay. Well, yeah, I just I didn't really know how to react when I got shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking
Oh
bitch,
yeah, that came out of nowhere. I was like, damn.
I was just like, oh, okay, I'm going to try and de-escalate this, and it didn't go as expected. So, yeah, the de-escalation did not happen. She only got more escalated.
Yep, seems like it.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of wonder if there's like something going on there.
Yeah, she definitely is like disturbed or something for sure.
Disturbed.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's something going on there mentally. Or she could just be a really shitty person. It's hard to know.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't like
I do.
You know, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I like calling people names and making fun of them and speculating on their mental health. But
Oh, no, I do like calling people names, yeah. But I go for more like things that are hard to control, like if they have fetal alcohol syndrome and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But right. Yeah, I generally with you know, her and her quartering drama and stuff, I don't particularly like the quartering, but I feel like it's a bad sign when the quartering is like coming off as the more reasonable person in interactions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what else I was going to talk to you about. I was just going to, you know, pop in and say hi and thanks for watching the video. So,
I mean, it's free content for me, homie, so anytime.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, you know, keep it
keep it real.
grooving.
I am keep it real. I always keep it real.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know if you want to come on a panel sometime again. You know. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'll keep it in mind. Okay. Be careful.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Water God Dungeon Guide. Wait, is that where I get the Glacia stuff? Hold on. I have to gear up for my next thing. No, I'm doing the Earth God Dungeon. Earth God Dungeon Guide. Juice up. Do you play Clash of Clans now? Oh, let's finish this.
Obama.
True. Thank you, Warren.
With him, and we're going to get to show you just what an extraordinary car this 64 Mercury Comet really is. The final thing I have for you is a massive thanks. If you've made it this far into the video, it means you probably like what we do and you probably regularly watch and support our channel. And me and all the guys genuinely appreciate it, especially given the difficult time it was we had to put together compilation videos because we couldn't shoot. We had to take a break completely from shooting. It was about a little over 2 months, mouth stuff and back stuff and da-da-da, all that, you know what I mean? So a massive, gigantic, authentic thanks from all of us guys to you for hanging out, watching what we do, continuing to support, continuing to help us grow this channel. Just appreciate you guys like I can't even express. Thank you, and I will see you in the next episode. All right, man. Later.
Later. Okay, guys, we're trying to get the Warlock ring right now. Hold on. Open item. Yes, I got one. Just what I needed. Okay, boom, boom. What did this Bad Bunny tweet mean? Should we watch the President Sunday vid? Are you 99 and everything? Almost. I have 86 Magic, 89 Prayer, and 95 Slayer. Those are the last 3 things I need to get 99 in. Read the article? I might.
How's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail. In this
Hour and 40 minutes.
video, we're going to talk about women. Stick around to the end because we're going to solve sexism in this video. Now, I haven't posted in a couple weeks because nothing's inspired me, but I saw a tweet from It's Timmy, the Apex Legends god and good friend of the stream, that said my clips were taken out of context in a video that invalidates and diminishes the experiences of women. And, you know, I was curious. So I clicked on the video and I watched what I can only call the Ocean's 8 of YouTube videos. Just a hot, stinking pile of garbage. And it is titled, How Feminist Ideas Make Everyone Weak.
I appreciate the compliments. Thanks. Also, did anyone notice that he crapped on the all-female Ocean's 11 as a way of insulting me? Be careful. You wouldn't want to be labeled as a misogynist. So recently, a lot of creators who disagree with me have been reacting to my content. Normally, I just kind of ignore this stuff because going back and forth between reactions like that movie Inception is annoying, and I don't find that kind of stuff entertaining. Particularly if there's no bigger narrative that's not just, this guy disagreed with me, let me tell you all the ways he's wrong. It just creates drama, and nobody really learns anything from it. But on this channel, I talk a lot about the most important thing not being who is right politically. The most important thing is de-radicalizing people and trying to create bridges that help everyone get along. And that's the common problem that I see with all these reactions. Whether or not these people have the correct opinion, they're exhibiting tons of behaviors that will radicalize their audience and divide people. I'll start with a little backstory. Over a month ago, Vosh reacted to my channel.
Yeah, probably. This channel's gonna get big. Well, it's already big.
Thanks for having faith in me, Vosh. Then Hassan reacted to me and said my content was awesome.
Dude, this is awesome. Okay, this guy's great.
Thanks, Hassan. I appreciate that. Then this guy reacted to me, whoever he is. And last, Ludwig reacted with the video that you saw in the intro clip. These creators reacted to a couple of videos of mine, but the most interesting reactions were to my video on the 2 documentaries from Vice and the BBC, which were basically plausible deniability pieces asking why women don't do well in esports, that were a lot more about promoting censorship and sexist affirmative action programs than they were about honestly investigating why women don't do as well as men in esports. You can tell that was the case because instead of asking very obvious questions of player demographics and competition, time invested in the skill, and realistically assessing the skills of the people involved, or talking about competitive trends like the Pareto distribution, they immediately go to the patriarchy and to pushing for women to get competition spots they didn't earn because they happen to be born female. Without wasting any more time, let's get into the behavior that I think radicalizes people.
Now, we're going to go through a lot of this. You can see all the notes at the top and really dissect this video and why it has zero information.
Really? There's no...
Wait, what Pareto distribution has to do with, like, if you move any resource, someone else will be worse off or something, right? Well, what is Pareto distribution of, like, men and women in gaming? What does that have to do with anything? Can somebody explain that to me? Or what am I thinking? Am I thinking of something different? Oh no, the Pareto principle or 80-20 rule stating that... Oh, that would be Pareto efficient. That's a different thing named Pareto. Are they related or? So I don't understand. Resources cannot be relocated to make one individual off without making at least one individual worse off. Oh, I'm assuming they come from the same guy. Okay, it's different than a Pareto distribution. It's a power law probability distribution that is used in descriptions of social quality. The trend that a large portion of wealth is held by a small amount. The Pareto principle is 80-20 rules, saying 80% of outcomes are due to 20% of causes named in honor of Pareto, but the concepts are distinct. Pareto distributions with shape value A log base forward 5 times 1.16 precisely reflect it. It's shown that this 80-20 distribution fits a wide range of cases, including natural phenomena and human activities. Jesus.
no information that I got right? Now, I can understand if you don't agree with the theme of the video, but I spent a lot of time talking about skill building. Work really hard, try to find a mentor who is already successful, and network with friends who have similar goals. This advice is the main reason why I made that video, and it's also a big reason why people watch my channel. You agree with none of that? I have a hard time believing that because you wouldn't have the success that you have if you didn't do at least one of those things. It's important to note that stuff because people are nuanced, and when you say your opponent can do nothing right by starting your video out with the energy of, there's no information here and I agree with nothing, you are vilifying that person to your audience, which will lead to extreme reactions and behaviors from the people who follow you because they believe they are righteously attacking someone who is evil and irredeemable. This is why when you write pinned comments like this one, tons of your followers disagree with you.
This should go without saying, but please don't find the critics being harassed him. I mean, they very genuinely make it in our community look like assholes. Okay.
Get it.
I just skipped ahead in this video so much and I didn't mean to. Fuck.
The success that you have if you didn't do at least one of those things. It's important to note that stuff because people are nuanced and tons of your followers disagree with you and go and do the behavior that you're telling them not to do. If you want to keep things peaceful, how you say things matters. We all have to be careful about how we say things when it comes to disagreements. That being said, here's professional Apex Legends player XanderhalTV doing the same thing Ludwig did in this tweet right here. My clips were taken out of context. I do not agree with any of the ideals portrayed in this video at all. None of them? No ideal in my video was good? If you don't agree that hard work pays off, then why do you work so much?
My entire life is literally online. I literally wake up, hit the live button, go to turn off the stream, go to bed.
Again, I understand if you don't like the main premise of the video, but there is no way that I said absolutely nothing that you agreed with. And personally, I am very careful to not portray people as 100% bad, even if I just give them one tiny point that's good. Simply saying I don't agree with the video instead of I don't agree at all is enough to let people know your position without suggesting that your opponent is incapable of good. The second part of Timmy's statement is something that people who disagree with me love to accuse me of. Timmy said that I took his clips out of context. That's not true. His clips were fully in context. I described the events and I put the source material in the description so people could fact check it. I don't know how I could have been any more honest, though I will admit that I messed up the interpretation of this particular clip.
I killed one. He's low. Go for me. Bud's one. He's trying to thirst for armor. Nice. Get him.
I can't do you guys. He full killed you? What a bitch, bro.
I said the bitch comment was directed at Timmy as an example of banter. People who reacted to it said it was directed at the other player, not Timmy. So I rewatched the clip to verify, and I do admit they were correct. I was flat out wrong there. It happens. Sometimes creators get things wrong, and the most difficult part about this job is that people really do expect you to get everything right. Seriously, you better not make a mistake, and even Ludwig agrees with that.
But let's be real. One bad analogy, throw the whole video away. It's just how it works, okay?
He's right. If you screw up an analogy or a metaphor, it will kill the video because people will hyper-focus on that mistake and ignore everything else. You'd be surprised how much one mistake can screw up an entire video. So my bad. If I had caught that mistake before the video released, I would have used a different example. That being said, let's talk about the stuff I think Ludwig got wrong. And a key feature of many of these bad takes or interpretations is that the people reacting didn't let me finish my point.
But it turns out that 50% of the people who play the esports aren't women. 50% of the people who play Dota aren't women. And he even goes into this.
Earlier they said Dota 2, right? What percentage of women play that game? 20%. What about another popular competitive game like Fortnite? 27%. Higher than Dota, but you can still see that there are way more male players than females, so it statistically makes sense for almost all the top players to be male.
Okay, going through that logic for a moment, let's just draw on that string. If 20% of the players are female, then through his logic, 20% of the top players should be female, or at least a close enough number.
Yeah, except you left out my explanation on why the number of female winners isn't reflective of the total number of women who play the game. First of all, it might be the case that not all 20% of women playing the game are competitive. So it might be 80-20 for total players, but maybe it's more like 90-10 male to female for competitors. I don't have the stats on that, but if that's the case, then it would explain some of the disparity. But more importantly, the way competition works is that the same people always win. It's called a Pareto distribution. That trend is repeated in a ton of areas, and yes, it will be a super tiny fraction of participants who get everything. So when you have a competitive space that's 80% male, it's more likely that those guys will win, and once they do win, they are very much set in stone as the top competitors. That's the important nuance that Ludwig just skipped over. You can agree or disagree with that, but if you're trying to keep me in context, let me finish my point or at least describe it in your own words. Otherwise, you aren't giving the audience a fair interpretation. Especially when you're in an environment where it's winner take all.
And that doesn't even make any damn sense. You think the International's winner take all? Have you ever seen an esports tournament in your damn life? That'd be insane. You walk away with $40 million, and second place walks away with a thumb in their ass. It's usually like a 45%, 40%, maybe 50% if you're generous towards first place, and then the other 50% spread over to like the next usually 7 spots. That's how a tournament goes. So I don't think you've ever seen a damn esports tournament in your life, but...
To clarify, when I said winner take all, I didn't mean that only first place gets the prize money. I know how competition works, and I know that people who don't get first still get prize money. What I meant by winner take all is that a couple people make all the money, and everyone else makes nothing. That's typically something that describes creative fields, like YouTube. Tons of people try to be successful at YouTube, only a handful of people make a living. Compared to a welder, where if you take the classes and apply for the job, you're most likely going to leave with money in your pocket. As for the rest of these arguments, obviously I can't respond to everything. Otherwise this video would never get finished. So if I don't pick your favorite comeback from someone who reacted to me, I'm sorry. What I will try to do is pick out the arguments that were strongest from them, and a lot of that's going to be based off of what I saw their audience saying the strongest arguments were. Here is one of them.
And he goes on to quote a Pew Research article from 2014 and talks about how men actually deal with more harassment online.
They mean to you. Everybody raised their hand, right? This is not exclusive to women. Here's data from Pew Research about online harassment from 2014. Most of the categories are even. Look, it says here that men are 7% more likely to be harassed online than women are when you look at all types of harassment.
Okay, that's a 2014 article from Pew Research. Pew Research does this article often. I don't know why.
Wait, you gotta have a better that data's from 2014. Like, I don't even know how popular fucking name popular contemporary figure was. Like, what is even what a weird... Is it because he sees Hassan does politics, so he kind of wants to too? Or why even, like, why would you even make this rejection? Like,
he went back to 2014. Again, this video was posted literally a couple months ago. They did a 2017 version and then a 2021 version. I looked it up, and it turns out that if you do the more recent one, the numbers have changed a bit, interestingly enough.
I know this was everyone's favorite point.
Well, changed a bit. Wait, changed a bit by how much? Well, now when he says changed a bit, that makes it sound like it doesn't change that much, but...
Right. It was also my favorite point, and I'll tell you why. For one, understand that Ludwig has a staff to help him with this kind of stuff, or save him time in other areas.
I can't do that now because I have 15 employees.
Outside of the guy who makes my thumbnails, I don't have a staff. I do all of this by myself, which means I only have so much time before people start saying, "Oh my god, where's the next video? You take forever." So I have to use certain time-saving techniques. I already had this study on hand, and I had already read all 8 pages of it, so I reused it. Jesus. Yes, it's old. I wasn't trying to hide that. I mentioned how old it was in the video. For those of you who don't know, research for sociological studies are typically considered out of date after 5 years. But you don't always have people studying the same topics every year, so if a study is older, you have to ask, why would this change? My suspicion was the numbers wouldn't be significantly different because there isn't really a reason for that abusive tendency to have changed. Domestic violence is a similar category, and that's been perpetrated pretty evenly by men and women for a long time. A family member of mine was a researcher on it, and those numbers have been stable since like the 70s. So my thought was, this video is taking forever, the numbers probably aren't different, therefore I don't need to spend time looking for more recent data. It's not as simple as, well, obviously Pew has done this study multiple times over the years. Again, I don't have employees like Ludwig does to look this stuff up for me. So
we should compare the... I don't know if the don't have employees to look this stuff up for me, therefore I can be a lazy researcher. I don't know if that's like the best argument in the world. But then, so, I mean, like, is there a significant difference between then and now? Is he going to get to that?
I didn't know that Pew updated the study, and typically it takes lots of hours spent reading irrelevant crap just to find research that is talking about the subject that you're discussing. Anyway, here's the great part. The 2014 numbers I cited from Pew are almost exactly the same as the numbers from 2021. I was right. They were consistent. Now, there's not a huge difference between the total harassment that men receive.
It went 43% versus 38%, versus in 2014 it said 44% versus 37%. Okay. Well.
Versus women, So I will still say that men and women get harassed at a pretty similar rate, with men being harassed slightly more. But then Ludwig goes for the killing blow.
They did a 2017 version and then a 2021 version. I looked it up. And it turns out that if you do the more recent one, the numbers have changed a bit, interestingly enough. And the amount of gendered harassment has increased from 20% to 33% among those who were harassed from 2017 to 2020. So it turns out that this is becoming more of a problem. Maybe we should look at newer stats.
Great, except that's not what I was talking about. I understand that's what you guys were talking about, but since we're talking about what I was saying, my point in the video was about the erasure of harm that happens to men. I watched 2 different news reports about harassment, and neither of them made any mention of men going through similar experiences. Because the reality is that men do go through those experiences in video games. Now, I don't think this talking point has to be the...
Okay, I don't know if Ludwig addresses this in his video. This guy might not understand this. I'm assuming he's like good faith in trying to, but he might not be. I don't know. I'm just kind of... So when I point out stuff like this, the difference is that women tend to receive, it's not even gendered insults, because gendered insults doesn't even really get at what we're talking about here. When it comes to online gaming, women tend to receive otherizing jokes. So if you're playing a video game and there's a woman in there, you can make jokes about her about how she doesn't belong there. That's the unique kind of harassment that a woman will get. It doesn't make sense if a guy joins a game and you're playing at CSGO and he misses like 3 shots in a row, and it's like, okay, yeah, you're missing every shot because you're a fucking man. What are you even doing in this life, right? Like that. Everybody would look at you like, what are you talking about? That's like that type of insult doesn't work because this is a space for men, right? Whereas for a woman, a lot of jokes about women playing video games, literally the punchline is just that you're a woman. Like that's the whole joke, right? Like, oh, why are you doing it this? Like you're a woman. Of course you missed that shot. Woman moment, right? Like there's literally comments like this that are just the fact that you're a woman means it. So this is like the different types of harassment that people get. A man will never be made to feel like he doesn't belong. There might be generic insults, or insults that compare him to a woman, because that's how you insult a man, sometimes by comparing to a woman. But it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be things to make him feel like he doesn't belong there.
Their whole video, but you could have at least said something. I mean, I said something. I said that harassment is bad on both sides. And I'll add, particularly things like physical threats, stalking, or doxing, which I can imagine are incredibly scary for women. That's all I was asking for, and that's why I brought up the total harassment numbers and not just specific types. So stop saying this only happens on one side. And certainly Ludwig shouldn't be accusing me of being dishonest when he ignored the numbers that I brought up in the original video, which were right on page 1 and come before the graph on gendered harassment that he brought up. I mean, you couldn't have missed it unless you didn't actually read the study. I also don't appreciate Ludwig mischaracterizing me by saying that I hate women merely for disagreeing with him. Oh wait, he changed the title. I'll give him points for that. That's more courteous than the other creators were towards me. But anyway, despite Ludwig framing me as one-sided and sexist, he completely is one-sided in this video with harassment issues. First, let's go to the top of the Pew Research article. Oh, another point here for Ludwig. He actually cited his resources in the description. This is something that I swear that he didn't do when I first watched the video, but I'll accept it. Now, because I'm 90% sure that he did not have his sources cited until well after the video was released, I checked the description of every single video on his Mogul Mail channel to see if this is something that he normally does. The only video that had source citations on it was his response to me. My suspicion is that he or one of his team saw that I cite all of my sources and didn't want to look bad, so he added them to the video. But look at that, guys. We are influencing positive change and causing people to adopt more honest behavior. That's probably the best thing to come out of this reaction. Though I do have to point out that he didn't source the entire Pew study. The link just leads to a graph from the article, but I'm going to assume that was an honest mistake.
Sure.
Sorry that was kind of a tangent, but if I don't take the time to point out good things, it will radicalize the people who watch my videos. Anyway, let's read the top of the article. The subtitle specifically points out that political harassment is really high, and look at that, it is way higher than gendered harassment. Political harassment affects men more. Do you see how it's unfair to suggest that I'm a sexist when you yourself don't bring up the other side of the argument as a problem? I understand that you guys were talking about gender, but what I was trying to do in that video was to include other people in the conversation so it doesn't become a divide and conquer gambit where only women's issues are addressed. So on that note, you say that gendered harassment has gone up. I agree, and I will say that harassing women is bad. I think very few people would disagree with that. But here's what you're ignoring. Political harassment is super high. Political harassment affects men more than women. Personally, I think if someone says go F yourself because of your political beliefs, that's bad. It's also bad if someone says that to you because of your gender. But why does it only matter when it's gendered harassment? Is bullying suddenly okay as long as you don't make fun of someone's gender?
I am very curious about what the political harassment looks like, because how the fuck can somebody harass you based on your politics unless you've already said something about your politics first? Because now this is just a feel argument. I could be totally wrong, but it feels to me like if somebody's saying I got harassed because of my politics in a video game, sounds like you probably brought them up first. People that are like big like Trump fanatics are probably more likely than others to like bring up their politics. So it seems like, yeah, you probably do have a higher chance of getting harassed because you're the one that's bringing it to everybody's attention. That'd be my guess, but
it sounds like that's what you were suggesting.
You can look right here that men are more likely to be harassed based on their political views, and women are more likely to be harassed based on their gender. That's the problem. That's what we're talking about. That's what the BBC is trying to note. Not just, oh, raise your hand if someone said something mean to you once.
Holy crap, Ludwig. Do you know how bad political harassment is? This is a little old, but here's feminist Jessica Valenti writing on a major news publication telling people to harass, bully, and ostracize their family members who voted for Trump. I point this out because that Pew study said that political harassment has gone up a ton in recent years, and I think that it's articles like this that caused it, along with the insanity from mainstream news outlets such as Vice and the BBC. Oh hey, here's a girl from last year yelling at a guy who was quietly studying because he had a Police Lives Matter sticker on his laptop. People have lost friends and family over political harassment. People have been assaulted over political beliefs. I mean, political harassment is such a big deal that it's in the header of the article. Why is that not also an important issue? Why is it better to sit here and play a game of whack-a-mole with specific areas instead of trying to fix the problem in general, which has a lot more to do with reintroducing two-parent homes into the culture and promotion of mental health than it does to do with shouting the patriarchy everywhere you go? Honestly, I don't get how I'm the closed-minded one when I'm saying that all of the categories of harassment matter, including gendered harassment, and you're saying that only a specific type of harassment matters. That's what I was saying, and that's why I brought the Pew research up. I don't like how there's millions of news reports done by big corporations that exclusively talk about women's issues, act like men are always the aggressors, and very rarely address men's problems, which is exactly what Vice and the BBC did in those reports. I mean, this stuff is everywhere, like how there's tons of promotion for International Women's Day from all the big companies, but for the past 3 years, I haven't so much as seen a tiny banner on Google for International Men's Day. Worse, Amazon and some other companies are trying to reappropriate that day to Women's Entrepreneurship Day. The constant crapping on men from these major outlets is why I made this channel to discuss it. One more thing on the Pew study and I'll move on. I made a point in the original video saying that men and women experience things differently. Here's data that says that despite that men get harassed more, women complain more and are more upset about it. The point of that segment of my video is that the media is trying to use that proclivity in women to enact censorship because that's what mainstream news does. They take a problem people are complaining about, and they use that as a mechanism to make an authoritarian policy the solution to that problem. They did that with hate speech, which begs the question, who defines hate speech?
The problem with restraining speech is who gets to set the rules. If it's only okay in a certain time or place, who gets to say what time and what place?
This is from a character from the Boondocks who describes himself as a leftist. Back in 2005, the left used to be the cool anti-establishment party. Now they are just shilling for the same censorship that the establishment tried to use conservatives to implement back in the 2000s. The problem is not the right or the left. It's establishment forces such as Vice and the BBC trying to set narratives to control everything. Look at this. Remember when the left used to be cool?
I swear that boy just like to be miserable. He can't enjoy nothing. All he want to talk about is the Build-A-Bear group, the Federal Reserve, and all that bullshit.
I can't believe that the party that used to contain all the edgelords when I was a kid is now avidly in favor of censorship. But it's not the reason for the censorship that matters. It's the fact that they can take a random issue and 10 years later use that as an excuse to censor political ideas they don't like as the culture accepts the censorship. Much like what Huey from the Boondocks was referring to in that prior scene. Speaking of that, the next major point that Ludwig makes is about a streamer who goes by Spontaneous. Let's watch.
In fact, you can see this entire series, which is funny in a terrible way, from a creator named Spontaneous, where she documents all the harassment she receives while playing a game.
That's inaccurate framing. If you actually watch the series, it also contains weird or funny moments, and many moments of people just asking if she's a girl instead of a 12-year-old boy, which is not harassment, it's asking for clarification. But go on.
She started the series in 2018 and is still ongoing 4 years later. Let's just watch this clip.
Oh my god, you're terrible.
It's coming down cool vibes.
Yeah, we didn't ask. We really didn't.
I want you guys to note, this is round 1.
Yeah, it sounds like those guys are being assholes there. But here's something I noticed because I actually watched the entire video with Spontaneous, as well as several other videos in this series. Many, and I mean many, of the times she talks to people, she is doing exactly what I said these women were doing in the original video about Vice and the BBC, which is that these women are actually instigating the negative treatment they complain about.
Are you a female?
Are you an idiot? I can ask stupid questions too.
What? Why was that response warranted? He's just asking a question. What's the—
Okay, her response is dog shit, but also the question is annoying too, right? Like, are you a female? Who the fuck cares? I'm just playing games. I'm not about to fucking date you. What do you mean? I'm not your future wife. I feel like both sides are kind of missing the point here. Or maybe this guy's just missing the point.
Context of this situation. Now, he said something very slightly rude after this that I'm sure she considers to be harassment, but of course he did that because she was mean to him from the start. If you want people to be nice to you, then you need to be nice. And I didn't have to, like, search her entire internet history to find this. This was the same video that Ludwig cited. By the way, why did that guy ask that question? We don't know, but maybe it's because it's unusual for women to play tactical shooters. Look at this chart. Tactical shooters have some of the lowest participation from women.
That's kind of
so
the point,
it's very
though, right?
interesting to have a woman on your team. The crazy thing is that she knows very few women play this game, but then she belittles men for saying, oh my god, it's a girl.
Thunderbird, can you not put your healing station on the hatch? Can you put it somewhere else?
Oh my god, is that a girl? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Surveillance on bomb.
But when she finally sees another girl player, she does the same thing that she belittles the guys for doing.
Skylight? Ash?
It's a girl!
Okay, that's kind of dumb.
How many times do you get mistaken for a little boy?
God damn it.
Pretty often.
Oh, I'm not the only one.
Spontaneous, just because you're annoyed
little
by the
different,
question doesn't mean you get to be mean. These are different people. They don't know who you are. Hell, I was a vegan for 7 years and I constantly got asked the same questions every time I was around food. I always politely answered them and never made faces or responded rudely like she did. I mean, listen to her. She's having a literal meltdown from being asked a simple question.
Is there a girl in here?
Oh my god, he's being cringy. Please ignore him.
I'm joking.
So the issue isn't, remember, the issue is never like being asked a question or like being called a racial slur or being treated a certain way one time. It's when it happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? Like somewhere in my audience is a cashier that has heard the joke. You know, you go to ring an item up, it doesn't ring it up, and so he's like, oh, I guess I get that for free. Like a million fucking times. And you just want to kill yourself every time the person says it, you know? The issue is never something that happens that's bad. The issue is when it happens over and over and over and over again. That it's like, Jesus Christ, please stop. And for gaming, it's not even like this happens like every, you know, day. It's probably, depending on the type of game you're playing, it's happening like every fucking day, right? Or, I'm sorry, every fucking game.
It's not funny. I hope you know it's like not a funny joke.
Were you offended by my joke?
No, it's just f***ing annoying. I hear it every game. It's not a joke.
I get it.
It's just stupid.
So what's with all the attitude?
Because I'm tired of hearing it every time I speak. Because it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
What have you been hearing?
What the f do you expect?
Is that a woman? What do you mean, what the f do you expect? I'm a literal human being, just like everyone else playing the game. Why are people so shocked?
All that guy was trying to do was lighten the mood. If it's not funny, just don't laugh. You don't have to have a tantrum over.
This guy needs to play some games with women for a while. That's what Black told me on this shit. Like, what's wrong, honey? He's just asking a question. Why are you getting so upset about it? Well, when you have to deal with it every single fucking game, it can get grating after a while. I think I lasted 2 days playing with Cheeks, and then I was losing my mind.
Brett? Look, she does it again. The same guy asks a simple question, and she is super rude.
Do you happen to stream?
No.
I'm just curious. It's so hostile.
Because anytime a girl plays the game, are you streaming? You must be streaming. You can't play games without streaming.
You are so offended by everything I said. God
Yeah,
damn,
because
chill out.
it's all stereotypical bullshit that women have to hear
I
every
literally
game.
just asked if you stream. Anybody can stream. Are you f***ing me? I stream.
Yeah, but you are a streamer, so he's right. Streaming is like a normal thing now that lots of regular men and women do, so it's not a strange thing to ask.
He was asking.
See how she turned a
No, he's asking though because she's a girl. He wants to go to her stream, see if she's hot, and then ask if she has an OnlyFans. That's what he's doing. Come on, like.
Simple question into a shouting match? Like, what is this? Imagine if a person I don't know asked me, "Hey, are you a YouTuber?" And I said,
imagine if you walk up to a black person and she's like, "Do you guys get sunburned? Do you guys really need lotion all the time?" Like, what? Like, do you walk around with a pick in your hair when you're at home? Like, imagine going, is it true that you guys all use washcloths? You never touch the bar of soap? Like, what are collard greens, LOL? Like, imagine walking up to a black person and be like, bro, when you see oceans, do you get scared because you probably can't swim? Like, I'm just asking a question, dude. Like, it's just a like, chill. Like, it probably is kind of, even if the question on its face isn't annoying as fuck, hearing it 50 trillion different times is probably annoying as fuck.
Say, hell no. Why would you ask that? Are all men supposed to be YouTubers? That's so stereotypical. As it was shown in an earlier clip, this whole interaction started because he asked if she was a girl. Come on, you've been playing this game for like 4 years. At this point, you know what you're walking into. You don't have to be so rude when people—
Is this guy either bad faith or autistic? No, I don't think the guy's bad faith or autistic. I mean, I used to make all these exact same arguments. I think if you don't have the experience of seeing like how annoying something is, then it just seems like, why would you complain? And I think I can empathize with that position of like, everybody gets harassment online. Like, why the fuck are you complaining about harassment? You make it sound like it's unique to you. To be fair though, to this guy, and to be fair to my past self, a lot of like SJW types or whatever you would consider me now, are really bad at explaining why it's annoying. They'll just say like, oh, when women get harassed, it's bad because it's sexist. It's like, what? Okay, I don't know. Like, that's not a good explanation. So like, I understand why it's harder for people to understand this. Like,
I'll ask you questions or make a small joke because you hear it a lot. It's called a conversation.
It's not a conversation.
Actually, you know what? Here's what annoys me. Every time, and I swear every single time I talk to someone, they always start the conversation with, "How are you?" I am so damn tired of answering that same question every day and multiple times a day. Do you see how ridiculous she's being? There are tons of examples.
No, but how are you? If there was a girl playing a game and somebody's like, oh, how are you doing? Well, it might be weird because you don't normally ask that in games. But if somebody just asks a game question like, hey, what's your favorite gun? Like, they probably wouldn't be irritated. The issue is that they're asking these questions. If a random guy in CSGO like opens the mic, is like, can somebody drop me an op? People aren't asking like, hey, do you stream? They just do what he asks, right? Or they call him a loser and they don't. But if it's a girl that says it, it's like, hey, do you have like an Instagram or whatever? Like, they're asking because she's a woman. It's the different experience.
Of her behaving like this. Here's another one from the same video that Ludwig cited. I didn't even have to look very hard to find this.
Hold on.
Protect the bomb.
Whoa. Do we have an e-girl in this lobby?
Oh, we have an idiot in this lobby, I can tell you that.
Oh, I mean, I was gonna compliment you, but never mind.
E-girl is not a compliment, sorry.
I understand that e-girl has a negative connotation to it, but it can also, to some people, just mean a girl who streams.
No comment.
Instead of waiting for him to clarify which definition he was using, she immediately assumes it's the negative one, goes off on him, and ends up being wrong, which means she's the bully here. Even still, like I suggested people should do in my original video, the guy disregards her rudeness and makes a joke.
Well, that's just what you are.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry, you're right, you're not a you-girl, you're an I-lady.
Alright, I'll accept that. That's better than what I usually hear. You didn't tell me to go to the kitchen, so I'll take it.
What did he call you?
Called me an eye lady.
Eye lady, nuts in your face! Oh!
Sorry, not funny.
God, she's in bathroom.
She's in bathroom.
Oh no, not good, guys.
It was a little unclear that she was laughing at that joke, so just so I don't get accused of taking anyone out of context by the people who disagree with me, here is her saying that she thought it was funny in the comment section. So she laughs, and the situation was diffused. This is how you handle this stuff. Use comedy. It results in way more positivity than being rude or mean.
Use comedy? I mean, like, we're walking like such a risky line. Like, you're around a bunch of black people and you like, man, you guys are acting like a bunch of N-words. And they're like, what did you call me? And you're like, haha, bro, You already broke out of slavery. No need to be slave to words. Like, come on. Like, what? Like, are you just supposed to laugh away like every dumb fucking thing you say? Like, it's like such a, like, what? Oh man.
Speaking of her behavior, here's something interesting that I heard in a different video of hers.
I swear you're like a magnet. This is the
I
more
don't
weird.
understand.
This is like more weird stuff than I hear in like an entire month.
Yeah, because as you can see, she's instigating a lot of the fights and making these situations way more negative than they should be. She also has a really unpleasant personality, which makes people want to poke fun at her more. There's a reason she gets loads of bad interactions and her friend doesn't. That has everything to do with the way she speaks to people. Now, there were...
Honestly, what probably happens, big guess here, is her friend actually probably does get a lot of negative stuff. She probably just doesn't say anything at all. She just lets it slide because she knows it's not worth fighting it out every time. That's probably what's happening. Yeah.
Situations that were inappropriate, but if she was just pleasant when people ask if she's a girl or not instead of being rude, it would massively cut back on the negativity she experiences. And for the other stuff where people aren't truly being cruel, just do this.
You know, I made a tweet not long ago saying, hey, you know, as women, maybe we should stop being victims here and stop calling everyone a misogynist because they make a get in the kitchen joke on Xbox Live. It ain't that deep. It's a joke. Just toss it right back at them.
That's how you do it. I love how Ludwig calls me a misogynist in the original title.
The thing is, though, is that you can't do that, and everybody knows it, okay? It's like the joke. It's like the what's it called? Invincible? Is that the name of the superhero one? Where there's like the 400 words for white people, like mayo, monkey, crack, whatever. And then there's like the guy who has like the N-word and he's like, look at how much they need to match our power, right? Like, what is a woman gonna say to a guy who's insulting her for being a woman? Are you gonna insult me for being a male? Like, what are you gonna say? Like, one of us clearly knows that this industry is built for, shaped by men. Like, everything around it like works for men. They win all the esports. They're by far the biggest designers. Like, all the games traditionally have been made for men. That's changing in the recent years. But like a woman's not going to ever say anything. Oh, maybe she can go for dick size. Maybe women should arm themselves with like a whole like fucking armada of small dick jokes. Maybe that's the way to go.
And leaves out the clip I included of a female gamer agreeing with me. Guess what? A lot of women agree with what I'm saying on this topic. Again, I'll take it back to me being formerly vegan for a bunch of years. Not only was I asked the same questions at every event, I was also made fun of at every event for being vegan. And I mean I was made fun of constantly. I never got mad. One of the ways you keep these interactions lighthearted and positive is to play into the stereotype and make fun of it. I said I was a soy boy, I virtue signaled about everything. Every so often, a family member or a friend of mine would try to go vegan or vegetarian, and I would ask, how does it feel now that you're better than everyone else? Because of this, I would constantly get positive feedback from people, and they would compliment me for not being a total zealot like tons of vegans are. Making fun of your...
He doesn't realize it, but he's literally describing like a pick-me. Like, that's literally what that is. Right? It's like, okay, well, all of these people are going to attack me and shit on me all the time. Well, I'm going to shit on me and people like me too. And then they'll like me. And then that's how I diffuse the situation. Like, okay, well, I mean, like, it's kind of a shitty thing to have to do. Like, I don't think we should be demanding people do that. I don't even think that should be the social expectation, right? That is like the definition of a pick-me. Like, I'm not like the other vegans. They're all shit and soy boys and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, what kind of biome or world genesis is common? Yeah, they change everything out for fucking caves, okay? I don't know why.
Yourself changes the interaction to something friendly. Getting offended all the time is not the most effective solution. Certainly, it's a great way to make people hate you. So if you want respect from these people, then start the game out by saying, go easy on me, I'm a girl, and then proceed to carry the match. Ludwig said she was good, right?
I'm literally the reason we're winning this game right now. They're giving me so much shit at the beginning. They shut their mouth real quick when you start carrying their ass.
I mean, this is so easy. They are playing a tactical shooter that is staged in the house. If she makes a joke saying, I'm going to defend the kitchen, they're going to think that's funny and respect that. Guys are so tired of feminists getting offended by everything that they will treat you like a champ if you do that. This is what works. Being pleasant and playing along with the joke. What doesn't work is this thing that Ludwig suggested from Dr. K.
Is toxic towards a woman, you don't have to attack them, you don't have to defend, you gotta say, hey man, you think you can cool it a little bit? Like, do you really think what you're doing is decent? And then what do? They start calling you a simp. Fine. You let them. You don't have to fight them. You don't have to convince them. You don't have to do any of that shit. You don't have to show them you're right. That's all you say. Like, hey, man, can you lay off? And then if he keeps going, you can apologize to the woman. You can say, hey, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. Sounds like it sucks. I can only imagine. If there's something I can do, let me know. That's all you got to say. 30 seconds of speech.
I feel like the second part there is way too much. A little bit cringy. The first part is probably true, though. These guys, they can't get out of here, right? Why was there a baby cow up there? The first part is actually unbelievably true. The first part is super true. If somebody is being shitty to somebody in a lobby, having somebody else be like, bro, chill, okay? Or the gamer version might be like, hey, virgin, play the fucking game and shut the fuck up, right? If you want to gamerify it, right? Like, having somebody else make a statement like that is nice for the person that's getting shit on, because then they don't have to worry about, like, sounding like a fucking feminist crazy woman or whatever because some other guy said something. So, like, that's like a nice thing to do. Now taking it the step further, and I don't blame Dr. K maybe, because I don't know how involved he is in, like, this type of culture, makes you sound like a fucking creepy stalker fedora tipper that's trying to fucking rape her. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have to deal with this. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. But the first part of that statement is super true, I think.
And then he can get mad at you. Why does he get mad at you? Because you're fucking right.
Obama.
Does that solve the problem? No. In the next game, there needs to be someone else like you.
Yeah.
And in the next game, there needs to be someone else like you. And I guarantee you,
eventually the behavior will change.
That if that person plays 10 games in a row,
they'll
where
stop.
There's a single person that's like, hey, man,
chill.
Why don't you lay off? They're going to shut the fuck up on game 11. They're not even going to do it. You're not going to convince them of anything.
I respect a lot of things that Dr. K says, but this does not work. And there's
that is absolutely true. What Dr. K says there is 1,000,000,000% true. What'll eventually happen is because eventually, and you'll see it happen with, like, sometimes it'll happen with class clowns in school, but eventually what'll happen is you've got a guy that's used to making fun of somebody, laughing at somebody, and kind of like looking to the side to get laughs from everybody, and eventually it stops working, and then that person just becomes kind of sad, where you see it's like a bully, they're making fun of somebody, people look at them, it's like, oh, okay, dude. They don't get, like, the same responses or reactions, and eventually they just kind of shut the fuck up, because the bully ends up getting, like, reverse bullied by everybody just, like, what's the name of the bully laugh emote where you're not really laughing at them? Oh yeah, eventually they just get ha-ha'd. And then people are like, okay.
Ton of evidence in Spontaneous's videos that it doesn't work. All it does is make the guys madder or push them to do more of what she wants them to stop doing. Even if the guy is told to stop during a bunch of games, he would never get that 10 games in a row, especially because these kinds of ideas are losing the cultural narrative. Also, not only that, but you're infantilizing women by saying that some other guy should solve the problem for them.
And I mean, it's not about some other guy solving the problem for you. That is a horrible takeaway. And it's not about infantilizing people. I cannot tell you, okay, the difference that you make in a person's life. It has nothing to do with being a woman. When you're dealing with problems, having just one other person that's willing to stand up for you can, like, totally make the difference in how a person engages with a given environment. It could be like the difference between somebody, like, having, like, suicidal desperation over certain situations versus feeling like at least one other person, like, can understand that, like, people are being shitty. It makes you feel less crazy. It makes you feel like somebody's supporting. Like, that's not an infantilizing thing at all. I would have actually applied this when I was trying to do CSGO for a while. I tried to do this in League, but you can't do it in League because those people are actually subhuman degenerate fucks. But something that you can do in CSGO, especially if you're top fragging, is when you've got, like, a bottom fragger and people in your team start shitting on them, tell the people to shut the fuck up, especially if they're, like, middle fragging or if they're, like, second to worst. When someone is bottom fragging and people are like, oh, this guy fucking sucks ass, blah, 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 just sound like, bro, shut the fuck up, especially if you're, like, top fragging, because people will eventually be like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, and the guy will shut the fuck up. But when you have somebody in your team that's ragging on a teammate, right? That guy can't say anything, especially if he's having a shitty game. But if you tell him to shut the fuck up, usually they will. Usually they'll shut the fuck up, and then you just keep moving forward. Because having people flaming even your bottom fraggers is bad. In League of Legends, that doesn't work, though, because people are actually from other planets of evil, and nothing you say or do will ever stop them from being horrible fucking garbage fuck human beings ever. Flaming in League is euphoric. Yeah, it also doesn't help too when the bottom fragger in League is actually doing it on purpose. That gets weird too. League is just a whole other dimension of shit, okay?
This is why it actually hurts women. I mean, on the surface of it, it looks like, oh, look, you know, women are wielding this incredible power. You know, but the truth is that it actually hurts women. It infantilizes women.
She was talking about Title IX here, but this infantilization applies in a lot of places. Women are strong enough to handle these situations on their own. That's my whole argument, and that's why
nobody is strong enough to handle being constantly fucking, like, having the same shit thrown at them every single fucking day. Nobody can do that. It is like the worst, most annoying thing in the world. If you make cut copper, can the copper go back? Or is this like now a new block that can never be turned back into normal copper? Fuck. Smelt it?
I'm talking about how to be respected in male-dominated spaces.
Nope.
I honestly don't see how all the people who are saying that women aren't strong enough to handle this themselves are the ones who are considered to be not sexist. You are calling women weak by constantly solving their problems for them. And what I also don't like is when they pretend that these people are 100% the victim and have never engaged in bad behavior themselves. I already showed you some of that, but here's Spontaneous bullying a kid.
Wait, are you a girl?
Can't talk right now, killing people.
Oh, girls that kill people. Hot. You're not gonna call bully hunters on us, are you?
You're probably gonna go in a video.
Yeah.
Though.
How about you toxic guys shut up? Hey, we're just trying to be nice to a lady. Jeff can't get a lady. It's J rules to
Shut
you.
up.
I want to watch the video. I want to reflect on my choices as a 15-year-old man.
One of the many examples of the Dr. K strategy not working. But geez, that kid is 15. You were
okay, but like, if that kid hears that enough, eventually he'll shut the fuck up. How can you not hear that that's like some cringy, creepy shit? Are you a girl? Oh, that's hot. Are you gonna call the bully hunters? I wanna come on pictures. Like, Jesus, like, chill, dude. Like, yeah, it's fucking weird to do that shit constantly, every fucking game, okay?
recorded this when you were 25. You're like a full-on decade older than him, and you're pulling this crap? What are you doing? There's a...
Just because I didn't want to play a comp. Bro, why are you so mad at me just because I didn't want to play a comp with you, you fucking fat Cheeto-smelling little cunt? You were begging to play with Frogo just because she's got a sweet little voice. My fucking bad, I don't sound like an ooh-woo little bitch. I will literally shit in your Weetabix, mate. Fucking pedophile. You want me to sound like a kid? Oh my god, ew, is this better? I'll play comp with you, Pappy. Shut the fuck up, you fucking pedophile little cunt. Coming into my fucking party, you think you're gonna talk to me like that? Fucking creepy little cunt. Bro.
Jesus. There's a lot of missing context here, but what she did end up showing in her video wasn't even harassment. It was just a joke he said that wasn't funny. And I don't care if he said some of the worst things to you. He's a child, and everyone says dumb stuff when they're teenagers. You don't put him on blast on your YouTube channel with his username for everyone to see. Grow up. It would be one thing if he was an adult, but like I said, you are straight up a decade older than this kid, and you are putting a minor in a video to be publicly shamed. This is not the only time she's done this. Here's her bullying a kid again.
Glasses, you gotta hit those. Oh, Hibana hits me. On your left, on your left. Lay down, come on.
Shut your mouth, kid, please!
Hey, on the left, laying down.
Remember, this is a 25-year-old yelling at a kid who sounds like he hasn't even finished puberty yet and probably doesn't know any better.
Okay, but
So
he's
she
being
yells at
annoying
him
as
instead
fuck.
of politely asking him to not speak so much, which is the behavior that she wants from male players.
No, she just wants people to not be use gendered insults. Now, if she had videos, and she might, by the way, she might have videos like this, and if she did, I would disagree with them. If she had videos where people were just like, you suck, and she was like, oh, look at this gendered harassment again, then I'd be like, okay, that's bullshit. Like, you sucked in that game, the guy said you sucked. Like, that's being treated like any other guy. But it's when people are being gendered about it. Everybody will scream at somebody when, everybody will scream at somebody if they're doing this, like, crazy backseat shit, of course.
Now, these videos are a few years old.
Do you stream gendered insult, by the way, Destiny? Yeah, of course it is. Wait, hold on. How delusional are you? If you join a game, do you think that any fucking guy is gonna give a fuck if you stream? Do you think guys are gonna ask you, oh, bro, do you stream? Guys don't ask that question to guys. You only ask the question to that one person because she was a girl. He wanted to see what she looked like. That's what he's really asking. What he should just say is like, hey, do you have any pics? That's what he should have asked because that's what he was looking for. Co-parter.
Old, so I considered giving her some leeway, but she pretty much pulls this stuff in newer videos too. Honestly though, Ludwig, this is your model citizen? Where's the girl version of It's Timmy who is never rude to anyone, going along her merry way, and unfairly gets attacked by misogynists? That's what these people are suggesting is what happens, yet I have never seen it. In every example they have given, if you watch these people long enough, they are initiating and engaging in toxic behavior too. And like, frequently. Oh, and here's something interesting.
You know, it's a similar thing that kids deal with. I had a problem when I was young where I had a squeaker voice, and I would talk and I would get roasted because of my squeaker voice. It's like an intrinsic quality about me, and not because I am dog shit at the video game. I am cool with people being mean because I am bad or do something dumb. I am not cool with people being mean because I have a trait that I cannot change about myself.
Here's
Ludwig actually has a decent understanding of this. That's true. Assuming he's applying this to the women thing as well.
Spontaneous making fun of someone's voice.
Alibi, you're a booty, bro. Oh my god.
It says your voice.
What? That is not nice. That was uncalled for in so many ways.
Okay, if he called her bad out of nowhere there, but it wasn't a gendered thing, she doesn't really have a right to like be weird about it. It's just that's what people do, right?
We're eliminated. As you can see, we have a guy here who is engaging in acceptable commentary about her bad gameplay, and she retaliates by making fun of his voice, which Ludwig said was not okay. As I said, this stuff wasn't that hard to find.
There must be some middle ground where guys can be surprised about being in a game with a girl since there are so few in comparison. No, there's nothing wrong with being surprised there's a girl in a game. That's totally fine. It is kind of surprising. The problem is how you treat them based on it, right? There's no, like, imagine if you were, I don't know, imagine if you work for some engineering firm and for some reason they rotated your teams around and every now and then, like, you wound up then, say there weren't very many black people, you work in like fucking Idaho, and every time you get a black person, you're like, oh my god, I can't believe you're black and you work in this engineering firm. Like, don't you think that that would feel kind of weird to say to somebody? And then don't you think it would feel kind of weird for them to hear that after a while? Like, okay, I get it. Like, it's just like, don't make people feel weird about who they are just because you don't see them that often. Like, it's kind of, it's a very like otherizing thing to do to people. Destiny is a god of virtue in YouTube chat. I'm not saying that I'm perfect or that I always do everything I say you should do all the time. I'm sure you can find examples of me fucking this up, even recently. I'm just saying as a rule of thumb, these are what you aspire to, okay? I'm gonna go fuck your mom tonight just for that comment. What was that guy's name? Dandelions. I wanna fuck her hard. Just for you.
It was in the video that comes immediately before the one that Ludwig used for his video on me. So this was recent. Now I'm sure she will say, well, that guy said some rude stuff too. I was taken out of context. Yeah, but he said that stuff after she made fun of his voice. She started it.
I was making fun of the other guy, not you, Destiny,
down when you threw gasoline on the fire. Seriously, Ludwig, this girl is a terrible representation of your values. Also, do you guys remember how Ludwig said it was not okay to make gendered insults?
And the amount of gendered harassment has increased from 20% to 33% among those who were harassed from 2017 to 2020. So it turns out that this is becoming more of a problem.
Well, here's Spontaneous throwing a gendered insult at a male player.
Did you hear my question?
Do you want me to compare them to your tiny or what?
I had to remove context from that.
Well, hold on. Did he start it though? Because that's important. Was he the one that said something about her being a woman and now she's making fun of every man? Because if so, in my opinion, I think that shit is fair game. No, not everybody views it the same way as me, but
a clip because of the wonderful unintended consequences of YouTube censorship, but she said that in response to someone asking about the size of a body part of hers. Certainly, I think that...
Okay, well, then in that case, that sounds like fair game, my dude.
Question from that guy was inappropriate, and you might say, well, she's just reacting, so it's fair game.
True.
No, it's not fair game. You said those kinds of insults were not okay. That was your moral standard. Personally, for me, my moral standard is that in public conversation where you're...
Well, I think it's fair to have that moral standard, but say turnabout is fair play. So, for instance, I would say that, like, punching somebody you shouldn't punch people. You shouldn't hit people, right? I think we can all agree that that's a good standard. But then if you're like, well, some guy in a bar walked up and punched me and I punched him back. It's like, but your moral standard said that you're not allowed to punch people. You're being inconsistent now because now you've hit somebody after you said that it's wrong to hit people. I think there's a bit of a difference if it's in retaliation to the same behavior versus you instigating it out of nowhere, right? I would say, but.
If you're arguing against someone who disagrees with you, it is inappropriate to name call. That's not everyone's moral standard, but it is mine. During these reactions over the past month and a half, I got called all kinds of names. Do you see me calling anyone stupid? Do you see me telling people that my opponents have a mental disability like Down syndrome or autism?
Damn.
Have I made fun of anyone for appearance factors they can't change in this video? No, but these were all things that were done to me by other YouTubers and their followers. Followers as in, the people they are trying to convince to not harass anyone. So there's a communication fail from those creators. The reason I don't do that stuff in retaliation is because I want people to uphold my moral standards. People don't listen to what you say. They watch what you do, and by retaliating with the behavior that you said was wrong, you're approving of it. Oh, and by the way, speaking of framing, I just want to clarify a situation because when I heard this, I got the impression that it happens all the time.
Insane to say I'm surprised. They go on to say some sexist shit, but look at the leaderboard real quick. Fucking hard carried 4 kills in the first round.
As a viewer, I had no idea who Spontaneous was, so I thought she was this top-ranked badass who was kicking ass and taking names, but still being belittled by male players. But after further investigation, I found that Ludwig did the same exact thing that Vice and the BBC did, which was remove nuance from the situation, which gives the impression that this was a much better player than she actually is. It turns out that Spontaneous is an average player and gets carried all the time. Carried here, carried here, carried here, and carried here.
What's their KDA or something?
This is a website that tracks ranked gameplay, and it says her overall rank is Platinum. I don't play Rainbow Six Siege, but I do play Apex Legends. I'm ranked Platinum. As someone who is a similar rank to Spontaneous at a different game, I have to say, I'm not that good. Ludwig implies that I'm not that good.
Now, the guy who made this video is like gold in Apex Legends.
Seriously, if Ludwig did more than 5 seconds of research for this video and just checked my community tab, he would see that 4 posts down I said I hit Platinum last season. So why does she get to be made to look like one of the best players, yet you make me look like I'm not that good by saying I'm gold, which is very much a normie rank. We are basically the same rank, and she's been playing her game for like twice as long as I've been playing Apex. I haven't even been playing Apex or Battle Royales for 2 years. She has like 4 years of experience at Rainbow Six. She should be ranked way higher, particularly considering that she plays games professionally as a streamer. Oh, and here's essentially why Ludwig brought her up.
I want you guys to note, this is round 1. Round 1 of a competitive game where muting obviously makes you less effective and less able to win a game. Communicating is the main function of winning any 5v5 tactical shooter.
Also, I'm not sure if this was a coincidence or if Ludwig brought her up for this reason, but one of Spontaneous's clips was in the Vice video. I can't play it because this is 2022
Wait, does he
YouTube and I'll
disagree
get
with
in
that,
trouble
or?
for playing a clip of something that someone else said, but on screen are the appropriate videos and timestamps. I thought that was an interesting Snapple fact. Anyway, that was their big argument. It's a team game, so you can't mute people. Otherwise, you are way less effective, implying that it's bad to the point where solo queuing is unplayable with teammates on mute. I will admit that I don't know that much about tactical shooters, and I don't know anyone who plays tactical shooters, but it does seem like that particular game type would be hard to play with teammates on mute, so I'll concede that point on tactical shooters. However, I do know Apex Legends, and you 100% can hit her rank, which is Platinum, with everyone muted in solo queue. I know that because I did it. You can probably hit Diamond that way too. Apex has communications and pinging down so well that playing with people who don't even speak the same language as you is not that much of a problem. Yes, you have to be a lot better at the game, but it's not impossible to play with your teammates muted. And if you still have trouble, go find 2 friends so you don't have to play with randoms. It's not impossible to find people to play with regularly. Another game that was mentioned was Fortnite. That's also a battle royale, so I'm sure it's not that much different, and I believe that Maddie from the documentary was playing by herself. Racing games were mentioned. That's an individual game. Arena shooters like Call of Duty are difficult with muted teammates, but it is possible to rank high in those games if you're good. Last was MOBAs like League of Legends, which you can also play with muted teammates and still do well in ranked. Let me just remind you that tactical shooters have the second lowest participation from women. So I'm asking, are you trying to take the one exception to the muting rule and make it seem like it accounts for the entire conversation? Because if that's what you're doing, then that sounds really dishonest. And let me remind you that the purpose of the Vice and the BBC documentaries was to call for censorship. Those are very pro-censorship organizations. Censorship has all kinds of unintended consequences, which is why you have to be extremely careful about its implementation and why I would rather opt for teaching players how to deal with these situations without censorship. Because if we keep going down this route, eventually everything will get censored and eventually we won't be able to say anything. Case in point, let's go back to this line.
I'm cool with people being mean because I am bad or do something dumb. I'm not cool with people being mean because I have a trait that I cannot change about myself.
Okay, so we've established that it's fine to insult someone if they're bad at the game. Hassan also said something similar in his Twitch reaction to me.
When I, as a dude, get fucking harassed on the internet, okay, people are calling me an idiot, calling me
Kimbo.
They're calling me names, okay? That's entirely different than someone fundamentally undermining your existence by one of your intrinsic characteristics, okay?
Jesus.
So we all
Fundamentally
agree
undermining
here.
your existence.
They say it's okay to make fun of bad players. I think it's okay to do that as well. Now let's take a look at this. This is a notice that I got from EA Games Customer Experience Team. I have been playing online games my entire life, and this is certainly a first for me. I received a 3-day ban for saying that my teammate was bad at the game. Remember how we all agreed that it was okay to do that? Well, they are still censoring it. And he was bad at the game. In a ranked game, he ran like a mile away from his teammates and let us get jumped by an entire squad, which resulted in us losing a squad member. Should I have communicated that more nicely? Maybe. But does everything have to be sunshine and rainbows all the time? I don't think so, and I know Ludwig's followers don't think so because they have said a lot of mean things about me over the past month. By the way, they should be allowed to say those things because I believe in free speech. Free speech isn't for the speech you like, it's for the speech that you find offensive. So I would much rather resolve this with communication skills instead of censorship. Then we can spend time focusing on the real harassment issues like stalking, physical threats, and doxing. Alright, sorry that was a long segment, but I so often hear, I'm being oppressed, where the person complaining is also abusive. Next point.
Because there's no existing support there, a lot of female gamers don't want to go pro. XanderhalTV has been making strong efforts towards building a program of female gamers. Develop them, find coaches, coach up these female talent, scout.
Okay, I think people have the right idea that women are like pushed out of gaming because of cultural reasons, but I don't know if you can do anything about it by the time you're like 18, 19, or even like 16, 17. I think the issues come like a lot earlier than that. Like, I think it's pretty rare. This is a guess that I'll make. It might not always be true. But even starting a major hobby by the age of 14 is probably pretty rare. Like, it was really rare that I didn't start music until I got to high school. Every other person, when I made All-State and all of that, all of those people started playing in like 3rd or 4th grade. It was super rare to find somebody that started when they were 14. Almost everybody started when they were a kid. When it comes to most hobbies, it's probably going to be the case that you don't start playing games when you're 14. You probably started when you were like 5 or 6, or maybe even younger. So if you're trying to find girls that just started playing kind of casually at like 14, 15, and then like started to play kind of hardcore when they hit like 19, 20, you're missing like, you're missing years of experience at that point. Yeah. So I think it's pretty hard. It's not impossible, but it's going to be pretty hard to combat that from like from the perspective of like, you're 18, now we're going to make support groups for you. Like, I think it has to be a cultural shift that happens at way, way, way earlier ages.
Help them out, and then really just make it worth their while to be the nail that sticks out.
Why does it need to be a program of female gamers? Why can't it just be a program of the best players?
They have that. What a useless point. They have both.
What I don't like here is that I made multiple arguments on affirmative action, and he goes for the weaker argument about Gen G. But do you understand how that framing from the Gen G guy is sexist? He said we have a team of the top 5 players that can be mixed sex, and then we have a team that's only women. Equality would be a male team, a female team, and a team of the best players. Now, it may be the case that all of their top players are male, so they can say, all of our top players are male, so we wanted to try out a team that's just women. That's a good argument. But that's not how it was framed in the news report, and that's the problem I have with it. It was framed, everything is sexist, so we need a women's team. This framing causes division between the sexes, which I honestly think was the purpose of the documentary because mainstream media does that constantly. Though Ludwig does kind of prove my point that affirmative action doesn't actually help people, which I thought was funny.
Gen G has a Valorant team, the normal Valorant team with the best 5 players, nothing special, and it turns out they're kind of fucking dog shit. And they also have a women's Valorant team that's totally separate, that tries to support women to make it more normalized in the space. They're also fucking dog shit. Shout out to Gen G, both teams suck.
I love it when people make my point for me. Maybe Gen G should stick to a narrative that is about merit instead of virtue signaling. By the way, I've used the word framing a lot, which is a media term. If you don't know what that means, framing is basically the way you present an idea. Ideas can be explained or described in lots of ways. Framing is how you choose to do that. Anyway, here's my stronger argument on the affirmative action thing being sexist.
There's mixed views about how to encourage more women into esports. One idea that's been trialled by Formula 1 esports this year is to guarantee a female player a spot in high-profile tournaments.
That is straight up sexism. Giving someone a spot not because of their skill but because they were born a certain gender is sexist, and it causes division. So by doing this, you are actually going to create more players who are less welcoming to women because you have made the environment unfair. Last argument from Ludwig.
Maddie even saw this and posted, "I'm dying rewatching the video. There's no way this dude takes my portion of a documentary out of context. Who the f wouldn't be pissed by not being able to play all 10 of their games because of power outage in a row? What the f? I was 2 points away." Yeah, she was basically 2 points away from qualifying. Her row of TVs and monitors shut off, so she couldn't play out her game and then didn't qualify. And his logic to that was try harder and be more like Mr. Beast.
Again, they love to say this when they disagree, despite the validity of their claim. Maddie, you were completely in context. There was a power outage, which I did bring up, so how did I take you out of context? But you still had a chance to qualify. You even said that you had a second chance the next day.
I'm pretty devastated. There was a power outage and I was 8 points away from qualifying top 200, but they didn't give us an extra 30 minutes so I could play my last game. So I guess I'm just ready for tomorrow because I know what to expect and I know I'll qualify if nothing else goes wrong.
Yeah, that situation was unfortunate, but the documentary was about getting women to place. My whole point was that if you couldn't make it easily to the top 200, then you probably weren't going to place.
And his logic to that was try harder and be more like Mr. Beast, which has about as much value as me saying, Jimmy Butler, you should maybe just shoot more 3-pointers in practice and try a little bit harder and maybe spend a few more hours, and then maybe you wouldn't have missed this shot in Game 7 against the Celtics. You just didn't want it enough, unlike Mr. Beast, who does want it enough. Maybe next year, who knows?
There is no way you actually agree with this take in its full context. I'll explain what I mean by that, and I'll address the basketball game afterward. Maddie only practices 6 to 8 hours a day. That is not enough, and you have to know that being in the position that you're in as one of the top streamers and a millionaire. And you're also in the competitive Smash community. You don't get to these top positions unless you work all day, not just an 8-hour shift. Here's a little insider information on YouTube. If you want the kind of subscriber count that I have, then you need to make everything about YouTube. YouTube is your entire day. Ludwig, your friend Timmy does that, and I know your friend Hassan does that too.
I'm just a normal dude, okay? As normal as one can be while spending 8 to 12 hours every day on the internet by myself in a room.
And then he goes and exercises, which also counts as work because his appearance has an effect on his viewership. So I have a really hard time imagining that Ludwig thinks that he would be where he is pulling a 6 to 8 hour workday. Let me remind you that even the Cloud9 girls Valorant team says they practice all day.
It can be like a 10 to 14 hours.
How is this video an hour longer? Okay, we're good on this. Jesus. Be back 1 second. Have donuts.
Think of a big black man chasing you!
Nackerson, care.
Well, he's not racist.
This is probably just like a fan dub, right?
Fuck these sound effects. Return to L. L.
Hughes, get it over. Great defense from USA. Ecuador thought they were celebrating a point already. Can they clean it up here? This will be a real chance Ghana begging if they don't find the point. This is remarkable
If people
defense
are
from
socialized
Hughes.
into their gender identity, doesn't that
Absolutely
reinforce the
scrambling.
conservative
Can she
archetype?
find
Kids
the
are being
point? She
trained by
finds the
culture to
finish.
show somewhat justify in some way conversion therapy.
Gotcha. All right, hold on one second.
Thanks for 7 months of memes. Wouldn't be going to Disneyland with Mountain if it wasn't for you. Love you, buddy. In the past, you've mentioned you wish there was a different education system. Have you looked into Steiner Waldorf education? Just came back from your cops vs social worker stuff. Definitely cops are preferable because they don't forcefully institutionalize me when I say unhinged things when I'm incoherent or psychotic. You can see him flicking the brights my deuterino.
Keep
The
hating
guy
your life then.
who was driving
working class
gives more
Andy.
information in the comments. I am literally in your walls watching you watch dope police chase videos.
You have the exact time and place.
Destiny, you often bring up that an insult for men is to be called a woman, but you leave out that one for women is to be called a man. These insults seem about not fitting into your gender category.
Keep hating your life then. Working class Andy.
Love you.
Keep hating your life then. Working class Andy.
That doesn't work on Rainbow Six Siege. That place is a cesspool of toxicity for everyone.
L, 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 L. L, 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 Yo, L, L,
Excuse me, everybody, I have an announcement I'd like to make. M-M-M-M. 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 Oh. M-M-M-M. 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 Oh. M-M-M-M.
Let us now bow our heads as we begin our prayer. Euro-cock. 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 Euro-cock.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Euro-cock. 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 Amen.
Oh fuck, I've got a dead body on my floor. Who is it? Dan. It's Dan. I think I may have left my shoes here. Jesus Christ, who the fuck is that? Listen, you've got to help me dispose of the body down. I do have a van outside.
Can you come LLL
Anyways, guys, Ripperino, Cappuccino, Papacino, Halpacino, Mapacino, Dabacino, Cappuccino, Pacino, El Pacino, my Deuterinos. I will see you next stream, Reno.
Now make a vid on how to handle Rust players. I double dare you.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You're all cuck. You're all cuck. Hell. 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 You're a cuck. 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 You're a cuck.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Chat, I really want to farm a wombo combo. Great Diana Yasuo style. Can I get a Feel Stankman combo? Here, I'll count you down. Euro cock. Open the Feels Dank Man in 3. Feels Dank Man in 2. Feels Dank Man in 1. Feels Dank Man. Euro cock. Obama.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, nope. Alright, we're reading this article.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Why did you do that?
Why? Why? Why though? Why I'm giving up tenure at UCLA. Hold on. The ideological takeover of my university has ruined academic life for anyone who still believes in freedom of thought. A lone figure walks through a nearly empty campus at UCLA. I find myself thinking a lot lately about the deficit of imagination among people who consider themselves savvy and sophisticated. Here's what I mean. Let's say you work for a prestigious company or organization that professes to care about a certain set of values: open-mindedness, curiosity, excellence, hard work. And let's say you watch as a colleague, previously held up as a paragon of those values, is ostracized and smeared for a thought crime, was not considered a thought crime until about 5 minutes ago. Maybe he made a bad joke, or maybe he used the phrase guys instead of folks, or Hispanic instead of Latinx. Common sense would tell you, if it can happen to him, it can happen to me. Common sense would insist, if the leopard is currently eating the face of the person in the cubicle next to me, what will stop it from eating mine? But when the leopard comes for your colleague, what I have witnessed is that something like 99% of people will find a way to wiggle out of this obvious next step. They will tell themselves that the person getting their face eaten deserved it, or that the leopard was just particularly hungry that day. That's what makes today's essay by UCLA anthropology professor Joseph Manson so important. Most people who leave their jobs as professors these days do not do so because they have a choice. They leave because they are pushed out by ideological bullies. But Professor Manson is leaving out of his own volition. Why? In large part because he understands the nature of leopards. Here's his piece, BW. Has someone ever actually heard someone say Latinx? No way. So I thought that, here's something that I thought. I've only gotten one email saying this, so I don't know if people feel the same or not. But somebody emailed me and they told me that I keep saying that like nobody's using BIPOC anymore and it's kind of gone. Somebody emailed me and they told me that in corporate environments, or at the very least, well, they said corporate environments and then they said in their corporate environment, they said that BIPOC is used extensively. That's like in the corporate world, you see that word still used a lot. I don't know if that's true or not. I literally had one person email me and tell me that. I have from an internal Amazon video. Oh, I don't know if that's true or not. BIPOC gets used all the time. Target uses BIPOC and has a whole line of products for it. It's in sports a lot. We were encouraged to use Latinx in EDI training. There are companies that use Womix N2. BIPOC is used heavily in my state and city. Okay, so maybe it still is. What does BIPOC mean? It means black, indigenous, and persons of color. Like, apparently, black and indigenous people. Well, I think black people didn't want to be included with, like, Asian people. Okay, this is my totally racist take on all of this. I could be totally wrong. But here's what it feels like. Feels like all the other people of color in America, all the other colored people in America, whatever you want to call them, they all looked at Asian people and they were like, all right, these motherfuckers, I don't want them grouped in with me, okay? These motherfuckers are rich. They all come from fucking Beijing. They got tons of money. They go to Ivy League schools. Fuck them. How do we kick these motherfuckers out of our group, but then we get our own group? Hispanic people were like, okay, well, let's make our own thing. And then black people were like, well, we were slaves, so fuck you. So we're just going to be black people, and then you all can be grouped together. But then it's like, well, that kind of looks bad. It makes it look like we just want our own category. So we need to find like one other irrelevant minority group to pull along with us. So it seems like we're inclusive. Well, what's a minority group that nobody really cares about or talks about the issues of? Indigenous people. We'll be BIPOC. So now we have black, indigenous, and then all the rest of them, I guess, are similar enough to be thrown together. That's what it feels like to me. But also all of the people that were in that conversation room to decide that were all white people. That's what it feels like. We need to pull the blacks out and get them away from the other minority groups that are doing way too well. And fuck Hispanic people. And let's just bring indigenous people along for the ride. And there you go. Then now we have BIPOC. I think there's a lot of Latin American people who consider themselves indigenous. Is that true? Maybe I was gonna say in South America, but in the South, in the South, like, are there Mexican people? I say Mexican, ex-Mexican people, because we bought the territory from them, right? In like Texas and New Mexico and stuff. There might be some down there that would consider themselves indigenous. I guess that's possible. Hold on, I'm sorry. I didn't mean in South America. I mean in the south of America, like in the United States of America. Like, are there people in Texas or New Mexico or Nevada that do they consider themselves indigenous? I don't know. I truly don't know. I have no idea. Shit take, black and indigenous have objectively been oppressed the most historically. Okay, black people have not been oppressed in the United States. African Americans, the descendants of slaves, were oppressed. It is bullshit to compare African immigrants who are rich as fuck and generally do really well and are highly educated in the United States to African Americans who were the descendants of slaves. Okay? People don't immigrate from fucking Kenya and then go live in the shittiest parts of the Bronx. Okay? Like, it's bullshit to compare African immigrants who have come here in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever. It's bullshit to compare those people to African Americans or descendants of slaves. They're two totally different groups of people with totally different histories, totally different places in America, totally different access to education, wealth, whatever. Completely different. Other than the fact that they're black. They look similar. What percentage of black people are African immigrants? That's quibbling over something not important. Well, the issue is that oftentimes it ends up being, I only know this because of one emailer, and God bless her. Maybe I'm wrong. If there are for the other one black woman that watches my stream, you can always shoot me an email if you feel like I'm totally off on this. But that one black emailer lady that was like, hey, every time you talk to black people or about black people, everybody on the internet are always, usually it's like immigrants, black immigrants from Africa, or their parents were immigrants from Africa. These people have completely different experiences than like African Americans who are the descendants of slaves. They have totally different experiences. They tend to be far, far, far wealthier. Like somebody that immigrated from Kenya to the United States has a closer lived experience to a rich Chinese family that immigrated from China to the United States. Or somebody from like Nigeria or something like that. These people are, they're a totally different type of person. But what was I saying? Hey, Steve, I'd love to change your trans take something because I'm a huge fan. Was interested in that proletariat brain debate you had earlier today before his brain started leaking from his ears. Also, using Satir's Ultra Giga Chad. Splash Monk. Okay, maybe at some point. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, what was I saying? Jesus. Oh, BIPOC is cringe as fuck. BIPOC is ultra cringe. Like, if you want to start breaking out different groups of people, I actually think that's based. Like, probably need to stop calling people black and Hispanic because different people have, like, massively different experiences from other groups of people. Not all Hispanic people are gonna have the same experience. Not all black people have the same experience. So I'm in favor of breaking out like different groups of people. But BIPOC just seems like a really weird thing to have black and indigenous people and then all the other persons of color are just like lumped together. I think that's weird. Okay, sorry. We're reading this. Even Asian is crazy. There's a huge difference between the average Chinese immigrant and a Filipino/Vietnamese immigrant. Also true. If you were Fuck, I wish I knew the percentages. But like, if you're like Vietnamese, what are the chances that the only reason you're here is because like a white dude married somebody, like when they were in Vietnam? Like that's probably, there's probably a lot of that, or like at some base in another, like certain Asian countries, and then they brought wives back. Some of them that couldn't even speak English. Like that's probably a true that you're gonna have a different lived experience there as well, you know. Maybe it came from Canada. Indigenous things is big here, and there are diversity events here. I hope that never comes down south. Canada's like fetishization and obsession with ultra cucking themselves to their indigenous people is one of the cringiest fucking things that exists on this piece of land on the world. Holy shit. Buddy Rich and had the crowd in London singing The Box word for word. I don't know what that means. Do they say the A one in here? Uh-oh. 11,000 quote tweets. We're off to the races. Oh no. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, I have to stop. What is this tweet? It would be unbearable for me to have to perform for an almost all-white crowd and then listen to say nigga repeatedly throughout the song. He's leading. He doesn't have to make them sing it, though. Why are you so... Wait, what does that even mean? It's not like he's forced to do it. Imagine a sea of whites. Jesus. Or are you? Is it like a rule for that concert hall? Do you have to... Is it like if you're going to perform here? A sea of whites. Okay, we're reading this. I've been a professor in the anthropology department at UCLA since 1996. Being a Billboard rapper is literally slavery, just like the NFL. True. It's, where's the Kaepernick clip? I received tenure in the year 2000. My research has spanned topics ranging from non-human primate behavior to human personality variation. For decades, anthropology has been notorious for conflict between the scientific and political activist factions in the field, leading many departments to split in two. But UCLA's department remained unusually peaceful, cohesive, and intellectually inclusive until the late 2000s. Gradually, one hire at a time, practitioners of critical, i.e. leftist and postmodernist anthropology, some of them lying about their beliefs during job interviews, came to comprise the department's most influential clique. These militant faculty members recruited even more militant graduate students to work with them. I can't recount here even a representative sample of this faction's penchant for mendacity and intimidation. Is this some type of bullying? You cut that video too early. Untruthfulness. Oh, geez. Why do I want to listen to a bunch of people say the white N-word? I was going to say the white word. Yeah, it is the white word. It's our word. True. I don't know, dude. He should have Kendrick Lamar'd all of them. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Somewhere that one girl is watching that crowd and she's seething in anger. And she's like, what? I can describe their public torment and humiliation of one of my colleagues, P. Jeffrey Brantingham. Jeff had developed simulation models of the geographic and temporal patterning of urban crime and had created predictive software that he marketed to law enforcement agencies. In spring, hold on, what are you? Christopher, new manifesto coming. What? Oh, Lawrence Southern stuff. I see. Okay. In spring of 2018, the department's Anthropology Graduate Students Association passed a resolution accusing Jeff's research of, among other counter-revolutionary sins, entrenching and naturalizing the criminalization of blackness in the United States, and calling for referring his research to UCLA's Vice Chancellor for Research, presumably for some sort of investigation. This document contained no trace of scholarly argument, but instead resembled a religious proclamation of anathema. Anathema? I think it might be anathema.
Anathema.
It is anathema. As you won't be surprised to hear, Jeff is not a racist, but a standard-issue liberal Democrat. How many times do I hear this statement? Jesus. I think it is true. No wonder liberals are fascist to these people, because to them, liberals and fascists are the same thing. They're not willing to dogmatically accept every single thing they have to say, huh? The referral to the vice chancellor never materialized, but the resolution and its aftermath achieved its real goal, which was to turn Jeff, who had been one of the most selfless citizens of the department, into a pariah. He taught and still teaches a course called The Ecology of Crime, which consistently drew more than 150 students and earned rave reviews. This course had a catalog number that grouped it with sociocultural anthropology, and it fulfilled a sociocultural anthropology requirement for anthro majors. In an act of petty spite, ritual moral purification, or both, take your pick, the woke faculty clique, which comprised a majority of the sociocultural anthro faculty, banned him from using or polluting any of their course numbers. Jeff continued to offer the course just under a different kind of number. Even though Jeff stopped attending faculty meetings and in every other way accepted his punishment of permanent ostracism, his tormentors weren't finished with him. In early March 2020, the following flyer appeared in the hallways of the anthropology department. Dismantling algorithmic policing in Los Angeles. Academic complicity to academic rebellion. Concerned students and faculty of UCLA invite you to a workshop with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. Come learn how algorithmic policing technologies like PredPol criminalize and quarantine unhoused and extremely poor communities, especially residents of LA's Skid Row district, while legitimizing an array of police practices that contain, control, and criminalize black, brown, and poor communities. At this workshop, UCLA students, staff, and faculty will also learn how they can get involved in the movement to end algorithmic policing in Los Angeles. Join the fight with your thought and action, as many other UCA faculty and students are rebelling and speaking out against academic complicity and taking action. Light lunch provided. I am okay with this 100%, and I'm glad that these things exist. I want these conversations to happen. But I think that there should be one change. I think that before you're allowed to attend a class like this, you need to find a black family that lived near a place like Skid Row, and you need to live with them for 2 weeks, and you need proof of it. After you've lived in one of these areas, just 2 weeks, just a fortnight, a simple fortnight, then you're allowed to come here and have opinions about stuff like this. I want you to walk home and have a homeless dude fucking screech at you. I want you to go out to your nice little fucking Honda Civic and find your back fucking window broken the fuck out and your head unit gone. I want you to come home late at night, see how many times you switch to the other side of the street based on who's walking across from you. I want you to experience that for one fortnight, 2 weeks, 14 days. And then I want you to come into this forum and have these conversations. Until you've done that, you shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion on it. You shouldn't be able to say a single fucking thing. You should shut the fuck up and go take an art class or go take a reading class or do something different. That's what I think the qualification should be. That's it. Boom. PredPol is the name of Jeff's predictive software. The sponsoring Institute for Inequality and Democracy is a far-left UCLA unit whose associate director is Hannah Apple, who also holds a faculty position in anthropology. That is, a professor tried to organize a mob to demand the professional destruction of a colleague. Within a few days after the appearance of these flyers, the pandemic lockdown confined us to our homes, and the
exact time and place.
and the anti-police movement soon had bigger fish to fry after the murder of George Floyd. Nevertheless, Jeff remained a popular and powerful hate figure for the department's woke faction.
You have the exact time and place.
On September 23rd, 2020, during a webinar, The Case for Letting Anthropology Burn, sponsored in part by the UCLA Anthropology Department, yes, you read that right, many of the chat comments from graduate students reviled him and called for further action against him. God, I wish I could be involved in these discussions. I want to debate college
You have
kids.
the exact time and place.
Did somebody just gift subs in YouTube chat? Oh, Mexican Cracker 89. Interesting name, but thanks, my dude.
You have the exact time and place.
The entire episode recalls a prescient observation in a 1995 article by the great psychological anthropologist Roy Dondrade. Isn't it odd that the true enemy of society turns out to be that guy in the office down the hall? The other signs and portents. Not only was Jeff ostracized, he was effectively erased. None of the faculty talked about him. They could possibly avoid it. Meanwhile, our department chair opened most faculty meetings by solemnly intoning that our department was a community, a family, and that we're here for each other. In private conversations, I was able to elicit from some of my colleagues an embarrassed acknowledgement that the woke faction had treated Jeff abominably, and that we strongly resembled a dysfunctional family in denial. This pervasive institutional doublethink was partly a result of Jeff's own apparent decision to refrain from open confrontation. I offered to help him by defending him publicly if he wished, after both the 2018 resolution and the 2020 flyers. He thanked me, but politely asked me to stay out of it. The principal driver of the doublethink in my department and so many others at UCLA is fear of the woke faction. Signs of this fear are omnipresent. Discussing whether to stop requiring the GRE, a standardized test like the SAT. I think some schools dropped the SAT because they thought it was like oppressive or racist, but then I think all of them brought it back, didn't they? Did Harvard do this? Does anybody know if that was some Ivy Leagues doing this and then they stopped and then brought it back? The ACT is better. I'm pretty sure the SAT is considered a better test, man. The MIT is bringing back the SAT after stopping it. Some schools stopped it because of COVID. MIT just brought it back. Interesting. Okay. Discussing whether to stop requiring the GRE, a standardized test like the SAC, from applicants to our PhD program, one colleague told a meeting of the biological anthropology subfield that he regarded the GRE as the most informative part of an applicant's dossier, but that we had no choice but to vote to stop requiring it. Why? Because otherwise we would be regarded as racists. I was the only person to vote against dropping the GRE requirement. Do you think I'd get, if Destiny went back to college, you would 100% get kicked out? Do you really think I would? I'm so curious. Fuck. I should get like a philosophy degree, like all the reading, or like I could even get like some sociology degree or political science, because it all like influences what I do on stream anyway. It's not like it would be bad for my like it would help me. It would be helpful for. How much do you think school would cost? How long do you have to live in a place to get in-state tuition? If I moved back to Nebraska, and if I went to UNO, what do you think my tuition would cost? Like 15,000 a year. We could fundraise for it. No, I wouldn't fundraise for it, but yeah, that'd be interesting, huh? And then I'd have my college degree. And then it would be so easy to do, it would be so easy to do like school campus things. So I would just be like, oh, I'm going to go to school today and stream some of it, guys. Imagine how mad, true. Imagine if I had a sociology degree. Imagine how fucking mad people would be. Oh my God. I just feel like they'd just be mad just to hear it. I feel like I could get the school canceled. You got a sociology degree from the University of Florida at Miami? Yeah, their sociology department is garbage. Why? Because Destiny got a sociology degree from there, and he hates trans people and BIPOCs. Okay, sorry. Asking a question following a public talk, a colleague conspicuously used the word Latinx, even though the speaker had described both herself and her research subjects as Latinas. Even though he himself, in a previous private conversation, had mockingly referred to the opinion polls showing that only a small minority of Hispanic Americans prefer to be called a Latinx. Outside the anthropology department, UCLA as a whole is showing all the signs of woke capture that typify the contemporary U.S. university. Emeritus? I don't know how to pronounce this. Emeritus.
Emeritus.
Why are you pronouncing? Isn't it Latinx? Is it Latinx? I thought it was Latinx. And some people say it should be Latine. I don't know how to pronounce it. I thought it was Latinx. Or is it Latin? It's not Latinx, right? It's Latinsk? Shut up. Latinx? 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 Latine is standard in Spanish. Latine, Latinx. I don't care. Outside the anthropology department, UCLA as a whole, Emeritus Professor Val Rust, Graduate School of Education, was banned from campus after incurring the wrath of graduate students adhering to critical race theory. Researcher James Enstrom, environmental sciences, and lecturer Keith Fink, communication studies, were fired from dissenting from the woke orthodoxy. Gordon Klein, after being fired from UCLA's business school in spring 2020 for refusing to use race-based grading criteria, mobilized mass support and legal assistance, was reinstated and is now suing the university. Wait, no shot. This FIRE website, I don't know if I trust it. This is like an ultra free speech website, but fired against UCLA professor suspended for email on why he wouldn't change exam and grading for black students. No shot. Race-based grading is a thing? No shot. Is it really? On June 2nd, a student emailed lecturer Gordon Klein to suggest he adjust his final exam requirements for black students due to civil unrest. Suggestions included extending deadlines, shortening exams, and implementing a policy that would ensure an exam could only help, not harm a student's grade. Klein, who teaches accounting at UCLA's business school, thanked the student, called the events in Minnesota a tragedy, but declined to change the final exam procedures, citing logistical concerns with identifying which students would be granted accommodation in a course conducted entirely online due to COVID-19. Klein's response conformed with UCLA's faculty code of conduct, which prohibits the failure to hold exams as scheduled. Evaluation student was other than the performance of the course, discrimination based on race. Later that day, a change.org position called for UCLA to fire Klein and it went viral on Twitter. UCLA placed Klein on mandatory leave effective June 3rd. A disregard to our core principles, and called Klein's email an abuse of power. What was his email? Thank you for your suggestion in your email below that I give black students special treatment given the tragedy in Minnesota. Do you know the names of the classmates that are black? How can I identify them since we've been having online classes only? Are there any students that may be of mixed parentage, such as half black, half Asian? What do you suggest I do with respect to them? A full concession or just half? Also, do you have any idea if any students are from Minneapolis? I assume that they probably are especially devastated as well. I'm thinking that a white student from there might possibly be even more devastated by this, especially because some might think they're racist even if they're not. My TA is from Minneapolis, so if you don't know, I can probably ask her. Can you guide me on how you think I should achieve a no-harm outcome since our sole course grade is from the final exam only? One last thing strikes me. Remember that MLK famously said that people should not be evaluated based on the color of their skin. Do you think that your request would run afoul of MLK's? Okay, this email was a little bit
Keep hating
too...
your life then, working class Andy.
There's nothing wrong with this email, to be clear. But it definitely was not, like, PC enough, I could see. But, I mean, like, it's not a bad email. I mean, it makes a good point. Jesus. Statements recounting one's activities on behalf of equity, diversity, and inclusion are mandatory in faculty job applications and in promotion dossiers. Among its gender recognition policy recommendations, the University Task Force is calling for curricular updates. For example, inclusion of non-binary and intersex identities in biology courses for healthcare practitioners. Is this a threat to pressure course instructors in the life sciences and social sciences to deny the human sex binary? The experience of former Penn State evolutionary biology postdoc Colin Wright suggested it might be, for arguing against assertions that biological sex is a continuous spectrum and the notions of male and female may be mere social constructs. Wright's academic career was derailed by an online mob. He now writes on Substack. Also typical of elite U.S. universities, UCLA is awash in Jew hatred, thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. In May 2019, one of my colleagues, Kye-Young Park, invited a guest lecturer, San Francisco State University professor Rabab Abdul Hadi, to her class to proclaim that Zionism is a form of white supremacism. Unlike Rust, Enstrom, Fink, Klein, Brennan, Park was celebrated by the faculty and administration as a courageous, embattled exponent of academic freedom. The Anthropology Graduate Student Association chimed in with a resolution agreeing with Abduli. Jesus. The younger faculty tend to be far more woke than their elders. Second, administrators and student protesters perform elaborately choreographed routines that inevitably end with the former enacting policies that they want to enact anyway, for which the latter's public temper tantrum serve as a pretext. Third, now that standardized tests have been dropped from undergraduate application requirements, a growing number of students will be simultaneously unable to handle university-level coursework and predisposed to denounce their professors for heresy, having been chosen for admission on the basis of their leftist activism as high school students. Meanwhile, California's K-12 schools are increasingly substituting mind-damaging political indoctrinations for education. I would have to read this to know the validity of that, but jeez. There was a okay, wait, hold on. A lot of people made fun of this, but I actually thought that this tool was perfectly fine. Blizzard apparently has an internal tool when you're mapping out characters where you can enter values and stuff, and then once you've mapped out like a whole world, you can like click a button and see like how representative your world is. I think that a tool like this is actually perfectly fine. I think this is okay. Like if you end up building out like a world and then you've got like 100 or so, like 20 main characters, 80 side characters, and then you click a button and you find out that like, oh my god, like 98% of my people are like aged like 18 to 20, or like all of them are like, I've got like 95% male characters, or like, I think this is like an okay tool. I think that's totally fine. Torb Drone was seen as more of a minority than some black characters. Sure. My sister works at St. Louis University and they drop SAT scores for college, but the issue is that students get in and they can't handle the coursework and they fail out. Yeah, there's a problem. I don't want to get into this because it's tired. I'm tired. It's late. People will often say things like, tests mean nothing. Standardized tests are all bullshit. Like, all of it is a crack bullshit. I don't know if I feel that way. Like, I took a lot of AP math exams. I did a lot of AP English exams. I did my AP music exams. I feel like if you failed miserably on those, it probably speaks somewhat to your inability to do something. Like, if I, like, thinking back to me going into school for music, this is going to be like a mean thing kind of, but so I think it's AP Music 1 and 2, or is it AP Music 1 through 4? I think it's just AP Music 1 and 2. When I go into college and I felt like there were juniors that didn't know what I knew about music theory, and I only took 2 semesters in high school, right? Whatever the AP Theory 1 and 2 courses, 2 semesters of AP Theory. I remember thinking a lot, like, how do these guys qualify into these programs if you're 3 years in and you don't know, like, you can't instantaneously spell every single scale. You're a junior. That's like being like an English major and like, I don't know, not knowing what an exclamation mark is. Like, I don't understand. So like when I see people, I don't know. I see some people are really quick to just, oh, all standardized tests are bullshit. All the testing is bullshit. I'm sure there's like some of it that's bullshit. Like some questions will be like whatever. but like, if you can't do any of the tests, how are you going to do the coursework? I don't know. I'm not sure. One of the, I think I've got this written in my positions on my website where I cite a study about affirmative action, where in California, I think it was in the UC schools, they had really good affirmative action programs that I think in some places it doubled the number of black enrolled students, but the amount of students that graduated that were black were the exact same. So you actually were getting, someone in chat just said the mismatch effect. You were actually getting more black students in schools, but they weren't ready for the coursework, and then they just drop out, and now they feel even worse. Now you've taken somebody, thrown them in college, given them a bunch of college debt, and fucked with them. You've lost 2 years of their life, and you fucked their self-esteem because you wanted to be woke or whatever. It's not good. That type of mismatch isn't good. But yeah, I don't know. That's also kind of a funny meme for this. This fire website. Some journalist emailed me from this website for comment last night. Apparently the university at Penn State decided that they needed like a lot of officers for me and Elijah, and now they're trying to bill the student organization that asked me to show up. They're trying to bill them to $1,800 for security fees, which seems a little bit weird. Because now it feels like if I just want nobody to be able to do a speech, if I just protest hard enough and make them have enough security, I can basically shut down any speech event I want, which seems kind of strange. But I don't know, I thought that was interesting. Oh, this Peter Boghossian guy. He actually reached out to me to chat, so I think I'm setting up a chat. No, wait, not this guy. Sorry. Who am I thinking of? It's another guy with a long name that I fuck up all the time. Thomas Bogardus. Not Peter Boghossian. No, it's not Thomas Bogardus. It's... What's the other guy's name? Oh, God. Who am I thinking of? Peter Bogdanov? Peter Bogdanovic? Is it this guy? No, it's not this guy. Who's the other guy? Peter Boghossian. This guy. Okay. Yeah. Jesus. Does he really? I thought he had a way bigger channel than this. Am I crazy? You said that the first time? Wait, did I say it the first time? Who was the first guy we looked up? Oh, it was this guy. Wait, oh, I'm just a dumb fuck. Oh, it's because of different guys in the video. I got confused. Okay. He's the one who co-wrote those fake papers with James Lindsay. Nice. But he's the guy that does the... Wait, that is him?
We have part of that firestorm on film. It might otherwise be hard to believe.
No, I thought he was the guy that... That's a photo of him when he was younger? No.
I feel of what we
you guys
share
are
is
fucking with my mind. It's this guy. He does the line thing.
What would it take for you to move not all comfortable?
Wait, why does this guy have so few subs? I feel like every video on this guy's channel I've seen is like decent viewership. $1,500,000, 300K, 280K, 213K, 214K, 202K, 186K, 144. These are all weeks ago too. How does this guy only have 70,000 subs? This is the street epistemology guy? Yeah, I know. Does he have like another channel or something for that? Wait, is he also Anthony Magno Bosco? Dude, I don't know anything.
There are only two...
All the viewers hate him, that's why? Is it just all like anti-fans that watch him? Maybe he's just blown up, maybe. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do a React stream watching the Nazi Queen. Manifesto. I watched you for years without subbing? Well, fuck you, dude. Oh my god, I saw this. This looked weird as fuck. Oof. It's like a streamer factory. Check out Vosha's sub count. You guys dinged him 1,000 subs. I'm proud of you. We took him down. We knocked him out, guys. Gave him the old 1-2. Apparently it was some kind of event, a one-time thing. I don't believe it. I think it was a streamer. It's a streamer factory. Because they have the great firewall. They can't view any external streamers. They have to create their whole streamer world. They probably have their own like live stream failed Chinese crew. Okay. I love you guys. Going to bed. Be careful. Tomorrow will be a fun day, because every day is a fun day when we love and care about each other, okay, guys? Remember to buy my merch. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my Deuterinos. I will catch you guys next streamerino. Wait. Please give us a C1L PhD of Sociology arc. The world needs it. That was from Mirror Man. Pensive Goat for $5 said, I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as a Latinx is in fact GNU/Latinx, or as I've recently taken to calling it GNU plus Latinx. Latinx is not a language unto itself, but Obama fart. Obama fart. Okay. Thank you. Apparently these guys are doing a show right now. Wait. What's the name of the What the fuck is their channel? Oh, what's this? Is this live?
Hello.
No, November 11th. Oh, now it's live.
About it, and then
There you go. Go watch these guys. Have fun. Rip on, duders. Be careful. Say bimbo power. Not for you. Everybody slurp. Everybody stim for X or stim for hamster, not X hamster. Whatever happened to X hamster? Does that site still exist? It used to be almost goated. Last meme. The cum guzzling meme?
Guzzling buckets of his cum. I would be guzzling buckets of his cum. If it was a different race, that I would be so ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling.
Jesus Christ.